has not just breached the TMC fortress in the state of West Bengal, they're on their way to winning a hat-trick election, making a hat-trick in the state of Assam. On the other hand, you've got Tamil Nadu, where Vijay and his TVK party have surprised everybody except one guy, that's Pradeep Gupta Shivan of Access My
he would
India.
be dancing again today.
He's the one, who had put out that majority mark, that huge number for TVK and Vijay. Except him, everybody had given small numbers to Vijay. But today is the day when he's been proven right. And of course, as you can see,
look at those numbers. Just look at TVK at 100 and triple digits, then DMK far behind at 72 and DMK plus at 58. Nothing that DMK would have hoped for or ever imagined that they would see this. TVK is the first time party. Vijay, no political background, has been a stalwart actor, over 35 years of ruling TV screens and big screens. And here we are, all of that being capitalized into a major vote bank. Whether people really trust him to run their state, we'll get to know soon enough if this is the eventual reality. But there are celebrations cracking up all across Vijay's strongholds. So let's look at that. And for now, let's start with the headlines. And as voting continues, Election Commission trends show BJP crossing the halfway mark in West Bengal. They've crossed it by a good margin now, signaling a major political shift in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress faces a potential defeat after 15 years in power.
In Assam, meanwhile, early trends show the BJP-led NDA ahead in over 90 seats as it seeks a third consecutive term in the 126-member assembly, where the majority mark is 64. The Congress and its allies are leading in more than 20 seats.
In Tamil Nadu, new entrant and actor politician Vijay's TVK is leading in over 100 seats as counting continues, overtaking both the ruling DMK and the opposition AIA DMK plus. Stalin's DMK pushed to third place.
In the state of Kerala, the Congress-led UDF widens its lead over the ruling LDF, leading in over 95 seats. As per early trends, the CPIM-led LDF is ahead in under 40 seats.
Iran's military warns that US forces would be attacked if they enter the Strait of Hormuz after Donald Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area. Says any safe passage in the strait must be coordinated with US armed forces.
Russian authorities say a drone hit a building in Moscow with no casualties reported. The incident comes amid a wave of drone attacks across Russia, though Ukraine has not commented on the strike.
A monster truck crashes into a crowd at an exhibition event in Colombia's Popayan, killing at least 2 people and injuring 37 people. Videos show the vehicle failing to brake after clearing an obstacle and veering right into spectators.
The Indian rupee weakened by 11 paise to 94.95 against the US dollar in early trade, pressured by West Asian tensions, elevated crude oil prices and continued foreign fund outflows, impacting investor sentiment.
In tennis, Yannick Sinner becomes the first man to win 5 consecutive Masters 1000 titles. The world #1 defeats second seed Alexander Zverev in straight sets to win the Madrid Open. All right, viewers, we are bringing you all the numbers as they continue to trickle in, but largely what we have understood and we are bringing to you is that this is what the eventual results are seeming to be. These are still trends. These are not the final results, so we're going to call them trends, but largely it's been nearly 4.5+ hours since the counting has continued, and this seems to be where the eventual result is going to lie. Looking at West Bengal, in 2021, the exit polls had largely inflated BJP's numbers, but this year, I think the exit polls have largely predicted a BJP win, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Absolutely. West Bengal, this is one big story of today, the election result day. West Bengal, Bharatiya Janata Party breaching that TMC fortress. The other big story, of course, coming in from Tamil Nadu with Vijay's victory. But as you can see in the visuals, celebrations are already underway. That Jhalmuri Shivan has clearly helped the BJP. Jhal clearly to the TMC. And Shondesh and Rasgulla clearly to the Bharatiya Janata Party. But let's quickly go across to Pyali Mitra. She's joining us from West Bengal and get us an update on what exactly is happening around her. Pyali, this seems to be a big day for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Get us more from what you're seeing around you. You are at a counting center at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. I am at the Haldia counting center where 3 assembly constituencies counting is underway. Among them, Nandigram is very vital. You know, Nandigram is very vital because Shubhendu Adhikari is also fighting from this seat, and I can show you the visual inside this premises. 3 counting counting centers are underway. Counting is underway. Among them Nandigram, Mahishadal and Haldia. Shubhendu Adhikari is leading in this seat over 3,000 votes, and Pavitra Kaur, who is a candidate of TMC, is trailing. On the other hand, if you look at the Bhawanipur seat, Mamata Banerjee is leading over 16,000 votes. You know that Shubhendu Adhikari is also fighting in that seat, and this is the trend which is very interesting for this election, which we have not seen earlier. Let me just bring you the details. Among 293 seats, BJP is currently leading 173 seats. All India Trinamool Congress is leading 87 seats, and CPI is leading 1 seat, and AGUP 1 seat. Why I'm saying this is very interesting? Because TMC is in power from 2011, and this is the first time BJP is leading in maximum number of seats, which we have seen that BJP was very confident since the very beginning, and they were sure that they will form the government, and the trend is showing that they are leading in maximum number of seats. However, this is just the trend. The final result will come in the evening, I guess, and altogether 20 rounds of counting will be conducted in all assembly seats, and 5 to 6 rounds counting is underway. Let me just tell you once again, among 193 seats, BJP is leading 173 seats, TMC is leading 87 seats, and in Nandigram seats, Shubhendu Adhikari is leading over 3,000 votes.
Now it has changed, Shivan. It's 177 for the BJP,
that's the figure
and Trinamool Congress is at 90.
Yeah, they're nearly double. They're nearly double of this. And I don't think last 15 years, anyone who's followed Indian politics, West Bengal, would have ever imagined that BJP, starting from 3 in 2016, that was the number of seats they had, 77 in 2021. And here, this number seems to be at least 100% rise from where they were just 5 years ago. So major inroad that the BJP has made over a good course of at least 10 years. But let me quickly come back to Pyali. There are armed personnel standing behind you, and we know this is West Bengal. There have been ample incidents, security incidents. There was a shooting outside a BJP leader's house, which was just, I think 2 people were held for a firing incident outside BJP leader's house in North 24 Parganas. This was very recently, just yesterday. Enough other incidents that have also taken place. Pyali, in your understanding from your coverage on ground, has this been largely perhaps the most peaceful election in West Bengal, given the spates of violence, but which much lesser than earlier? And how are things looking like right now in terms of security?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I have been covering election from 2009, and probably this is the first election where there was no bloodshed, zero violence. There are some little incidents, but mostly the incident there was no major incident and violence-free. Election Commission was since the very beginning they were saying that they want to conduct this election completely violence-free, inducement-free, and any kind of threat they will not allow. And we have seen that massive number of security forces have been deployed. Senior officers from all central paramilitary forces, they are in the city, from BSF to CRPF to CISF, and all the DGs are in the state. And we have seen the from marksman to different vehicles that have been used to for the area domination and the confidence building measure. So for the first time we have seen mostly there was no violence, no major violence, zero bloodshed, no casualty, and this is the first time when there was no massive number of complaints received from opposition party, which we have seen in past election. Opposition parties were always vocal about the rigging, and there was less number of rigging. So Election Commission was from the beginning they were saying that they want to conduct this election free and fair. And let me just show you the security arrangement once again. This is Haldia government sponsored school. Massive security arrangement have been made. Police observer Akhilesh Singh himself present here from tomorrow. Since then we have seen the area domination was conducting, and all the counting agents, they were being allowed after QR code being verified. So this is totally completely different election which we have experienced this year.
Right, and you know, that is exactly one of the points that the centre was making when this military deployment, paramilitary deployment was done in West Bengal. There were a lot of questions being raised why such a heavy deployment is needed, and this is the exact reason. You know, people like you who've covered these elections in the past know that they've been bloody, and there have been several bloody incidents in the past. This is perhaps the first in West Bengal's political history, modern political history at least, that we haven't seen any deaths so far. There have been clashes, there have been injuries, but no deaths so far. So security has been of utmost importance. Pyali, we will come back to you for the latest, but right now let's tell our viewers how celebrations have erupted for the Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal and Vijay in Tamil Nadu. These visuals that you are seeing, of course, are from West Bengal, where Bharatiya Janata Party workers are celebrating this big day, and they have all the reasons to, Shivan, because
they're jubilant, and why not?
Yeah, and they have all the reasons to be jubilant because they've made the effort. This time the BJP has gone all out to make sure they reach the last voter in line, to woo them, to make sure that they have these promises, not just on, you know, the Ghuspatia issue that the BJP leaders have been talked about.
All right,
let's
Mamata
quickly
Banerjee
cut across to
Election Commission নিজের ইচ্ছেমতো খেলছে এবং সাথে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীকে নিয়ে, এবং আমাদের পুলিশরা টোটাল মাথা নত করে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীর আন্ডারে কাজ করছে। সুতরাং আমি সব আমাদের কাউন্টিং এজেন্টদের, আমাদের সমস্ত পার্টির কর্মীদের বলবো, অত মন খারাপ করার কারণ নেই। আমি বলেছিলাম সূর্যাস্ত পরে আপনারা জিতবেন। 3 রাউন্ড 4 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হলেও এটা 14 রাউন্ড থেকে 18 রাউন্ড কাউন্ট হয়, তখন আপনারা জিতবেন। ওয়েট অ্যান্ড সি, ওয়াচ, আমরা সবাই আপনাদের সাথে আছি, আপনারা কেউ ভয় পাবেন না, নিশ্চিন্তে থাকুন, আমরা বাঘের বাচ্চার মতো লড়াই করে যাব।
She's speaking there in Bengali, but then we'll have a translation of that very soon. But clearly, she would not be happy at this point, given the fact that they've been in power for last 15 years. 2011 is when she came to power, defeating the left. And here we are all these years later in 2026. Anti-incumbency was definitely a reality, and that's a scene that we're seeing in the trends. Again, there's a change we see on the screens. TMC going down lower, BJP increasing yet again. We'll cut back to Pyali. Pyali, if you were able to hear that address from, that remark rather from Mamata Banerjee, if you can give us a little more context to that, if you were able to hear it, and over to you.
Yes, as you know, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has already conducted a meeting with all the counting agents. Now, what she has said that don't be afraid or don't be upset. The Election Commission is playing a game with allegedly with CAPF, and she is saying that at the end of the day, TMC will definitely win. And at that time, till that time, don't be afraid and be at the counting center, be present at the counting center. So this message from her side to the counting agents who are present at the counting centers right now.
This is, of course, rattled Mamata Banerjee coming in between.
Yeah, don't be afraid. What would that really imply?
Don't be afraid of, the kind of pressure that is coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And, of course, it's interesting to see how the Chief Minister is now blaming the Election Commission of India and the opposition BJP as these numbers come in. And it's interesting also to see Mamata Banerjee come midway and talk to her workers, talk to her cadre, Trinamool Congress cadre, and say that, look, don't be afraid, and that Election Commission is playing games. But Pyali, it's also interesting that it really reflects that the numbers that are now coming in also has Mamata Banerjee rattled, considering the fact that she is directly now talking to her cadre and asking them to not be afraid and blaming the Election Commission of India for these numbers.
Well, absolutely. We have seen many things which we have never seen earlier. This is the first time Mamata Banerjee coming midway and giving a speech and trying to encourage her counting agents. This is the first time. And we have also seen how she reached to the counting center, which is Bhawanipur Sakhavat Memorial High School. So, as per BJP, TMC is still in pressure. They know that they are going to lose this time, and that is why their frustration is coming out. However, TMC is blaming Election Commission that since the beginning, Election Commission in connivance with the BJP, they are playing games allegedly against the TMC, and they have used all their manpower from all the agencies. And this they are still saying that game plan is going on, and that is why she is blaming Election Commission to central forces, and also her state police, and as per her allegation, state police also doing work in accordance to the order of the Election Commission. So it's totally clear that BJP has already said many times that they will win this time, and there were multiple issues like Huspetia issue, corruption issue, and on these issues BJP was fighting. On the other hand, TMC was very confident. They were saying that BJP will not win this time and people will vote in favor of them. But the trend is saying that BJP is, as I have briefed you, that over 173 seats BJP is leading now, and TMC is leading on 93 seats. This is the first time when we are witnessing such a thing in 2021 or in 2024. The TMC was always on leading position, but since morning, we have seen BJP was leading maximum seats now, and the seats. Let me just bring you the latest update which we are getting from the Election Commission's website. Let me just right now BJP is leading over 178 seats, and TMC is leading 92 seats among 293 seats. As you know, Falta Election Commission has declared they will go for a fresh poll there, because there was a massive number of malfunction was happened, and among 293 seats, BJP is leading 178 seats, and TMC is trailing, and TMC is leading on 92 seats. However, Mamata Banerjee is leading in Bhawanipur seats, and Subhendu Adhikari is leading in Nandikaram seats.
Yeah, Pyali, and you mentioned Falta Assembly. Fresh voting is going to take place on the 21st of May. And at least the BJP leader, Debanshu Panda, seems extremely positive regarding the outset, regarding the the result of that repolling. Repolling has already occurred in Paschim, Magrahat and Diamond Harbour. That took place on the 2nd of May. And that gives a sense that perhaps these numbers can change, but by a very small margin. Overall result, given the lead that the BJP has taken in these trends, it doesn't really seem that's going to really change. But given that statement that came from Mamata Banerjee, the way she's saying, don't be afraid, and of course the tone is aggressive, but that's typical Mamata Banerjee. She's always been combative in her essence. What kind of an opposition leader do you feel she's going to become at this point? Because Mamata Banerjee in opposition has been far more fiery as we've seen her in power. Do you agree with that, and how do you foresee this?
Yes, absolutely. As opposition leader, Mamata Banerjee is always very fighting mode, and we have seen in CPM regime how he was leading many things like Nandigram agitation to Singur, and finally over 34 years she has defeated CPIM or Left Front government and came to power in 2011. So as opposition leader, Mamata Banerjee is definitely very fiery mode always.
All right, so of course, Piali, we'll keep coming back to you for the latest from West Bengal. Thanks very much at the moment. So these, ladies and gentlemen, are visuals of celebrations. Bharatiya Janata Party having all the reasons today to be jubilant. We are, of course, getting you more and more visuals. And not just West Bengal, look at Tamil Nadu as well. That state has had Vijay throw a massive surprise for a debutant party, for a man who was only seen as a cine star, as a superstar in films. That clearly, his fandom, his stardom has clearly translated into votes. Every poll pundit that went on ground to survey in Tamil Nadu, they said the youngsters, the women and the scheduled caste community were all behind Vijay, and that is perhaps one of the biggest reasons why he has been able to convert that stardom into votes, into numbers. But apart from that, of course, the anti-incumbency against the Stalin government, and so deep the anti-incumbency was. One, nobody was talking about it. Two, you've got DMK slipping down to the 3rd position, and AIA DMK, which was given the 3rd spot in the exit polls, now climbing up and moving to the 2nd position. The AIA DMK alliance with the BJP and other parties, that is reflective of the kind of deep anti-incumbency that was prevalent against the Stalin government in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, and the TVK undercurrent was hardly an undercurrent, majorly a overhead wave that has come and taken complete case over here in terms of these results. Look at those numbers, and the TVK has been in triple digits for a while now. So while these are trends and leads, it really seems to be the sense that you're going to get in with the eventual result. And that's where TVK stands. They were initially seen as disruptors. Here they seem to have completely rewritten the game, with DMK largely looking at incumbency, but now far away from that. And as far as AIA DMK, even they were looking, at least that's what the exit polls were suggesting, that they may have a neck-to-neck race. But here, there is no neck-to-neck race with anybody. TVK is far ahead, AIA DMK in 2nd and DMK in 3rd. You look at those jubilant reactions and those visuals that have been coming in from Tamil Nadu, and it has been absolutely, they've been effusive in their reactions. From Vijay's father, we saw him in the temple, and then his family members greeting him. Those visuals are going viral on social media. Vijay's camp is extremely jubilant at this point, because this is something no one really saw coming in this magnitude.
All right, let's get you the big breaking news coming in. This one's from Puducherry, where the current Chief Minister and the founder of the All India NR Congress, N. Rangaswamy, has now won the Thattan Chavadi constituency. Remember, he won with a margin of over 4,000 votes. That's the first big breaking that's coming in from Puducherry. The other result has been in favor of its ally, the Bharatiya Janata Party. A. Namasivayam has won the Mannadipet seat. That is, of course, the big one coming in from Puducherry. Remember, the Chief Minister in the exit polls also was given retention of power, and we are seeing that in results as well. Chief Minister Rangaswamy winning from his seat. So that is the first confirmed result of the Puducherry Assembly seat. Extremely important as far as this union territory is concerned. This is also something that the ally of BJP who's won, says Saivam, has won the Mannadipet seat, another important seat, another crucial election that happened in the union territory. And you can see those visuals. This has been, as compared to West Bengal and Tamil Nadu as well as Assam, this has been quite a low-profile election. Nobody was really talking about it, but just the fact that the Chief Minister has been able to retain his seat reflects the kind of popularity that he still enjoys. Yeah,
and AINRC and the BJP are in an alliance, and N. Rangaswamy is the Chief Minister. Here we have a confirmed result from these assembly elections. It's coming in from Puducherry. Here we confirm to you that N. Rangaswamy has won from his seat, and this largely means that's essentially what the exit polls had also suggested, that they will be retaining power, and that's what this result only now confirms. All right, viewers, we are going to be slipping into a very short break. This is our rolling coverage of Counting Day with Shreya Upadhyay. I'm Shivan Channa. We're right here in the studio bringing you all the latest. Stay with us. Slipping into a short break. More to come on the other side.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
The next few days are going to be intense.
भाई हमें अपना जाल बुली खिलाओ.
A number of allegations and accusations being made by both parties.
हम लड़ेंगे, बांग्ला जीतेंगे.
इस बार बंगाल में भी कमल खिलना तय है.
5.73 crore voters in the state will get to determine who is going to rule Tamil Nadu next.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One, and this is the continuous coverage of these assembly elections in India in 4 states and 1 union territory. Well, a big upset for TMC in West Bengal and a big super hit win for superhero or superstar Vijay in Tamil Nadu. We'll get you all the action from the ground on WION. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urges counting agents and candidates not to leave strong rooms as vote counting continues. Alleges that BJP is attempting to project its numbers first as trends show BJP crossing halfway mark. In Assam, early trends show BJP-led NDA ahead in over 90 seats as it seeks a third consecutive term in 126-member assembly, where the majority mark is 64. Congress and its allies are leading in more than 20 seats. In Tamil Nadu, new entrant actor-politician Vijay's TVK is leading in over 100 seats as counting is underway, overtaking both the ruling DMK and the opposition AIDMK. Stalin's DMK pushed to third place. French President Emmanuel Macron calls for U.S. and Iran to coordinate reopening of Strait of Hormuz, saying it is the only solution to restoring navigation. Rejects participation in any unclear military operation. Iran's military warns that U.S. forces would be attacked if they enter Strait of Hormuz after President Donald Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area. Says any safe passage in Strait must be coordinated with its armed forces. Russian authorities say a drone hit a building in Moscow with no casualties reported. Incident comes amid a wave of drone attacks across Russia, though Ukraine has not commented on the strike. U.S. Geological Survey says 6 magnitude earthquake hits Summer Islands in the central Philippines near San Julian, leading to minor damages. No injuries immediately reported. Bitcoin briefly surges past $80,000 to a 3-month high as Asian stocks near record levels, supported by strong tech earnings, ETF inflows, and improving sentiment, even as investors monitor geopolitical tensions and developments around Iran. Now, there has been a big upset for Mamata Banerjee's TMC party in West Bengal, but the Chief Minister has now urged her party candidates and counting agents to remain at the counting centers. Now, she has alleged that it is BJP to show TMC trailing in earlier rounds, and this has BJP has crossed a majority mark in early trends.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে, এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে, এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে, কিন্তু এখনও এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি সেগুলো বলছে না, টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে।
While we see this reaction from Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, BJP workers are now distributing Janmuri and celebrated at the party office in Kolkata. The BJP has crossed a majority mark in the state in early trends as of now, and Janmuri made national news when Prime Minister stopped to enjoy the snack when he campaigned in the election in Bengal.
BJP জিন্দাবাদ 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 BJP জিন্দাবাদ 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 পশ্চিমবঙ্গে জিতছে কে বিজেপি আবার কে জিন্দাবাদ 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 যুবশ্রী মোর্চা জিন্দাবাদ 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 আদিবাসী মোর্চা জিন্দাবাদ 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 ভাই ভাই হিন্দু হিন্দু ভাই 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 চারিদিকে জিতছে কে বিজেপি আবার কে জিন্দাবাদ জিন্দাবাদ মোদি জি জিন্দাবাদ 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 ভালো মোদি জিন্দাবাদ।
Now, there has been an upset in West Bengal with TMC, but there has been a major win for a debutant in Tamil Nadu. Actor Vijay's party, TVK, is leading in Tamil Nadu election results. His family celebrated this by blowing whistles, which is his party symbol. And they were also seen dancing as early trends came in. Take a look. Now we're 5 hours into the counting of votes, and a clear picture is now emerging about the results of the assembly elections in 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Now, the biggest surprise of the day has been from Tamil Nadu, where actor-politician Vijay's TVK has swept the polls and looks set to become the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. In Bengal, meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee's juggernaut has been halted by the BJP, which looks set to form its first ever government in the state. Meanwhile, in Kerala, the Congress-led UDF looks set to oust the LDF government. While in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sharma looks all set to retain his power. Now let's unpack these trends going over to our reporters who are joining us with the latest. We have Dhanjot Kaur joining us from West Bengal, and we have Siddharth MP joining us from Tamil Nadu. Dhanjot, I'll come to you first. Of course, we've seen a big upset for TMC. First of all, tell us where you are, and also about what is the mood with BJP almost crossing the halfway mark.
Well, I am in front of the BJP party office here in Kolkata, Jyotsna, and you can see a whole number of party workers outside. They just had a bit of a celebration, putting color on each other and chanting slogans. I would have personally expected a much bigger presence here in terms of how they've really established a clear political mandate in the state for the first time. So given that victory, the celebrations are fairly muted. There is the possibility that it is going to scale up later in the evening. There's all sorts of aroma wafting through the air, Jyotsna. There's a lot of cooking that's happening, sweets, lunch being prepared, all celebratory, snacks also under process. So definitely in party mode. Here at the BJP office. Again, there's also an address by the Indian Prime Minister who is going to be speaking to workers at the Delhi head office of the BJP. So also waiting to listen on to what he has to say about this particular victory. It's not fully official yet, but I think we're very close to saying once and for all that the TMC has been ousted from power after 15 years of Mamata Banerjee's rule. And she is now looking at the role of opposition. But if you go by her words, she is definitely not backing down easily and not backing down anytime soon. As we heard her speak just a short while ago, she's been asking her representatives and party workers to not leave the counting centers and stay there till the last vote is counted. She's obviously also thrown a lot of accusations at the BJP and at the Election Commission. So that battle continues on that front. How it is going to shape up in the next few days and weeks is going to be very interesting to watch out for. What we're also hearing from the legal corridors, Jyotsna, is that there is a petition in Supreme Court to extend the presence of Central Security Forces in West Bengal. And they want it extended till the May the 11th to ensure that the transition process in the next few days remains smooth and no untoward incident of post-poll violence unfolds across West Bengal. So it's going to be a very interesting afternoon turning into an evening, and it's also going to be a very interesting few days ahead to see how this entire transition from the TMC to BJP unfolds in West Bengal.
Absolutely. And talking about transition, of course, you're talking about celebrations which might actually go scale up in the evening, as you said. But the next question, I believe, would be about looking at the new face. Who is the face for the Chief Minister? Any sort of whiff, apart from the cooking that you've been getting, on who is going to be the next Chief Minister?
Well, that's the big question, Jyotsna. There is no name, no clear candidate to become the chief ministerial face of West Bengal from the Bharatiya Janata Party. We've seen the entire campaign unfold. We've seen a lot of star leadership coming to the state to campaign for the party. And we've seen essentially the central leadership that has been trying to woo the voters of West Bengal for the BJP. How much of that really translates to any sort of state representation? Is there going to be a lesser known grassroots leader who is going to emerge as the CM face? Is there going to be somebody else who's held a much more central role that takes up a position here? We've heard the BJP in the past talk about how whoever becomes CM is going to be an out and a thorough Bengali in terms of identity. But who that person is going to be is the billion-dollar question, because there is absolutely no clarity on that front at all. So while there's celebrations here at the BJP party office here in Kolkata, there's also going to be a lot of deliberations over the next few days on that subject, Jyotsna.
All right, Damjot, of course, we'll be coming back to you to get the latest on that. I'll go over to our correspondent in Tamil Nadu, Siddharth. Siddharth, thank you so much for joining us. Now, we were talking in the morning about the anticipation of how TVK or Vijay might be the kingmaker, but now clearly he is all poised to become the king himself. Tell us where you are, and of course, what is the mood on the ground looking at this very interesting turn of events and an earthquake, a lot of people are being saying, in Tamil Nadu politics?
Right outside Vijay's residence on the East Coast Road, it's of course a fortified area right now. There's a huge presence of police after the turn of events this morning. So fans are not permitted here. It's only journalists that are here outside Vijay's residence. And Vijay's close confidant and co-actor of many films, Trisha Krishnan, just drove in to the residence some time back. In fact, Trisha is celebrating her birthday today, and she earlier offered prayers at the Tirupati temple today. And then just a while back, she drove in to Vijay's residence. So right now, things things are a bit silent over here. But of course, at Vijay's party office, which is not too far from here, there is a significant amount of activity and celebration. As per the recent trends we are getting from the Election Commission, the Vijay's TVK party is at 110 seats. They're leading in 110, and AIDMK is nearing 6-0, whereas DMK is nearing 5-0-50. So this is the scenario that prevails, the ruling party being pushed to the third place. So this is the kind of tsunami that Vijay has brought to the fore. This is the kind of force that we saw in Vijay's political rallies. Wherever he went, there were people following him. There were people following his vehicle. You know, across age groups, predominantly young people and even middle-aged people were following Vijay. Many asked the question whether these kind of votes would, this kind of popularity would translate into votes, and the people have answered it is absolutely translated into votes, and the establishment giants in the state have been pushed to the second and third place. Vijay has pulled off what nobody else has, because he's barely 2 years into politics. Political experience, nothing, just whatever he's gained over the last 2 years. As far as popularity and his role in the hearts of the people, he's been there for at least 3 decades as an actor, so that clearly is there. But turning that into votes has been his biggest success. Narrative building, every month over the last 6 to 7 months, we've seen Vijay face setback after setback, be it the stampede at his political event. In sometimes he's been alleging that they've not been allowing him to campaign. He's been alleging that the state machinery did not allow him to campaign, seeing his huge popularity. Then he said that his film was being deliberately delayed, and people were trying to stop his popularity from reaching the peak by delaying his movie, which was pending for release in January. Then some details about his personal life, some troubling details were leaked somehow, and then that also created a controversy. So every now and then some attack or the other was being mounted on Vijay, and somehow or the other these kind of things used to grab the headlines, and they used to be talked about widely. But despite all of this, or perhaps because all of this, Vijay is able to make it this far because the sympathy vote factor has worked, the youth factor has worked, the women votes have worked, and this is what has made Vijay get as far. Last count it was 110 where he's leading, just 8 away from the magic number 118.
Absolutely. Well, it definitely looks like a script of a movie for Vijay, a superhero himself. But when we look at DMK, how would you observe that? Of course, anti-incumbency have been something that has been very prominent when it comes to Tamil Nadu politics. Now, and we know that even Vijay on that part would have been banking on that to happen. We've seen a turn of events. We've seen DMK trailing back to 5-0, as you mentioned, and AIDMK really crossing the 90. How do you observe that change?
See, the DMK has had a great run over the last 5-6 years. From 2019 onwards, every election DMK and its allies fought in Tamil Nadu, they've only swept. Be it the 2019 parliamentary polls, be it the 2021 assembly polls, or be it the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. So 3 wins in a streak is something that the DMK itself can consider a dream run. Even earlier, they've not been able to deliver such kind of a dream run in 3 polls back to back, 2 parliamentary national polls and 1 state poll. So of course, they perhaps peaked, and they peaked to such a level that from there the only way was down, and that's what this election shows. Because now being pushed to third place after 3 consecutive wins, it perhaps means that the DMK has peaked and the anti-incumbency has reached that kind of a level. And of course, the DMK was banking hugely on the wide-ranging welfare measures that they had rolled out, including a monthly dole of 1,000 rupees for women heads of household. Almost 13 million people, women, used to get it every month. Free bus travel for women, then breakfast scheme in school for students in government schools, so free laptops for college students. So these were the welfare measures that DMK was banking heavily on, and they assumed that this would be enough to help them sail through and get a second consecutive term, and Stalin would become chief minister once again. But that was not to be. Their calculations seem to have gone horribly wrong somewhere, as the numbers show right now. Imagine being at pole position, ruling a state, and then being pushed to third. In fact, and the ADMK, a party which was widely seen as in decline over the last decade, clawing back up, regaining their strength. Of course, if things go the same way, they can only be in opposition. But the ADMK sitting in opposition and the DMK being pushed to the third place, it shows clearly how the wave has turned in Tamil Nadu, how the ground has shifted, and how this massive groundswell in favor of Vijay has completely turned the equation in the state's political landscape. A complete outlier in politics, coming out and edging out the 2 dominant players and emerging, like you pointed out, in a movie script, all in a short span of 2 years. Usually in films, it's in about 2 to 3 hours that everything changes. You go from nothing to everything. You go from zero to hero. Here, Vijay, of course, has been a superstar in the state's political, cinema landscape, and now to a superstar in the state's political landscape, all in 2 to 3 years.
Absolutely. And talking about him as a chief minister, of course, it's a very new party, a debutant, I must say, and including his party members must be very new. Considering the fact that now we're looking at a potential chief minister in him, what are the challenges do you think that he'll be facing, and do we see any potential alliance that he might be looking forward for with another party? Because, of course, a fairly new party, and how would he be able to manage, as a government in a state like Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, it's absolutely puzzling to look at the future, because so far this is a party that has taken in some veteran leaders from other parties. For example, Sengotain, one of the chief strategists of the ADMK from Western Tamil Nadu, is among those that defected from the opposition party in the state, ADMK, and then switched over to the TVK. So that way there have been some leaders who have switched from established parties and moved to the TVK, sensing the kind of ground that is shifting. However, these are expected to be the crucial names that will guide Vijay in everything he does. But of course, yes, as far as government formation is concerned, as far as administration is concerned, it is going to be an uphill task, considering that this is a missionary that does not have experience governing a state. They've only been a fledgling party, and success has been like within the duration of a film, just 2 short years, and then they've reached at the helm of affairs. So this is something that they also would be contemplating right now, because it is indeed challenging to govern such a large state. And of course, there are some of the major challenges include that Vijay has promised quite a lot of dole speed for women, for unemployed youth, for fishermen, for farmers, for weavers, for different sections of society. He's promised a slew of welfare measures. So how to balance all of this while also maintaining the state's finances? Because already one of the major criticisms is that while Tamil Nadu does well on the economic front, the state finances are badly hit in terms of the debt. The state's debt is close to 10 lakh crore. So these are some of the worrying aspects of managing this, attracting investments, providing jobs. These are going to be some of the major challenges, because an established political party would have roles cut out for different individuals. And but in this case, we'd have to wait and see how different candidates emerge from this, because apart from Vijay and a handful of names, everybody else is a newbie. Everybody else is not or has not been in the limelight. They've not been in public life so far, but riding on one man's popularity, they made it. That itself is a phenomenon that has to be studied in detail.
Absolutely, to be studied, and perhaps as a movie script. Thank you so much, Siddharth, for giving us all the details. We'll come back to you to get more reactions and wait for a decisive verdict in Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's take a look at some of the political reactions from Assam, where the BJP looks on course to sweep the polls with a thumping majority.
अभी तक जो ट्रेंड दिखा रहा है कि बहुत भव्य जीत हो रही है असम में। मैं असम के जनता को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। हमारे पृथ्वी के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय मोदी जी के लिए और यहाँ डबल इंजन सरकार को जो समर्थन दिए हैं, ये असम के लिए, असम की अगली पीढ़ी के लिए, देश के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। वेस्ट बंगाल के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहिए? वेस्ट बंगाल में भी ऐसी स्थिति है जो दिख रहा है। ये देश के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण जीत होगी।
ये हमारे देख रहे हैं कि एक विशेष विधानसभा टीटाबोर विधानसभा में काउंटिंग बहुत स्लो जा रहा है, और वो बात हम अंदर अभी कह के आए हैं कि ऐसा क्यों है कि टीटाबोर विधानसभा में काउंटिंग स्लो है। तो अभी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि वो उसको थोड़ा तत्पर
लीड कर रहे थे, अभी पता चल रहा है कि थोड़ा
ये तो हर राउंड में तो होता ही है कि एक राउंड ऊपर नीचे, ये तो स्वाभाविक है। जो अंतिम नतीजे हैं उस तक हमें रोकना चाहिए। एब्सोल्युटली।
Well, for now, it looks like a hat-trick for the BJP and a win for a newbie Vijay in Tamil Nadu, and an upset for Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. We'll get you all the details on the other side of a very short break on our continuous coverage of the assembly elections in India. Stay tuned.
WION India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION The World is One, and this is the continuous coverage of the state elections in India. A big day for India and an even bigger day for the Bharatiya Janata Party as it crosses the majority mark in West Bengal. We get you all of this and more, but first, headlines. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urges counting agents and candidates not to leave strong rooms as vote counting continues. Alleges that BJP is attempting to project its numbers first as trends show BJP crossing halfway mark. Assam's election trends show BJP-led NDA taking strong lead, crossing over 95 seats in 126-member assembly as counting continues. Opposition, including Congress and its allies, trails significantly as gap with ruling alliance widens. In Tamil Nadu, new entrant actor politician Vijay's TVK is leading in over 110 seats as counting is underway, overtaking both the ruling DMK and the opposition AIA-DMK. Stalin's DMK pushed to third place. French President Emmanuel Macron calls for US and Iran to coordinate reopening of Strait of Hormuz, saying it is the only solution to restoring navigation. Rejects participation in any unclear military operation. NATO chief Mark Rutte says Europeans have heard US President Donald Trump's message of frustration over the Iran war and are stepping up after Washington announced it would withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany. Iran's military warns that US forces would be attacked if they enter Strait of Hormuz after President Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area, says any safe passage in Strait must be coordinated with its armed forces. Russian authorities say a drone hit a building in Moscow with no casualties reported, and the incident comes amid a wave of drone attacks across Russia, though Ukraine has not commented on the strike. Well, in West Bengal, BJP workers distributed jhalmuri and celebrated at the party office in Kolkata, and this as the BJP has crossed the majority mark in the state in early trends. Jhalmuri made national news when Prime Minister Narendra Modi stopped to enjoy the snack during campaigning in Bengal. Take a look.
BJP जिंदाबाद 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 BJP जिंदाबाद 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 পশ্চিমবঙ্গে জিতছে কে বিজেপি আবার কে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে জিতছে কে বিজেপি আবার কে মোর্চা জিন্দাবাদ 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 BJP জিন্দাবাদ 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 যুবশ্রী মোর্চা জিন্দাবাদ 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 আদিবাসী মোর্চা জিন্দাবাদ 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 ভাই ভাই হিন্দু হিন্দু ভাই ভাই চারিদিকে জিতছে কে
Well, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now urged her party's candidates and counting agents to remain at the counting centres. She alleged that it is BJP to show TMC trailing in earlier rounds. This as BJP has crossed majority mark in early trends.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে, এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্স পুলিশ সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে, কিন্তু এখনও এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি সেগুলো বলছে না, টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে।
Now let's take a look at some of the other political reactions coming in from West Bengal.
भाई संतोष तो आप लोग बताएंगे। हमने तो पूरी कोशिश करी है कि फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन हो, हमने पूरी कोशिश करी है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ठीक रहे, हमने पूरी कोशिश करी है कि लोग निर्भय जाके वोट दे के आए, हमने पूरी कोशिश करी है कि ईवीएम की सेंटिटी मेंटेन हो। हम लोगों ने चुनाव आयोग से कहा था कि सिंगल फेज में करना है तो भी हम रेडी है, हम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेने को तैयार हैं। हमने कहा था पूरी काउंटिंग का पूरा प्रोसीजर फिक्स्ड है, सब आरओ जानते हैं। अगर उस क्राइटेरिया के अंदर आता है तो रिकाउंट होगा, वरना नहीं होगा। वो क्राइटेरिया फिक्स्ड है, तो सब जानती है पॉलिटिकल पार्टी।
In what many call an unprecedented outcome, actor Vijay's party TVK is leading in Tamil Nadu election results. His family celebrated this by blowing whistles. They were also seen dancing as early trends came in. Let's take a look. Our principal correspondent Siddharth MP is joining us live from outside Vijay's residence in Chennai. Siddharth, what do you see? What do you hear? How's the environment there and how is the emotions that is transmitting there?
So it's fairly calm outside Vijay's residence because this place has been turned into a fortress. There's heavy police presence in several streets and bylanes running to this eventual location. There is police deployment and very limited people are allowed. Party cadre and fans are not allowed strictly. So that is why things appear to be quite calm. But slowly people close to Vijay are trickling in. So one among them was actor Trisha, Vijay's close confidant and co-star of many films. So it's her birthday today and she offered prayers at the Tirupati Tirumala shrine this morning, and now she's here at Vijay's residence as well. So there are also other political leaders who are gradually trickling in to Vijay's residence, but so far we've not heard anything about a potential alliance or anything of that sort. But as it stands, Vijay's party, Election Commission data shows, is leading in 110 seats. They're just 8 seats short of the magic number, that is 118 in Tamil Nadu. So this in fact is a spectacular performance. Vijay has ripped apart all the predictions, in fact all but one prediction, because everybody else said it's going to be a DMK return. They said DMK may scrape through, some said ADMK may return, but Vijay has literally ripped all those predictions to shreds and he has emerged as a dark horse in this race. So this is incredible what he's done, because many of us had frankly written off Vijay as somebody who would only make a difference in small pockets or perhaps might not be able to do as well as he expects. But now what he's done, he's re-scripted the state's political landscape itself, and he's done it in cinema style in just 2 years. If he can do this, remember that conventionally politicians in India are well above the age of 60. Vijay is barely 51 years of age. So he has a long road ahead of him. So talk about the potential also so. Vijay is barely aged 51, and given the long horizon ahead of him, he has a bright political future. If he can do this on debut, if he can, govern well over the next 5 years, deliver on everything he's promised, and carry on the same way, then I think we're looking at a long-term disruption, not just a one-pole phenomenon, but a long-term disruption of the state's political landscape, the state's political culture. And of course, for the last 60 years, we've seen those from actors and those from theatre, getting into politics, making a huge impact and so on. But this is a different story altogether. You can credit it to social media, you can credit it to the cult appeal that Vijay has, you can also credit it to the kind of campaign that he's done. Because many were, commenting that many analysts were saying that Vijay has not outlined a clear ideology, Vijay has not outlined clear policies. He's been talking about welfare measures, he's been talking about broad aspects of governance like, drug-free Tamil Nadu, women's safety, maintaining law and order. Again, generic statements, nothing specific on policies. In fact, he was under fire for opposing a second airport project that would require some agricultural land to be taken over. So all of this was there, but at the same time, he's been able to get the numbers on his side, and now the ball is in Vijay's court. We'll have to see what would be his next move.
You're right, Siddharth. The ball is definitely in Vijay's court. You say the party is just 8 seats short of the magic number, and this happened in a cinematic style, as you just said. I would like to know, what is your perspective? Is this the biggest political disruption in Tamil Nadu after the Dravidian movement?
Absolutely, there's no doubts about it. This is absolutely the biggest ever and the most unexpected kind of disruption in the state's political landscape and in Tamil Nadu's history itself, because in 1967 the Congress was sent out of power. The people voted out the Congress party, and it was also marking a beginning of a new era where regional parties were emerging in the political fray, and then they were taking charge of states. So the DMK's emergence into power in the year 1967 was seen as a landmark moment in the state's political history, and then on there's been no looking back. Thereafter, in 1977 it was the DMK that stormed into power, and now we have a disruptor who's just changed it in a single election. Just 2 years in, he's changed the entire landscape. So having done this is obviously a major milestone in the state's political history itself. It's a turning point, to use cinema language. It is indeed a turning point, and we'll have to see how things pan out from here, because this is an actor that until 2 years ago people just saw as an actor, and he had a sort of cult following, no two ways about it. Because if you looked at the kind of anticipation that his films had, if you looked at the kind of celebration for his film's release, irrespective of what the critics said about the film, it would rake in money. And this is the kind of impact that Vijay has had as an actor. And this is not just over the last decade, but he's consistently built this up over 3+ decades. And now, aged 51, he's been able to pull this off. And what we have to wait and see is the years ahead and the decades ahead, because he's tasted success very early on as far as the mean age of politicians go in this country. So he's tasted success very early on, and he's no conventional politician. He's not from a traditional background. Politics or political science is not his forte. He's come from a different background. So how he'll navigate what lay ahead is a very interesting story to track and follow.
You're right, Siddharth. What lays ahead is indeed very interesting. But I would also like to know, since we're getting very close to the final results, what would happen next? Is this a moment when other alliances will be formed? Who do you think will align with TVK, and what would be the future of Tamil Nadu be like?
If I were to just make a guess purely based on speculation, Vijay might stay away from the large establishment giants like the ADMK or the DMK, purely because these are the parties he wanted to replace. He's been comparing both of them and saying they're all the same, and he's been positioning himself as an alternative, right? And one thing that one has to emphasize is that throughout the campaign there were many murmurs from within the Congress party. For perspective, Congress is an ally of the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu, and they've been expressing very clearly that they would like to ally with the DMK. This is just some section of the Congress, just some leaders. You could say this is just a fringe of the Congress. They've been saying that there's a potential for allying with Vijay and so on. But eventually the Congress did go with its legacy and track record of going with the DMK in Tamil Nadu, because they've been long-standing allies. For decades, UPA 1, UPA 2, and even in the state elections, parliamentary elections, that even in recent decades, we've seen the India alliance take shape, right? So that coalition, they've always respected that, and they've gone with the DMK. But if the Congress manages to get 4 or 5 seats, which the trends point to right now, then there's a possibility that the Congress itself might consider, tying up with Vijay, because this is something that has to be closely watched, because even in the past, Vijay has also referenced about Congress, and Vijay's father once talked about Congress and said that, this was a party that once ruled the country. They fought for our independence, but now in Tamil Nadu, they've been reduced to virtually nothing. They're just piggybacking on the DMK. They don't have a share in power. So this was the kind of language that Vijay's father, though not a politician, he spoke about Congress. And even during his campaign, Vijay had mentioned that specifically the Congress supporters, traditional Congress voters, are also with his own party. So Vijay has been signaling, even directly through speeches and through his family members, that there is a potential for some sort of tie up with the Congress. This is what we've seen in the past. So if it's only a few number of seats that he needs, then certainly he might ally with somebody that might not pose a threat to him in future, and a party with only minimal number of seats. If he were to, partner with somebody with a large number of seats, then perhaps he might smell danger in that. And so only based on that, I'm just making an intelligent and a wild guess that it might be some of the smaller parties he might seek the support of, because that's the number he needs. He just needs about a handful of numbers, less than 10 or something, going by the present trend. So if that's the case, he might tie up with some of the smaller parties, maybe give them a minor share in power, or give them something that they otherwise might not get in their present alliance. So these are some of the possibilities that we can just wildly guess.
Siddharth, indeed, this is a new dawn for Tamil Nadu state politics. But I'd also like to know, what is the condition right now in the alliance, DMK, AIADMK alliance? Does Vijay's lead actually mark the end of this alliance, and what are you getting from that front?
No, certainly it's too early to comment, because we'll have to see what Congress thinks about continuing in the DMK alliance. That's the most important thing. And given the way the Congress works, it's a high command decision, which means the decision would be at the level of Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and of course the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge himself. So these are the core decision makers as for the Congress party. The decisions are never made here in Tamil Nadu. So the decisions are Delhi decisions, or high command decisions in the language of the Congress party. So we'll have to wait and see how they react to this, and whether there is any direct contact between perhaps Rahul Gandhi and Vijay on forging an alliance in Tamil Nadu. Because, in Kerala the Congress has swept, in Karnataka the Congress has a government, in Telangana, the Congress has a government. So this indicates that the Congress is growing in the south. The Congress is sort of seeing a resurgence down south. So that might be a factor that perhaps could attract Vijay, and perhaps they also share common values and common principles. So that might be one of the ways in which the wind could blow as far as TVK is concerned. But we'll have to wait and watch, because perhaps by evening, if TVK manages to get a majority on their own, then they don't have to worry about any of this. And that's like a dream, if a debutant politician gets a single majority, then nothing like it. Then it's his own decisions and it's his own thought process that can be implemented as decisions. And given that everything he's done so far has reaped him such kind of rewards, then I think he would go with his intuition and what people advise him.
Siddharth, earlier you did highlight that TVK did not outline a single ideology. There were scattered ideologies. But what could have worked here? Because ultimately there's a lead. And the main question of the hour is TVK just ready to win, or is it ready to govern now?
So obviously they'll have to, get the numbers before they're ready to govern. So we'll have to wait and see how much soon they can, get past the 118 magic number. They're about a handful of it below that number. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can gather that lead and then manage to edge out its opponents and win in all of these seats, that is 108 plus seats. Then I think the govern part comes in. So that we have to wait and watch. But as for what worked in favor, perhaps one of the lesser spoken of aspects is the fatigue with the Dravidian parties. So it's always been said that Tamil Nadu is a Dravidian fortress since 1967. It's only the DMK or ADMK that have come to power. The national parties like BJP and Congress have been relegated to the sidelines, or are mere small shoots of grass in a larger play field, right? So that's what these national parties, so-called national parties, have been reduced to in the state's political landscape. But again, having had only two options for more than 50-60 years would mean that the people here also have endured considerable fatigue with only both these parties. And the people here are smart, they're intelligent, they know that there's been multiple cases of corruption that have been proven in court. There's been allegations and counter allegations of massive sums of corruption against leaders from both the established Dravidian parties, DMK, ADMK. So this is all in open domain and people are smart enough to understand. And Vijay has also used this. So, he's spoken about the corruption aspect and said that I promise you I will not take a single rupee of government funds and I don't need it. So obviously Vijay is a self-made billionaire, though his father was a film director. Vijay's own career, he's been able to reach this heights purely because of his own talent. While he did foreign because of who his father was, after a point it was purely his own rise and he's risen to this level now in politics as well. So the fact remains that he also campaigned on the corruption aspect and said, look, I am somebody who wants to come and repay the debt that a debt of gratitude to all of you, because over the decades you've let me grow, you've let me prosper, you've let me flourish. I just want to express my thanks to you. I want to return the favor to the people of Tamil Nadu. I want to serve the people of the state. Please give me a chance. That was his appeal. And he said, rest assured, I'm not going to swindle money like the mainstream parties. I don't need your money. I don't need public money. So these were the kind of emotional appeals that he was making. Perhaps that worked out among the youth, among those that are disillusioned. And let's also tell you that this is the social media impact. This is the impact of young voters. In fact, in many places, there were children who have been so enamored by Vijay's campaigning that they told their parents and the adults in their household and in their inner circle to vote for Vijay, or that they won't speak to the parents or the elders in the house. So this is the kind of influence that he's been able to exert through various means. So it's, and a phenomenon that is a little bit hard to explain, that Vijay has been able to storm to power like this, disrupting two giants of the Dravidian movement, and now he himself has an identity for himself.
All right, thank you, Siddharth, for getting us the latest as you stand outside Vijay's residence right there in Tamil Nadu. Thank you for getting us. We'll get back to you soon. Well, as the counting of votes gets underway in India, let's take a look at some of the key moments on D-Day across West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. As the Bharatiya Janata Party surged past the majority mark in the high-stakes West Bengal elections, derailing Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee's bid for a fourth consecutive term, jubilant BJP supporters marked the moment by celebrating with jhalmuri outside the party office in Kolkata. In Tamil Nadu, a video of TVK chief Vijay's family celebrating at their residence has surfaced on social media, coinciding with the party's strong showing in early counting trends across Tamil Nadu. Party workers were also seen joining in the festivities with whistles and chants of the signature Whistle Podu anthem, marking an energetic display of support on counting day. And in Kerala, as the United Democratic Front crossed the halfway majority mark, Congress leader K.C. Venugopal was seen sharing a hug with Shashi Tharoor, Ramesh Chennithala and State Congress Chief Sunny Joseph. Well, we still continue with our coverage of the state elections in India, in West Bengal, Assam, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. We'll get you more details. Slipping into a short break, stay tuned to WION The World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
and welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World is One, and this is the continuous coverage of the assembly elections in India's 4 states and 1 union territory. Well, big upset for the TMC and Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, and a big win for debutant Vijay with his TVK party winning, or rather onwards winning to the elections in Tamil Nadu. We'll get you all the details and the ground report. Let's begin with the headlines. BJP is poised for a historic win as it crosses halfway mark of 147 seats and leads in over 190 seats, while ruling TMC trails around 90. With counting of votes continuing, the state appears set for its first BJP government since independence. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urges counting agents and candidates not to leave strong rooms as vote counting continues. Alleges that BJP is attempting to project its numbers first as using central forces to target TMC. Assam's election trends show BJP-led NDA taking strong lead, crossing over 95 seats in 126-member assembly as counting continues. Opposition, including Congress and its allies, trails significantly as gap with ruling alliance widens. French President Emmanuel Macron calls for U.S. and Iran to coordinate reopening of Strait of Hormuz, saying it is the only solution to restoring navigation. Rejects participation in any unclear military operation. NATO Chief Mark Rutte says Europeans have heard U.S. President Donald Trump's message of frustration over the Iran war and are stepping up after Washington announced it would withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany. Iran's military warns that U.S. forces would be attacked if they enter Strait of Hormuz after President Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area. Says any safe passage in Strait must be coordinated with its armed forces. At least 10 people hospitalized after a shooting at a party near Arcadia Lake, northeast of Oklahoma City in the U.S. No suspects in custody and number of injured expected to rise. India resumes wheat exports after 4 years, led by ITC Limited shipping 22,000 tons to the UAE. Strong harvests and higher freight rates enable trade, though rising domestic prices may limit broader export competitiveness globally. Manchester United are back into the Champions League. The Red Devils beat Liverpool at Old Trafford to officially book their spot in Europe's elite club competition after 2 years. Well, of course, this is the continuous coverage of the assembly elections in India in 4 states and 1 union territory. There has been a big upset for the TMC party led by Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. If we go by the numbers that are coming in from West Bengal, the BJP has crossed the 190 mark. Meanwhile, the TMC has now been reduced, of course, now to 90 and 92 rather. So, of course, there has been This upset for TMC Mamata Banerjee, who even then has been holding on to hopes and have been urging party men not to leave strong rooms, alleging that the BJP is attempting to project its numbers first and using central forces to target TMC, while the BJP is, of course, looking poised for a historic win as it crosses halfway mark of 147 seats and is leading in over 190 seats. Now, this is the counting of votes, which is now still continuing. And, of course, the state appears to set for its first BJP government since independence. And there are visuals already coming in celebration of this big win for BJP, which is rather a hat trick, including the win in Assam and, of course, in West Bengal. And talking of Assam, the BJP stands with 97 seats as of now, with the Congress at 27. A win for Himanta Biswa Sarma again, as he, of course, celebrates the win there in Assam with 97 seats. Meanwhile, looking at Tamil Nadu, a big win for superstar Vijay, where he's leading at 110, very close to the majority mark, with the second position going to the AI DMK, and of course DMK trailing in the third position with 58 seats. The AI DMK has won 66 as of now, with the TVK clearly looking as a majority and crossing the majority mark in Tamil Nadu with the actor Vijay. And of course, these are visuals of celebration coming in from Vijay's family members, who were seen blowing whistles, which is, of course, Vijay's party logo, the symbol of TVK. And of course, it's a big win for Vijay there in Tamil Nadu, as a debutant, rather. We're 6 hours into the counting of votes, and a clear picture is now emerging about the results of the assembly elections in these 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Of course, the biggest surprise of the day has been from Tamil Nadu, where actor-politician Vijay's TVK has swept the polls and looks set to become the next chief minister of Tamil Nadu. In Bengal, meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee's juggernaut has been halted by the BJP, which looks set to form its first ever government in the state for independence. In Kerala, meanwhile, the Congress-led UDF looks set to oust the LDF government, while in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma looks all set to retain his power back. Now let's unpack these trends with our guest. We'll be joined by our journalist Nalini Singh, and we'll also be joined by our correspondent Tamjot Kaur from West Bengal. Tamjot, I'll come to you first. Of course, when we were earlier talking about, you said that the celebration seems neutral right now. How is the mood right now after we see clearly BJP crossing the majority mark?
Well, loud is one way to put it, Jyotsna. I mean, we just had a lot of party workers bring in speakers and audio systems, and you can now hear the party anthems playing in the background as more and more supporters make their way to this particular BJP office. There are also others across Kolkata and West Bengal where people have also gathered, this being one of them. I don't know if you can hear the uproar behind me, but that's a whole bunch of supporters and workers who've gathered here just a few hours before the Indian Prime Minister addresses party workers in the Delhi BJP office. So momentum of celebration is clearly picking up here for the BJP. And TMC, on the other hand, you still have Mamata Banerjee fighting a battle as the lone wolf, as she still leads on the Bhawanipur Assembly constituency with over 12,000 votes. Although overall not a great day for the TMC in terms of West Bengal's electoral mandate over here. But for the BJP, it's a whole other victory altogether. This is the first of the party's such mandate in West Bengal ever since independence, which kind of... And there you have it, more and more supporters coming in, chanting slogans and others. So it's quite loud here. It's definitely getting louder. I mean, a lot has changed in just an hour, and the more the mandate solidifies, the more people turn up at the office, Jyotsna.
True. and it's very well expected considering the fact that it is making its poised to make a government after since independence there, Dhamjot. I'll come back to you, but I'll go to my guest, Nandini Singh. You're a journalist and you have probably covered such events taking place in Indian politics, but first time after independence, BJP making a government, how big of a deal have you observed this to be in West Bengal?
Not just that the BJP is making the government, but the fact that there's been 34 years of the left rule and now Mamata Banerjee's rule. So, 15 years of that. So I think that this is an extraordinary development in West Bengal, that some other party is coming along. BJP, of course, is showing its own structures. It's showing its own tendencies, its own proclivities, its own biases, if I may say. And maybe that is what we have seen in the left rule. We have seen that in Mamata Banerjee. So there may be many lessons for the BJP in the results and the fact that it will now be the ruling party. And what really, one of the things that occurs to me immediately is that if once, and I'm being a bit journalistically critical at this time, that if once you are branded an anti-Hindu party, you do not stand a chance really of regaining the territory that you lose just by this branding. Mamata Banerjee has suffered that. And although she tried very hard in the last few months, she's constructed temples. She also consecrated a temple in Digha in the last few months, but it doesn't work like that. So there is a buzz that starts from the ground and goes up. But, it's not just the buzz in what the leaders say. And BJP should also now be wary of this. It's what the law and order, what the police does. If the police and other instruments of law and order are shown to be partisan, and if you find that such and such person or community will not be penalized, but such and such community will be, then that spreads faster than any communication that the leaders make. So I would say that is one, and the other factor is that over dependence on schemes is not going to help anybody, even the BJP. So Mamata Banerjee had a plethora of schemes, including that this 1,500 rupees cash transfer to crores of women. And it was not just now, not just that she started before the elections, but she has been transferring 500 rupees to crores of women for a very, very long time. And to her great credit, she has made this transfer not a dole, but a right of the women. So now they are asking adhikar. So now they're saying that not only do we expect this is our right, but we want more. And what they want more, and here is another indication for the BJP, I'm sure the BJP doesn't need to learn from me, they know it, is that the place is hungry for jobs. You know what kind of migration takes place. You also know what kind of in-migration took place, temporary in-migration took place just now, because people didn't want to lose their votes. Just in case their names had not been deleted. If they were on the rolls, they wanted to vote so that they're able to establish their citizenship or their locus standi in West Bengal. So they left these jobs, they came back. But crores, in very large numbers, they came back. So I would say that the fact that there is such high migration already tells you that West Bengal needs jobs. But at the same time, I must mention a paradox. So that means that the West Bengal did not do well in terms of development. If there had been industries, etc., or then labor-intensive occupations, migrants would not leave. But the most interesting thing is, here West Bengal lagged behind in development. There in Tamil Nadu, logged 11% per annum development. Yet they lost, the ruling party lost there. and the ruling party lost here in West Bengal. So I think there are many other layers which now have to be unveiled and or unpeeled, and that's when we will know exactly what people are voting for. Is it the Gen Z phenomena of Vijay in TVK? In which case they just not only came in hordes themselves, I'm sure they convinced their parents also, or families to an extent. So what is really important is that if it is a Gen Z election, then please be cautioned. Just 2 months ago in Nepal, we had Balian Shah win maybe a 2/3 or 3/4 majority because of Gen Z. And 2 months later, he's facing rebellion, he's facing the Gen Z's anger, because he's now implementing what he said he would. And if Vijay, of course, has a little bit of an advantage in this, we don't know what he stands for. He has never had a press conference, so people just don't know. So is it because, is it a combination of Gen Z plus the consolidation of minorities behind him, which is Christians, he's a Christian himself, plus Muslims. And my figures are not really very trustworthy in this, but I believe it could be almost as high as 40%, perhaps. The same way in Kerala, are the minorities the last bastion who are resisting the BJP? And is the Hindu consolidation taking place, for instance, in West Bengal, and the Gen Z plus the minorities this time in Tamil Nadu, but the next time will it be Hindu consolidation? These are things these are aspects which need a very deep dive. And I would hate to be glib and say that, I figured it out. I really have not. It is an extremely important election. All I can say is that this will change national politics to a very noticeable extent when you see that the East has walked away and walked into, let's say, the arms of the BJP. And if you now take, so the important inference which one can also make here is that we are going towards an opposition-free India. And the only bulwark against is some southern states this time. And the other inference one must also draw from this is that 2024 national elections, where BJP fell below a simple majority, that seems to have been an aberration. Because you see the assembly elections after that, there is a solid march of the BJP in consequential in terms of their weight in the, in getting to the majority in parliament. So that seems to have been an aberration. At the same time, the Gen Z, the minorities getting together, are able to uproot a government of so many terms. And also that a Hindu consolidation, plus I think also an SIR, plus maybe over dependence on schemes, plus law and order not being being biased in favor, and also not being absent in many places, that the law and order being given over to party cadres, to whom people are calling, I'm not, other people are calling goons. So if goons, they will not go anywhere. So if they transfer their loyalty to somebody else, to some other party, for instance, to the BJP, then the consequences will follow in a few years' time, in 2029, if not the next election, in 31.
Absolutely. Now
so there are many, many aspects.
True. And you've really elaborated and told us about all the analysis of all these states and what could have played an important role in turning these events as so. Coming to Tamil Nadu, you talked about the Gen Z that have played a big role in making Vijay win at a time when Vijay was not allowed to campaign, his movies were not being allowed to release. What are the other factors that could have influenced Vijay win? Because Tamil Nadu is a state which has seen anti-incumbency. So could that also could have been a factor because we see DMK emerging, of course, as the second major party after TVK.
So I think that you're right about anti-incumbency. There is also the dynastic label that sticks with the DMK. But what is something which comes as a surprise to me also, but should be studied further, is the performance of the AIDMK. When you talked to either of the two parties, they would say the other party is our main opponent. TVK doesn't stand anywhere. Both parties would say that. But I would say that it is it is the anti-incumbency of the DMK, and it is also, we will have to figure out whether TVK only hit the DMK. Because the vote share of the AIADMK, according to what is being released by television channels, I haven't seen the ECI data yet, Election Commission, but the AIADMK vote share doesn't seem to have fallen that much, or very little. But the DMK has lost. You know, in any election, if you have a minus 10% vote swing, then that's it. You don't recover from such a huge vote swing. And I think that in the case of DMK, that's what's happened. And what you're asking is, how is it? What is it that swung the vote away from DMK? A negative vote for DMK or a positive vote for TVK? So I think that it is definitely, don't overlook the negative vote for DMK, although they will not like my saying that. But I think that there is an element of entitlement, which you can see in many, not all, but many ministers of the DMK, their behavior, etc. And also, please remember that in the last 10 years or before that, but also Jayalalitha did it, of course, AIADMK did it as much, that they would actually buy the votes. So I remember a very senior leader of a political party from Tamil Nadu telling me that the Jayalalitha has perfected this, and maybe the DMK had also, but he didn't mention the DMK, that in the morning they have all figured out in this street how many people are in which families, how many families and how many people. They've got the envelopes. At that time, it was only 500 rupees. But I'm talking about many years ago. So they would just give 500 rupees to every voter down the street. And there would be one person who was in charge of that street, one cadre of the AIDMK. And so they started buying the votes, whether they started or it was started earlier. But in Tamil Nadu, it was down to a science.
Right.
So when you have murky things like that, which have come along, then TVK, Vijay, who doesn't say, he only speaks in public. He hasn't, as far as I know, he's had no press interviews. He's had no press conference. He is also difficult to access, by the way. It isn't as if he's available all the time. So I think many of these things that come from maybe being a star, a superstar on Tamil movies, he will now have to change if he's going to be the chief minister contender.
True. And that being said, Tamil Nadu has a long history of electing film stars, but we've seen that the ones for talking about Jayalalitha, they have all stood up with already an existing party. While we look at Vijay, he's come up with a new party which has new members. Do you think they're just ready to win, or they're capable of now, being a government in Tamil Nadu? How ready do you think they are?
Who is to say? Vijay does have some. He has imported some leaders from the two Dravidian parties. And I'm sure he's well aware that these are the things that work and these are the things that don't work. But I would share your comment on the readiness. But I think he will be propped up is the wrong word, but he will be supported by people who know what governance is. And in Tamil Nadu, there are, it's much more streamlined than it may be in other parts. The one thing that he also has to watch out for is the entrenched corruption. And if he can overcome that, and that, in my opinion, is a big if. And if he knows that that this has been the skid row for both for DMK and for AIADMK before that, Jayalalitha before that, he will avoid it. But I don't know how. But I think an important point here is, besides Gen Z, Vijay has also scooped up, made inroads into the Dalit vote, into the very, very important, significant Gounder vote. And in my opinion, this also gives, a sort of a pointer to all parties, national or otherwise, that a newcomer can actually sweep away a large chunk of the Dalit vote, at least the Gounder vote. And what is that saying? It's talking about some dissatisfaction. Although also DMK has many, many schemes. But as I would have told you about West Bengal, I repeat here that preponderance of schemes does not ensure victory. And that is not called governance, even by the people who are receiving those schemes. They're looking at, it's been said in Bangla, they don't want to be bhattajivi. Is it Bangla or Hindi? But they don't want to just remain as a person who is propped up by doles.
True.
They want to be part of the dynamism of an economy which is on the move. So this is what I'd like to.
Absolutely. Of course, there has been many upsets and wins in this election, a surprise for both the winners and the losers. Thank you so much for joining on the broadcast. You explained all of the factors very beautifully. Thank you so much for joining on the broadcast and explaining.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll continue our coverage of the assembly elections in India and much more on the other side of a very short break, so stay tuned.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes, and millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
Vielleicht nur als Impulsant.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World. Thanks for staying with us. This is our continuous coverage of the assembly elections in India in 4 states and 1 union territory. We'll get you all the updates and ground updates. Let's begin with the headlines. BJP is poised for a historic win as it crosses halfway mark of 147 seats and leads in over 190 seats, while ruling TMC trails around 90. With counting of votes continuing, this state appears set for its first BJP government since independence. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urges counting agents and candidates not to leave strong rooms as vote counting continues, alleges that the BJP is attempting to protect its numbers first and using central forces to target TMC. Assam's election trends show BJP-led NDA crossing over 95 seats in 126-member assembly as counting continues. Opposition, including Congress and its allies, trails significantly as gap with ruling alliance widens. French President Emmanuel Macron calls for U.S. and Iran to coordinate reopening of Strait of Hormuz, saying it is the only solution to restoring navigation, rejects participation in any unclear military operation. NATO Chief Mark Rutte says Europeans have heard U.S. President Donald Trump's message of frustration over the Iran war and are stepping up after Washington announced it would withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany. Iran's military warns that U.S. forces would be attacked if they enter Strait of Hormuz after President Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area. Says any safe passage in Strait must be coordinated with its armed forces. At least 10 people hospitalized after a shooting at a party near Arcadia Lake, northeast of Oklahoma City. In the U.S., no suspects in custody and number of injured expected to rise. India resumes wheat exports after 4 years, led by ITC Limited shipping 22,000 tons to the UAE. Strong harvests and higher freight rates enable trade, though rising domestic prices may limit broader export competitiveness globally. Manchester United are back into the Champions League. The Red Devils beat Liverpool at Old Trafford to officially book their spot in Europe's elite club competition after 2 years. Now, we are several hours into the counting of votes for 5 assembly elections. While official results are still hours away, trends have already painted a picture of change in most states. Votes are being counted in 4 Indian state elections: West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Assam, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. In West Bengal, trends suggest a historic breakthrough for the BJP. It is leading comfortably in the state and has now crossed the halfway mark in the trend so far. Now, a win for BJP would mark a historic political shift in Bengal and give a massive boost in pan-India ambitions. Now, Chief Minister and TMC leader Mamata Banerjee, who is seeking a fourth term and is yet to concede, she posted a video message requesting all party workers to not leave the counting venue.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে, এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্স পুলিশ সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে। কিন্তু এখনও এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি, সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে।
Now, there are surprises in Tamil Nadu too, where actor-turned politician Vijay's TVK has emerged as a major disruptor in trends. It is approaching a possible majority. Now, Vijay came into this election as the unfancied challenger up against behemoths DMK and AIDMK, who have dominated the state's politics for over 6 decades. Well, change is also on the cards in Kerala, where the Congress-led United Democratic Front, UDF, has surged ahead. Many exit polls had predicted a victory, but the alliance is performing even better than expected. Kerala is currently governed by the Left Democratic Front, LDF. The Indian state governed by left parties after their defeats in Tripura in 2018 and West Bengal in 2011. However, the NDA-led Assam and Puducherry seem to have bucked the trend of change. In Assam, the Himanta Biswa Sarma is set to return as chief minister after a bitter battle against Congress. Sarma, a former Congress leader who switched to the BJP in 2015, has emerged as the party's most influential figure in the northeast region, helping it win Assam in 2016 and retain it in 2021 when he took over as chief minister. Meanwhile, in Puducherry, the ruling alliance of AINRC and BJP looks set for a comfortable majority in its 30-member assembly. All right, now we're being joined live by our correspondent Piali Mitra from Haldia in West Bengal. Thank you so much, Piali, for joining us. Tell us about this mood on ground. It's a big victory for the BJP and coming into government after independence. What is the mood on the ground? What have you been observing?
Actually, we have started witnessing the visual when where BJP workers have started celebration. Several parts of the state we are getting this same visual, and I am right now at the Haldia where counting for 3 assembly seats, Nandigram, Mahishadol and Haldia is currently underway, and the BJP workers from the same assembly constituency, they are also started celebrating. And let me just quickly give you the updates which we are getting from the ECI website. BJP is currently leading 91 seats. The ruling party TMC is leading 96 seats. So it's clearly showing the clean sweep for BJP, because already 10 to 11 rounds of counting has already over, and the BJP has managed to retain the significant gap between itself and the Trinamool Congress, and the major seats which we have seen earlier occupied by TMC, now BJP has claimed that seat and they are going to win that seat. However, the final result will become by evening, I guess, but this is clearly shown that BJP going to form the government this this time, and this will be the first time when BJP will be in power if the final result will in their favor. Let me just show you the visual of this counting center. TMC workers, they have not, they have came out for the lunch break, and now they are going again inside. The counting is still underway. Subhendu Adhikari, who is opposition leader, he is also contesting from this seat as well, because in 2021 he has defeated Mamata Banerjee in this seat, and he has fielded by BJP in this seat again. And TMC's candidate Pradeep Kaur, he was also close associate of Subhendu Adhikari, but this time he was fielded by TMC. But Subhendu Adhikari is leading in Nandigram seat over 17,000 votes. On the other hand, if you see Bhabanipur seat, Subhendu Adhikari is also contesting in Bhabanipur seat. However, in this seat, Mamata Banerjee is leading. But overall, TMC is trailing. They are currently leading 99 seats, where BJP is leading 199 seats, which is clearly showing they are going to win this time.
Absolutely, Piani. Of course, BJP looks like it's poised to make history by winning West Bengal. But thank you so much for all the updates, and we'll come back to you as and when we get more updates. Thank you. Now, Congress has once again missed a crucial opportunity to revive itself as a strong national challenger. Today was a big and decent moment, but the party has fallen short yet again. The bottom line is that Congress is struggling in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Puducherry assembly elections. Electoral relief is set to come only from Kerala. Now, as per early trends from the Election Commission of India, the situation in Assam is clearly tilted in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress is trailing far behind, nowhere near half of BJP's numbers. And this sharply contradicts the confidence shown by Gaurav Gogoi, who had claimed the Congress-led alliance would form the government. In Puducherry, meanwhile, Congress is leading in just 1 of 30 seats, underlining its weak presence. In Tamil Nadu, the party remains a junior ally of the Dravida Munnetra Kadagam and is leading in only 5 of 234 seats. Its role was already limited. Early trends now suggest it may shrink even further. In West Bengal, the contrast could not be sharper. The Bharatiya Janata Party, which rose from just 3 seats in 2016 to 77 in the last election, and now has surged past 2/3 majority mark as per early trends right now. It clearly indicates that the BJP has managed to expand its base and effectively challenge the dominance of the All-India Trinamool Congress. In West Bengal, the Congress chose to contest independently in this election, hoping to rebuild its base and expand its vote share. But early trends suggest the strategy has failed to deliver, leaving the party with neither alliance vantage nor independent growth. Well, the only relief comes from Kerala, where the Congress-led United Democratic Front is ahead, supported by allies like the Indian Union Muslim League and the Revolutionary Socialist Party. But beyond Kerala, the message is clear: 4 assembly elections, 4 setbacks, and another miss for Congress. Now we have some breaking news coming in, and this is from the state of Assam, where Gaurav Gogoi, president of the Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, has now lost the assembly poll from the Jorhat constituency. Gaurav Gogoi lost to BJP's Hitendranath Goswami by 23,182 votes. The BJP is on course to secure a thumping 2/3 majority in the state. This is breaking news coming in from the state of Assam, where Gaurav Gogoi, president of the Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, has now lost the assembly poll from the Jorhat constituency. Now, Gogoi lost to BJP's Hitendra Nath Goswami by about 23,182 votes. Now, Tamil Nadu Assembly results have sprung a surprise. Very early trends suggest DMK returning to power, but the mood changed halfway through the counting after Joseph Vijay's party, TVK, has surged ahead, commanding a massive lead. And according to latest data from the Election Commission of India, TVK is now leading the race in Tamil Nadu with over 100 seats in its very first electoral outing. Party chief Vijay is also ahead in both Perambur and Tiruchirappalli East, the two constituencies he is contesting from. Exit polls and earlier projections have suggested that Vijay and his newly formed TVK would play the role of kingmaker, but potentially cutting into the vote share of the two dominant players in Tamil Nadu, DMK and AIDMK. But now he is in the poll to become the king himself, the new leader. Meanwhile, AIDMK and its the key leader, also known as EPS, performance is nothing short of political comeback. AIDMK is currently in second position with 58 seats, according to data of Election Commission. The numbers indicate EPS-led party performing significantly better than expected, winning more seats, improving vote share, or re-establishing itself as a major force, as it also signals that the party has regained political ground. Now, this could mean voters are returning to AIDMK, its organizational strength has improved, or EPS's leadership is gaining wider acceptance. He's also leading from his constituency with more than 66,000 votes. Meanwhile, MK Stalin-led DMK is facing an unexpected setback. The party right now in third position with around 49 seats, a result few had predicted. This is surprising, as most exit polls and pre-election assessments had indicated little to no anti-incumbency, with Stalin widely expected to secure another term based on perceptions of stable governance and positive public sentiment. And adding to the unexpected turn, Stalin is currently trailing in his constituency, where TVK candidate VS Babu has taken a lead of over 7,000 votes. In contrast, his son and Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin is leading from the Alikeni constituency. When it comes to the Congress, trends point to a disappointing performance in the state, largely tied to the broader setback faced by its alliance with the DMK. Now, in Assam, Hemanta Biswa Sarma continues to hold a strong grip on his home turf, having represented the Jalukbari constituency uninterrupted since 2001. Now, Jalukbari, a high-profile and unreserved seat in Assam's Kamrup Metropolitan District, falls under the Guwahati Lok Sabha constituency and remains one of the state's most crucial political battlegrounds. And as counting of votes for the Assam Assembly elections continue across the state, early trends are drawing significant attention, and polling for all 126 constituencies was held on April 9th with a voter turnout of 85.38%, which is the highest since Assam's first assembly election in 1951. And these are also the first elections after the delimitation exercise, with the total number of seats remaining at 126. The number of reserved constituencies has now changed. Scheduled tribe seats have increased to 19 and scheduled caste seats to 9, with several constituencies reorganized. Now, the big takeaway emerging from early trends is that BJP is reinforcing the strength of the double-engine narrative in the Northeast. Exit polls had already indicated this trajectory, and Access My India projected the NDA winning between 88 and 100 seats. People's Pulse had estimated 68 to 72 seats, while Mitra's News projected 85 to 95 seats, and all pointing towards a likely return of the BJP-led government in Assam. So what explains this continued dominance is that, according to reports, under Himanta Biswa Sarma's leadership, the focus has been on infrastructure expansion, efficient governance, and wide-ranging welfare measures. And this trend also reflects a broader political shift in Assam. In the 2016 assembly elections, the BJP had secured a major breakthrough with 60 seats, ending the long rule of the Congress, which was reduced to 26. And as the counting of votes continue in these 4 Indian states and 1 union territory, let's take a look at some of the key moments on this D-Day across West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Now, as the Bharatiya Janata Party surged past the majority mark in the high-stakes West Bengal elections, derailing Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee's bid for a 4th consecutive term, jubilant BJP supporters marked the moment by celebrating with jhalmuri outside the party office in Kolkata. Meanwhile, in Tamil Nadu, a video of TVK chief Vijay's family celebrating at their residence has surfaced on social media, coinciding with the party's strong showing in early counting trends across Tamil Nadu. The party workers were also seen joining in the festivities with whistles and chants of the signature Whistle Podu anthem, marking an energetic display of support on the counting day. In Kerala, as the United Democratic Front crossed the halfway majority mark, Congress leader K.C. Venugopal was seen sharing a hug with Shashi Tharoor, Ramesh Chennithala and State Congress Chief Sunny Joseph. Let's shift our focus to other global news from across the world. U.S. President Donald Trump says very positive discussions are underway with Iran, even as the U.S. prepares a major military-backed escort operation in one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. President Trump has announced that the U.S. will guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz from Monday onwards. Posting on Truth Social, Trump said countries from all over the world have requested American aid in navigating through the key waterway. Trump wrote that the operation, called Project Freedom, would be a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the U.S. regional countries, but in particular the country of Iran. Now, according to the United States Central Command, the operation will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 aircraft, unmanned systems, and 15,000 personnel. Commander Brad Cooper says that the mission is critical to global economic stability. But a senior Iranian official warned that Tehran would consider any U.S. attempt to interfere in the Strait of Hormuz a breach of the ceasefire. Ibrahim Azizi, head of the National Security Commission in Iran's parliament, warned against any American interference in the new maritime regime of the strait. Iran has maintained a stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz since the war began, choking off major flows of oil, gas, and fertilizer to the world economy. while the U.S. has imposed a counter-blockade on Iranian ports. Well, more than 900 ships remain stuck in the Gulf. A ceasefire took hold April 8th, but talks since then have stalled. Now, in his Truth Social post, Trump had also signaled optimism, suggesting diplomacy could still end the conflict. Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that the U.S. has responded to Tehran's 14-point peace proposal. The spokesperson says that the U.S. has sent the response to mediator Pakistan, and Iran is reviewing the American response. According to reports, Iran's fresh proposal focuses on ending the war across all fronts, including Lebanon, with all issues resolved within 30 days. The plan contains 3 main stages, with a 30-day phase aimed at transforming a ceasefire into a complete end to the war. The Iranian draft reportedly calls for the U.S. to lift sanctions on Iran, end its blockade on Iranian ports, withdraw U.S. forces from the region, and cease all hostilities. India has rejected Nepal's objection to the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra being conducted via Lipulekh Pass in Uttarakhand. The Ministry of External Affairs has said that Nepal's claim on the region is not justified or based on historical facts and evidence. Responding to Nepal's claims related to border issues, External Affairs Ministry spokesperson Ranthir Jaiswal said India's position on the matter has been consistent and clear. Jaiswal said Nepal's unilateral artificial enlargement of territorial claims is untenable. The MEA spokesperson also said India remains open to a constructive interaction with Nepal on all issues in the bilateral relationship, including on resolving agreed outstanding boundary issues through dialogue and diplomacy. He added that Lipulekh Pass has been a long-standing route for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra since 1954, and that the pilgrimage through this route is not a new development. The sharp response comes in the context of the annual pilgrimage to Kailash Mansarovar via Lipulekh Pass. Now, Nepal has said that Kathmandu was not consulted before finalizing the route for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra pilgrimage. On Sunday, the Nepal government sent diplomatic notes to India and China objecting to the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage's route through Lipulekh Pass, which Kathmandu claims as its territory. Nepal's Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that his country's concerns had been conveyed to both the neighbors through diplomatic channels. The yatra was resumed last year after a gap of nearly 5 years, and this was as part of efforts to normalize the relations between India and China. The pilgrimage is set to take place from June to August, and 10 batches, each consisting of 50 pilgrims, will travel through Lipulekh Pass in Uttarakhand, and another 10 batches, also consisting of 50 pilgrims, will travel through Nathula in Sikkim. Nepal's Foreign Ministry spokesperson claimed that under the Sargoli Treaty of 1816, the areas of Lipulekh and Kalapani are integral part of Nepal. He said Nepal had urged India to refrain from all the activities in the region, including road construction, border trade, and pilgrimages. Well, that's all in this broadcast, but news and updates will follow on the other side. You're watching Beyond World. It's one. Do stay tuned.
WION, India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide, because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. an award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One, and this is the continuous coverage of the local elections votes counting in India across 4 states and 1 union territory. We get you more details on that front, but first the headlines. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urges counting agents and candidates not to leave strong rooms as vote counting continues. Alleges that BJP is attempting to project its numbers first and using central forces to target TMC. BJP is poised for a historic win as it crosses halfway mark of 147 seats and leads in over 190 seats, while ruling TMC trails around 90. With counting of votes continuing, the state appears set for its first BJP government since independence. Assam Congress President Gaurav Gogoi loses Jorhat seat to incumbent BJP MLA Hitendranath Goswami by a margin of 23,182 votes in assembly elections. French President Emmanuel Macron calls for US and Iran to coordinate reopening of Strait of Hormuz, saying it is the only solution to restoring navigation, rejects participation in any unclear military operation. Iran's military warns that US forces would be attacked if they enter Strait of Hormuz after President Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area, says any safe passage in Strait must be coordinated with its armed forces. NATO chief Mark Rutte says Europeans have heard US President Donald Trump's message of frustration over the Iran war and are stepping up after Washington announced it would withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany. At least 10 people hospitalized after a shooting at a party near Arcadia Lake, northeast of Oklahoma City in the U.S. No suspects in custody and number of injured expected to rise. India resumes wheat exports after 4 years, led by ITC Limited shipping 22,000 tons to the UAE. Strong harvests and higher freight rates enable trade, though rising domestic prices may limit broader export competitiveness globally. Manchester United are back into the Champions League. The Red Devils beat Liverpool at Old Trafford to officially book their spot in Europe's elite club competition after 2 years. Well, we are several hours into the counting of votes for 5 assembly elections. So while official results are still hours away, trends have already painted a picture of change in most states. Votes are being counted in 4 Indian state elections: West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. In West Bengal, trends suggest a historic breakthrough for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It is leading comfortably in the state and has crossed the halfway mark in the trends so far. A win for BJP would definitely mark a historic political shift in Bengal, given a massive, and it's also a massive win to boost pan-India ambitions. Chief Minister and TMC leader Mamata Banerjee, who is seeking a 4th term yet to conceded, she posted a video message requesting all party workers to not leave the counting venue. There are surprises in Tamil Nadu too, where actor turned politician Vijay's TVK has emerged as a major disruptor. In trends, it is approaching a possible majority. Vijay came into this election as the unfancied challenger. He was up against behemoths, DMK and AIADMK, who have dominated the state's politics for over 6 decades. Change is also on the cards in Kerala, where the Congress-led United Democratic Front, UDF, has surged ahead. Many exit polls had predicted a victory, but the alliance is performing even better than expected. Kerala is currently governed by the Left Democratic Front, LDF, the Indian state governed by left parties after their defeats in Tripura in 2018 and West Bengal in 2011. However, the NDA-led Assam and Puducherry seemed to have bucked the trend of change. In Assam, the Himanta Biswa Sarma is set to return as Chief Minister after a bitter battle against Congress. Sarma, a former Congress leader who switched to the BJP in 2015, has emerged as the party's most influential figure in the northeast region, helping it win Assam in 2016 and even retain it in 2021 when he took over as Chief Minister. We look into Puducherry now. The ruling alliance of AINRC and BJP looks set for a comfortable majority in its 30-member assembly. Well, to get more updates on the West Bengal election votes counting, joining us live right now is my colleague Dharamjot Kaur. Dharam, with BJP seemingly successful to localize in Bengal, can we call it the end of the Banerjee era?
Well, I don't know if you can call it the end of the Banerjee era because the sentiment in terms of the voters here is that they want to give a different party an opportunity once to see how they do things differently. But whether or not that translates into a deep grassroots level understanding of the state, its people, its concerns, I think that is something we will find out over the course of time. But for now, it's full celebration mode. As you can see behind me, there's a whole bunch of party workers and supporters who have gathered here. It's a complete sea of orange. They're throwing color at each other. There's a lot of dancing, singing happening. It's incredibly loud, which is expected from the party after it's registered what you would call a very, very historic mandate for the first time in the state of West Bengal. But Whether or not it's the end of a Banerjee era, I think that's a little too early to presume. We do have Mamata Banerjee in the position of being the leader of opposition of West Bengal. How she utilizes that role over the next 5 years and what really happens the next time, that is something that is too early to predict at this point. But it is definitely the end of her 15-year tenure. It's definitely the end of TMC's comfort zone here in West Bengal, and that does indicate a very, very strong political shift in this particular state. But I think calling it the end of the Banerjee era might be a little, it'll be too soon to say that.
Yes, Thadam, as you rightly said, it might not be the end of Banerjee era, but it sure looks like the BJP has accepted that it is a start for them, a new era for them. So do stay with us, Thadam. Joining us live right now is Siddharth MP from Chennai, where we get more from what is happening in Tamil Nadu. Siddharth, Tamil Nadu has traditionally been locked in a DMK, AIA-DMK cycle dating back to the Dravidian movement under C.N. Annadurai. And power almost alternated predictably, and after Jayalalitha's death, AIA-DMK has struggled. So one can't help but draw parallels between Vijay and Jayalalitha, considering their film background, of course. What can you tell us about this? Are people comparing the two? Are we looking at a new era in which he can take in her steps?
See, one thing between politicians like MGR and Jayalalitha and Vijay is that they do have a common root in the cinema industry, but there cannot be a direct comparison because of the magnitude of what Vijay has pulled off over the last 2 years, because he's been a politician only for 2 years. His cinema career has lasted 33 plus years. He did not have any political mentor of sorts, so you cannot compare him with Jayalalitha, because Jayalalitha was groomed through and through by MGR, who was by far the greatest chief minister Tamil Nadu has seen. He ruled 10 years in a row, 3 elections. As long as he was alive, he was in power. So once he came to power, there was no stopping him. 10 years he ruled continuously. There was no DMK that could defeat him. So that was the kind of charisma and influence that he had. So he groomed her, and of course she also struggled her way up, and she became who she is. But these are all stars who were in a different era. So what Vijay has done is, in the social media era, in the face of trolling, in the face of attacks, personal attacks, and all of this, Vijay has emerged as a person with the largest majority that is in the state. He does not have a simple majority, but the fact is he's the single largest party. TVK has managed to pull off such a feat, and clearly what one can say is he has scripted history with no precedent. What he has done, not even MGR had done back in the day, because while MGR had won elections single-handedly, the fact is that MGR was groomed as a politician for at least 20 years. He spent 20 years with the then emerging DMK, and it was a symbiotic relationship. MGR would pull crowds. The DMK also had charismatic orators. So this was a symbiotic relationship between the two. And after almost 2 years in the DMK, he broke away in 1972. He started the AIA-DMK. So his political foray per se is also after considerable grooming and upbringing within an established political party or an upcoming political party. Vijay does not have that, mind you. So this is somebody who just emerged in the last 2 years in the political landscape, and in 2 years he's managed to pull off something as incredible. So there is no comparison today to what Vijay has done, and he's just disrupted the landscape of the state.
Siddharth, you did mention MGR. He is one of the pioneering faces when it comes to Tamil Nadu's politics. Cinema now, it looks like it is the route to power. So what are the reaction from fans? What is it like from the voters? Are they specially aligned because of the cinematic power that Vijay holds?
It's hard to generalize, because there are success stories of MGR, Jayalalitha and now Vijay, but at the same time there are also film stars who did not make it. Rajinikanth has been saying for decades that he would get into politics, but he did not get into politics. He backed out. Last moment he backed out, and he said there were many personal reasons why he's not getting into politics. Kamal Haasan got into electoral politics. He fought an election. He had his own party. He fought an election, but he lost his maiden election. His own seat he couldn't win. His party completely drew a blank. There was Shivaji Ganeshan, a very great actor again, but his political foray to who failed. There was Vijay Kant. He had success for almost a decade, but again, he could not become chief minister. He did have his heights at one point in time, almost a decade and a half ago, but after that, it was a downfall. So there are many politicians, when we say that there are many actors who came into politics and succeeded, like MGR, Jayalalitha and Vijay, we must also remember that there are many others who failed on the way. Many of them, like Kamal Haasan, couldn't make it. Kamal Haasan couldn't win his own seat. Of course, now he's a sort of nominated MP. So that's how he's become a parliamentarian. He's not elected, but he was rather selected or nominated. So that is one thing to consider. So there are many people who've had different trajectories, but it's about their personal equations, their personal ambitions and their personal strategy. So Vijay is one of the success stories, but there are many others behind him who did not make it. And certainly this also shows that cinema power or cinema popularity can also translate into political power and votes, provided the right mix is available. Vijay's timing is incredible. He got into the political landscape knowing fully well that there is a vacuum. He understood the kind of fatigue that exists among the voters with regards the establishment giants, the Dravidian parties that have ruled for 50, 60 years. So knowing that fully well, he's capitalized on it. He knows the youth are on his side. He knew the women are on his side. So he used all of this to weave a great narrative, and he's also remained very, shall I say, secluded. For that matter, he's not had any interactions with journalists. He's virtually remained isolated from the media. He's not given any interviews. All he's done is he's campaigned on the stage, and then he's left it at that. He would do public rallies. He would do road shows. He's left it at that. He's done a very unconventional style of campaign in this era. Just basic tweets, just small posts that would come out every now and then. But again, not like mainstream politicians. It was a very unconventional campaign, and that has yielded the kind of rewards. And the numbers are here for everyone to see.
Yes, Siddharth, do stay with us. I'd like to go to Dharamjot now. Dharamjot, you have been outside where the BJP party workers are celebrating, and it does look like a right celebration because since 2019, Bharatiya Janata Party has expanded rapidly in vote share. 3 seats in 2016, 77 seats in 2021, and now over 192 seats. Tell us more about BJP's rise and why they deserve that celebration and why they are finding them deserving of that.
Well, I think it's clearly because of the voter mandate that has been given to them. I think at the end of the day, all the conversation around it being a divisive vote or it being a vote based on Hindu-dominant areas or Muslim-dominant areas, all of those identifiers have sort of blurred in terms of those clear demarcations that political parties themselves have created. And so we're seeing a very, very unanimous verdict. I mean, it's not the 200 plus that the BJP was touting and forecasting for themselves, but it's still a very, very decisive mandate. Well over the halfway mark, almost very close to more than twice the number of seats that they won back in 2021. So from 77, you're seeing them at 193, 194 right now, leading in those seats. And so at the end of the day, it boils down to the fact that there has been a wave of anti-incumbency after 15 years of Mamata Banerjee's rule here in West Bengal. It's also been a myriad of issues that have compounded with it. Unemployment, for one, a lack of investment in the state. West Bengal used to be known as an industrial hub at some point. This is in the 60s and the 70s, and ever since then it's declined decade after decade after decade. And so the verdict here has been that, hey, we want to see a different party, maybe see what it does. Will it deliver any sort of sweeping changes? Because now it's what the BJP calls a double engine mechanism in place. So you have the BJP at the center, and now you also have BJP here at the state level. Does that really benefit its voters in terms of the sweeping policy changes that we're hoping for? That is the big question next. But yes, the mandate has been they just want to give a different party a chance and see how that really goes. But again, it can't be, said, it's too early to say what kind of a change is going to happen in West Bengal. The political mandate has changed for sure. The ground level reality, will see changes probably about in a year and a couple of years to see how this entire electoral mandate has really flipped for the voters. So that is where things currently stand. We still don't have a chief ministerial face of the BJP who will be leading this state. So that's the next $1 million question in terms of who is going to be representing West Bengal.
Of course, Dharamjot, as you rightly said, the next big question, the million-dollar question right now, who will be the Chief Minister of West Bengal? Do stay with us. Siddharth, you too stay with us. We'll be right back and we'll get more updates from you. As the counting of votes continue in 4 Indian states and 1 union territory, let's take a look at some of the key moments on D-Day across West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. As the Bharatiya Janata Party surged past the majority mark in the high-stakes West Bengal elections, derailing Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee's bid for a 4th consecutive term, jubilant BJP supporters marked the moment by celebrating with jhalmuri outside the party office in Kolkata. In Tamil Nadu, a video of TVK chief Vijay's family celebrating at their residence has surfaced on social media, coinciding with the party's strong showing in early counting trends across Tamil Nadu. Party workers were also seen joining in the festivities with whistles and chants of the signature Whistle Podu anthem, marking an energetic display of support on counting day. In Kerala, as the United Democratic Front crossed the halfway majority mark, Congress leader KC Venugopal was seen sharing a hug with Shashi Tharoor, Ramesh Chennithala and State Congress Chief Sunny Joseph. Well, a historic moment for the state of West Bengal with 294 seats and 148 needed for majority and the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly cutting the mark. This was amid a strong anti-incumbency movement and controversy over voter roll deletions. Well, BJP, as I previously mentioned, it went from 3 seats in 2016 to 77 seats in 2021 and is now the majority party. Well, a long-term expansion strategy definitely paying off. Not a sudden wave definitely, but a decade-long build-up peaking now for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Well, on the Tamil Nadu front, TVK, the party that is currently leading the game, it is a first-time party challenging entrenched power. The lead face of TVK, Vijay, has moved from becoming a crowd puller as an actor to vote converter. Vijay is definitely leading the signals and voters are openly breaking from the duopoly of DMK and AIDMK, and the default choice system looks like it is weakening in real time in the state of Tamil Nadu. We can also call this a realignment of Dravidian forces that is happening right now in the South Indian state. It's not theoretical anymore. A new nucleus could possibly be forming around the actor turned politician Vijay. So we can definitely expect smaller parties to gravitate towards TVK and leaders from other parties to defect the post results as well. Another state that is currently counting votes to shape its entire future for the next 5 years. Kerala with 142 seats, Pinarayi Vijayan, who wants a rare third consecutive term. The main fight right now is between left versus the Congress-led alliance. BJP is still a minor player here due to religious demographics, but still the competition still seems very high. And the core story right now in Kerala is the revolving door, because Kerala traditionally alternates between the Left Democratic Front, the LDF, and United Democratic Front, which is UDF, in every election. And 2021 was the time when that pattern was broken, when Pinarayi Vijayan won a second term. And now in 2026, the big question, was 2021 just an exception, or has Kerala actually changed permanently? We head into northeast now, northeast India, the state of Assam, where 122 seats persist. BJP's Himanta Biswa Sharma was seeking re-election. He does look like he has already won. Campaign was heavily focused on immigration and identity politics, and there were other issues as well, like floods, jobs, youth voters, welfare schemes. And right now it does look like this is consolidation of power and not just mere victory for Himanta Biswa Sharma and BJP-led NDA, already governed Assam since 2016. A lead now points towards a third consecutive term, and that's significant because Assam was once a Congress stronghold. Now it is becoming a stable BJP bastion in the northeast. And finally, to talk about the union territory of Puducherry. It is a small but politically important region with 30 seats. It is led by N. Rangaswamy, which is aligned with BJP, and outcomes often depend on alliances here, not just parties, but Puducherry is also looking towards being in the favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. To talk about these state elections as a whole, they do have national consequences. BJP is trying to expand its reach everywhere in the country, especially in states where it was traditionally weak. And the opposition parties are trying to hold ground and push back. And the results, ultimately, they will shape the 2029 national election landscape. They will affect constitutional power in parliament, and they will show whether Modi's political model still has momentum. Well, we will continue with the coverage of the vote counting and the state elections in India. But for now, we're wrapping up at this moment. Stay tuned to WION World is One. News and updates will wait on the other side. Thank you for watching.
India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes, and millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat. to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. This is the continuous coverage of state elections in India and the results that will be shaped today and that will shape the future of state politics in the country. We'll get you more on that front, but first a quick look at the headlines. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urges counting agents and candidates not to leave strong rooms as vote counting continues. Alleges that BJP is attempting to project its numbers first and using central forces to target TMC. BJP is poised for a historic win as it crosses halfway mark of 147 seats and leads in over 190 seats, while ruling TMC trails around 90 with counting of votes continuing. The state appears set for its first BJP government since independence. Assam Congress President Gaurav Gogoi loses Jorhat seat to incumbent BJP MLA Hitendra Nath Goswami by a margin of 23,182 votes in assembly elections. French President Emmanuel Macron calls for US and Iran to coordinate reopening of Strait of Hormuz, saying it is the only solution to restoring navigation, rejects participation in any unclear military operation. Iran's military warns that US forces would be attacked if they enter Strait of Hormuz after President Trump announces escort operations for ships in the area, says any safe passage in Strait must be coordinated with its armed forces. NATO chief Mark Rutte says Europeans have heard US President Donald Trump's message of frustration over the Iran war and are stepping up after Washington announced it would withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany. At least 10 people hospitalized after a shooting at a party near Arcadia Lake, northeast of Oklahoma City in the U.S. No suspects in custody and number of injured expected to rise. India resumes wheat exports after 4 years, led by ITC Limited shipping 22,000 tons to the UAE. Strong harvests and higher freight rates enable trade, though rising domestic prices may limit broader export competitiveness globally. Manchester United are back into the Champions League. The Red Devils beat Liverpool at Old Trafford to officially book their spot in Europe's elite club competition after 2 years. Well, we are several hours into the counting of votes for 5 assembly elections. While official results are still hours away, trends have already painted a picture of change in most states. Votes are being counted in 4 Indian state elections: West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. In West Bengal, trends suggest a historic breakthrough for the BJP. It is leading comfortably in the state and has crossed the halfway mark. A win for BJP would mark a historic political shift in Bengal, giving a massive boost to its pan-India ambitions. Chief Minister and TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee, who is seeking a 4th term, is yet to concede. She posted a video message requesting all party workers to not leave the counting venue.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে, এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে। কিন্তু এখনও এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি, সেগুলো বলছে না। টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে।
Now, there are surprises in Tamil Nadu too, where actor turned politician Vijay's TVK has emerged as a major disruptor. In trends, it is approaching a possible majority even. Vijay came into this election as the unfancied challenger up against behemoths DMK and AIA DMK, who have dominated the state's politics for over 6 decades. Now, change is also on the cards in Kerala, where the Congress-led United Democratic Front, UDF, has surged ahead. Many exit polls had predicted a victory, but the alliance is performing even better than expected. Kerala is currently governed by the Left Democratic Front, LDF, the Indian state governed by left parties, and after their defeats in Tripura in 2018, as well as West Bengal in 2011. However, the NDA-led Assam and Puducherry seem to have bucked the trend of change. In Assam, the Himanta Biswa Sarma is set to return as chief minister after a bitter battle against Congress. Sharma, a former Congress leader who switched to the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2015, has then emerged as the party's most influential figure in the northeast region, helping it win Assam in 2016 and even retain it in 2021 when he took over as chief minister. In Puducherry, the ruling alliance of AINRC and Bharatiya Janata Party looks set for a comfortable majority in its 30-member assembly. Well, the 2026 state election mandate is a watershed moment for India. It has not only shattered decades-old records and redefined regional political dynamics, but has also set the tone for the next general elections in 2029. In the state of West Bengal, the Bharatiya Janata Party in early trends has decisively crossed the halfway mark in the 294-member assembly. The BJP leading in more than 185 constituencies, while the ruling Trinamool Congress is trailing. After years of intense grassroots struggle, the party is headed to break through the Mamata's bastion, a mandate that would signal a massive shift in the state's ideological landscape. Celebrations have already erupted outside the BJP headquarters in Kolkata as the party looks poised to form its first ever government in the state. The most striking statistic in Bengal is also the near disappearance of the left front. Trends indicate CPIM has been reduced to just a single seat in early trends, and this is a shocking fall for a party that once ruled the state for over 3 decades. Down south, it is a tectonic shift in Tamil Nadu politics. The meteoric rise of Vijay's TVK has crashed the long-standing power struggle between the DMK and AIA-DMK. Trends show the TVK party led by actor Vijay has emerged as the single largest party in the assembly elections and is close to the majority mark of 118. The ruling DMK and its alliance partners, they have been pushed to a distant third, while the AIA-DMK coalition, comprising the Bharatiya Janata Party and the PMK among others, has emerged second. Now, as Thalapathy wave gripped Tamil Nadu, scenes of euphoria were witnessed at TVK chief's house. Thousands of fans gathered at Vijay's residence, hailing him as Tamil Nadu's next chief minister. Vijay's family members were also seen distributing sweets to staff and close aides. And this as he maintained a comfortable lead in both Perambur and Trichy East. For the first time since the 1970s, India now finds itself without a single left-led government in any state. That's huge because by losing their last remaining bastions, CPM is now without a single state government to call its own. Well, staying with the state elections in India, Congress has once again missed a crucial opportunity to revive itself as a strong national challenger. Today was a big and decent moment, but the party has fallen short yet again. The bottom line is quite stark. Congress is struggling in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Puducherry assembly elections. Electoral relief is set to come only from Kerala. As per early trends from the Election Commission of India, the situation in Assam is clearly tilted in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress is trailing far behind, nowhere near half of BJP's numbers. This sharply contradicts the confidence shown by Gaurav Gogoi, who had claimed the Congress-led alliance would form the government. In Puducherry, Congress is leading in just one of 30 seats, underlining its weak presence. In Tamil Nadu, the party remains a junior ally of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam and is leading in only 5 of 234 seats. Its role was already limited. Early trends now suggest it may shrink even further. Well, in West Bengal, the contrast could not be sharper. The Bharatiya Janata Party, which rose from just 3 seats in 2016 to 77 in the last election, has now surged past the 2/3 majority mark as per early trends. It clearly indicates that BJP has now managed to expand its base, and we can even call it that it is effectively challenging the dominance of the All India Trinamool Congress. In West Bengal, the Congress chose to contest independently in this election, and they were hoping to rebuild its base and expand its vote share. But the trends suggest that strategy has failed to deliver, leaving the party with neither alliance advantage nor independent growth now. Well, the only relief, it comes from Kerala for Congress, where the Congress-led United Democratic Front is ahead, supported by allies like the Indian Union Muslim League and the Revolutionary Socialist Party. But if we have to look beyond Kerala, the message is indeed very clear. 4 assembly elections, 4 setbacks, and definitely another miss for Congress. Well, we look into the war in West Asia now. US President Donald Trump says he has very positive discussions, and they are underway with Iran, even as the US prepares a major military-backed escort operation in one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. President Trump announced that the US will guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz from Monday. Posting on Truth Social, Trump said countries from all over the world have requested American aid in navigating through the key waterway. Trump wrote that the operation, called Project Freedom, would be a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the US regional countries, but in particular the country of Iran. According to United States Central Command, the operation will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 aircrafts, unmanned systems, and 15,000 personnel. Commander Brad Cooper says the mission is critical to global economic stability. But a senior Iranian official warned that Tehran would consider any US attempt to interfere in the Strait of Hormuz as a breach of the ceasefire. Ibrahim Azizi, head of the National Security Commission in Iran's parliament, warned against any American interference in the new maritime regime of the strait. Iran has maintained a stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz since the war began, choking off major flows of oil, gas, and fertilizer to the world economy, while the US has imposed a counter-blockade on Iranian ports. More than 900 ships remain stuck in the Gulf. A ceasefire took hold on April 8, but talks since then have stalled. In his Truth Social post, Trump had also signaled optimism, suggesting diplomacy could still end the conflict. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said that the US has responded to Tehran's 14-point peace proposal. The spokesperson also said that the US has sent the response to mediator Pakistan, and Iran is reviewing the American response. According to reports, Iran's fresh proposal focuses on ending the war across all fronts, including in Lebanon, with all issues resolved within 30 days. The plan contains 3 main stages, with a 30-day phase aimed at transforming a ceasefire into a complete end to the war. The Iranian draft reportedly calls for the US to lift sanctions on Iran and even end its blockade on Iranian ports, withdraw US forces from the region, and finally cease all hostilities. Well, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has downplayed the tensions with US President Donald Trump after Washington announced a troop drawdown in Germany. He reaffirmed that US is central to the NATO despite the differences in opinion. Merz's latest statement came in an interview with Germany's public broadcaster on Sunday, despite the spat between the two leaders over the war in Iran. He said that he is convinced that the Americans are important partners for Germany, the most important ones actually in the North Atlantic Alliance, in his words.
I have to accept that the American president holds a different view on these issues than we do, but that does not alter the fact that I remain convinced that the Americans are important partners for us, the most important ones in the North Atlantic Alliance, and that we have a shared interest in Europe and America working together to end this conflict and then, for example, to end the conflict, the war in Ukraine.
When asked whether US plans to reduce its troops in Germany had anything to do with a war of words between the two leaders over Iran, Merz downplayed the spat, saying it was nothing new and that the controversy may be being exaggerated.
There is a contingent of American soldiers in Europe whom Joe Biden has stationed here on a temporary basis. There has been talk of their withdrawal for quite some time now. We also received a commitment from Joe Biden that we would receive Tomahawk missiles. Donald Trump has never repeated that. He has not yet given us that commitment. So not everything we've been hearing over the last few days is actually new. It may be being exaggerated a bit, but it's nothing new.
Now, the criticism of the US-Israeli war against Iran from the German Chancellor and other European leaders has angered Trump. The latest rift came on April 27 after Merz said that Iran was humiliating Washington at the negotiating table. It definitely triggered a series of angry responses from US President, including Trump's claim that Merz was doing a terrible job as Chancellor. Trump's criticism of European leaders has not been confined to him. He previously ridiculed British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and on Thursday told reporters that Italy has not been of any help to the United States and Spain has been absolutely horrible. Merz, however, insisted that he still shares Trump's goal of ensuring Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon, even if he has criticized the US handling of the conflict.
We have a different view of this war. That is no secret. I am not alone in this. We have a common aim, and that aim must be Iran must not be allowed to acquire the atomic bomb, and that is what we are working together to achieve.
Well, the German Chancellor also commented on Trump's announcement to impose a 25% tariff on vehicles from the EU set to take effect as early as next week. He said the US president was becoming impatient as Germany had already reached an agreement with US, but Europe still needed to finalize the agreement in order for it to be signed.
Well, I'd say he's getting impatient because we reached an agreement with America last August to conclude a customs agreement. And on the European side, new conditions keep being put forward, and we haven't signed it. The Americans have finalized it, but the Europeans haven't. And that's why I hope we can reach an agreement here as quickly as possible.
Well, a large-scale search operation is underway in southern Morocco after 2 US soldiers went missing during a major multinational military exercise. The troops were last seen near coastal cliffs at the Cap Dra training area, with early assessments suggesting they may have fallen into the ocean. US, Moroccan and allied forces have launched a coordinated land, air and sea search, deploying helicopters, drones, naval vessels, divers and mountain rescue teams. A US defense official said the incident appears to be accidental and is not linked to terrorism. The soldiers were part of African Lion 2026, which is the largest annual exercise led by United States Africa Command, which even brings together more than 10,000 personnel from over 20 countries, including NATO allies. Initial reports suggest the two may have gone hiking after training activities concluded, though that detail has not been independently confirmed. The search continued into Sunday evening, with Moroccan armed forces confirming their participation in the operation. Authorities say the terrain's rugged cliffs along the Atlantic coast is complicating rescue efforts. Now, the same region has seen past accidents during the exercise, including a 2012 crash that killed 2 U.S. Marines. Well, in news from the United States, a United Airlines jet carrying 231 people escaped a potential catastrophe after clipping a vehicle and a light pole while landing at Newark Liberty International Airport. United Airlines Flight 169, a Boeing 767 arriving from Venice, was on its final approach around 2 p.m. local time when it flew unusually low over the New Jersey Turnpike. Preliminary reports from the New Jersey State Police confirm that one of the aircraft's landing tires and its underside collided with a light pole and tractor trailer on the highway just outside the runway perimeter. Dashcam footage from the scene captured the moment the large jet struck the bakery delivery truck, shattering its windshield. While all 221 passengers and 10 crew members on board the plane are safe, the truck driver was transported to a local hospital with minor injuries. The Federal Aviation Administration and the NTSB have launched a full investigation into this collision. United Airlines released a statement confirming they will conduct a rigorous safety review. Well, in a unique but daring operation, a South African police officer has been deployed on a riverbank to retrieve the remains of a missing person. The only challenge is that the riverbank is infested with crocodiles. The video, which has now gone viral over social media, showed the acting National Commissioner of the South African Police Service being airlifted along the Komati River in Mpumalanga province, where he secured and removed a euthanized crocodile from the riverbank. The complex task is part of a search and rescue operation to find what is believed to be the remains of a missing person. According to a press statement by the South African Police Services, a man had been reported missing after his vehicle was found trapped in a low-lying bridge on the Komati River. After a nearly week-long search, a team consisting of the SAPS search and rescue team located a crocodile they believed had attacked the missing person. The recovered remains, including those found in the intestines of the crocodile, have been taken for DNA analysis to confirm the identity of the deceased. The police officer had secured the crocodile using a rope under extremely dangerous conditions. The reptile was then safely lifted and relocated, enabling police and experts to recover the remains of a suspected missing person. With that, this is a wrap of the bulletin, but we'll get you more news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned to WION World is One. Thank you for watching.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. We are live on WION World is One. We're glad you're watching American Joker. The headlines. TMC chief Mamata Banerjee in her first reaction says that do not leave the counting centres, alleges the numbers are fake. This as the Trinamool Congress trails behind the BJP in Bengal assembly elections. Actress Trisha Krishnan leaves from the residence of TVK chief Vijay in Chennai. This as TVK is way past the magic mark of 118 and leads with the actor turned politician vying for the chief minister's post. A Ukrainian drone hits a residential high-rise building in an upscale Moscow neighborhood in a nighttime attack. The rare strike on heavily protected Moscow comes just days ahead of Russia's annual May 9th parade. UAE Technology Minister Sultan Al-Jaber says the country's shock decision to leave Saudi-dominated OPEC is not targeted at anyone, asserts the move aimed at focusing on national priorities and the economy. Indonesia's defense minister and his Japanese counterpart reviewed troops during a welcome ceremony in Jakarta. The two meeting to sign a defense cooperation agreement which aims to safeguard regional peace in the face of global tumult. The World Health Organization Europe says the suspected outbreak of Hunter virus on a cruise ship on which 3 people have died presents a low risk to the public. Indian markets close higher but pare most of their gains in the last hours of trading. Elevated crude oil prices capped the rally, with the Nifty closing above 24,100 points and the Sensex settling above 77,000. We are several hours into the counting of votes for 5 assembly elections, while official results are still hours away. Trends have already painted a picture of change in most states. Votes are being counted in 4 Indian state elections: West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. In West Bengal, trends suggest a historic breakthrough for the BJP. It is leading comfortably in the state and has crossed the halfway mark. A win for BJP would mark a historic political shift in Bengal, giving a massive boost to its pan-India ambitions. Chief Minister and TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee, who is seeking a 4th term, is yet to concede. She posted a video message requesting all party workers not to leave the counting venue.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে, এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্স পুলিশ সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে, কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি সেগুলো বলছে না, টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে।
There are surprises in Tamil Nadu also, where actor-turned-politician Vijay's TVK has emerged as a major disruptor. In trends, it is approaching a possible majority. Vijay came into this election as an unfancied challenger, up against behemoths DMK and ADMK, who have dominated the state's politics for over 6 decades. Change is also on the cards in Kerala, where the Congress-led United Democratic Front, UDF, has surged ahead. Many exit polls had predicted a victory, but the alliance is performing even better than expected. Kerala is currently governed by the Left Democratic Front, LDF, the Indian state governed by left parties after their defeats in Tripura in 2018 and West Bengal in 2011. However, the NDA-led Assam and Puducherry seem to have bucked the trend of change. In Assam, the Himanta Biswa Sarma-led party is set to return as chief minister after a bitter battle against Congress. Sarma, a former Congress leader who switched to the BJP in 2015, has emerged as the party's most influential figure in the northeast region, helping it win Assam in 2016 and retain it in 2021 when he took over as a chief minister. In Puducherry, the ruling alliance of AI, NRC, AMD, BJP looks set for a comfortable majority in its 30-member assembly. Actor politician Vijay and TVK party have stormed the Tamil Nadu political landscape till a day before the results. Vijay and his political debutant party are expected to emerge as a kingmaker, but with today's results, he could be the king himself. Vijay has now etched his position as a political superstar in a similar manner to what MGR deed in the 1970s, Vijay launched Tamilaga Vetri Kazhagam. In February 2024, he took retirement from movies and positioned himself as an anti-corruption, anti-dynasty alternative focused on youth, welfare and development. His entry leaned on fund-based voter conversion and mass appeal as he took a leap of faith from silver screens to the ballot. Riding on Vijay's cinema fame and over 3 decades, the TVK party fielded candidates in all 234 seats in Tamil Nadu, while Vijay himself filed a candidature from 2 constituencies. Exit polls had hinted at Vijay effect, with Axis My India projecting TVK as a big winner. But the actual numbers have stunned the Tamil political heavyweights. They also suggest a significant upset in Tamil Nadu's traditionally DMK and ADMK dominated landscape. However, Vijay's political path has been marred by a series of controversies that tested TVK's resilience, drew legal scrutiny and sparked verbal battles. On September last year, days after Vijay's political debut, a massive crowd gathered in a rally in Karur to see the TVK leader. This led to a tragic stampede, claiming at least 41 lives, including 9 children. The episode drew widespread condemnation and intense scrutiny, including a CBI inquiry. Vijay was also summoned to New Delhi for questioning multiple times. From TVK's inception, rivals, particularly the ruling DMK, repeatedly accused Vijay of being a proxy for the BJP to split anti-BJP votes and weaken the Dravidian ecosystem. DMK leaders, including ministers, labelled him a disruptor and not even a full B team, implying his rise indirectly benefited the BJP. But Vijay never allied himself to BJP or the AIADMK. Vijay's movie Jana Nayagan, which was slated for January 2026, was stalled as it landed into certification row. Further, the film was reportedly leaked online, leading to legal actions. Even in the final stretch of the campaign, the State Commission for Protection of Child Rights sought action against Vijay and TVK under the Juvenile Justice Act for using children in their campaigns. Despite the obstacles, Vijay's party remained on mission to amplify outreach. It heavily relied on technology and social media. Vijay limited his physical appearances during campaigns and used 3D holographic projections to deliver his speeches. In Coimbatore, a TVK robot was seen interacting with the public, greeting voters and drawing crowds. Another factor that played into Vijay's favor was anti-incumbency. The political atmosphere showed a combination of dissatisfaction and fatigue with the existing Dravidian parties, as Tamil Nadu was seeking a fresh face. This appealed to the first-time voters and those tired of the same old faces like MK Stalin. 51-year-old Vijay seemed to have successfully leveraged this. Vijay's rise also validates that Tamil Nadu's cinema politics bond remains undefeated. The state has a history of movie legends who rose to power corridors. M.G. Ramachandran founded the AIADMK and served as chief minister, while his protege, J. Lalilata, went on to become a multiple-term chief minister. Vijayakant, founder of DMK, also emerged as a significant third force before his health declined, though many other veteran actors like Rajnikant have tried and even faltered. The Tamil Nadu Assembly results have sprung a surprise. Very early trends suggested DMK returning to power, but the mood changed halfway through the counting. Actor Joseph Vijay's party, Tamilaga Vetri Kazhagam, surged ahead, commanding a massive lead. And according to latest data from the Election Commission of India, TVK is now leading the race in Tamil Nadu with over 100 seats in its very first electoral outing. Party chief Vijay is also ahead in both Perambur and Tiruchirappalli East, the two constituencies is contesting from. Exit polls and earlier projections had suggested that Vijay and his newly formed TVK would play the role of kingmaker, potentially cutting into the vote share of the two dominant players in Tamil Nadu DMK and AIADMK. But now he's in the poll to become the new leader. Meanwhile, AIADMK and its key leader, Edapadi Palaniswamy, also known as EPS, performance is nothing short of a political comeback. AIADMK is currently in second position with 58 seats according to data from the Election Commission. The numbers indicate EPS-led party performing significantly better than expected, winning more seats, improving vote share and re-establishing itself as a major force. It also signals that the party has regained political ground. This could mean voters are returning to AIADMK. Its organizational strength has improved, or EPS's leadership is gaining wider acceptance. He is also leading from his constituency with more than 66,000 votes. MK Stalin-led DMK is facing an unexpected setback. The party is right now in third position with around 49 seats, a result few had predicted. This is surprising, as most exit polls and pre-election assessments had indicated little to no anti-incumbency, with Stalin widely expected to secure another term based on perceptions of stable governance and positive public sentiment. Adding to the unexpected turn, Stalin is currently trailing in his Kolatur constituency, where TVK candidate V.S. Babu has taken a lead of over 7,000 votes. In contrast, his son and Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin is leading from the Chepok Thiruvalikeni constituency. When it comes to the Congress, trends point to a disappointing performance in the state, largely tied to the broader setback faced by its alliance with the DMK. In Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma continues to hold a strong grip on his home turf, having represented the Jaluk Bari constituency uninterrupted since 2001. Jaluk Bari, a high-profile and unreserved seat in Assam's Kamrup Metropolitan District, falls under the Guwahati Lok Sabha constituency and remains one of the state's most crucial political battlegrounds. As counting of votes for the Assam Assembly elections continues across the state, early trends are drawing significant attention. Polling for all 126 constituencies was held on April 9th with a voter turnout of 85.38%, the highest since Assam's first assembly elections in 1951. These are also the first elections after the delimitation exercise while the total number of seats remains 126, the number of reserved constituencies has changed. Scheduled tribe seats have increased to 19 and scheduled caste seats to 9, with several constituencies reorganized. Now, the big takeaway emerging from early trends, BJP is reinforcing the strength of the double-engine narrative in the northeast. Exit polls had already indicated this trajectory. Axis My India projected the NDA winning between 88 and 100 seats. People's Pulse estimated 68 to 72 seats, and Matrise News projected 85 to 95 seats, all pointing towards a likely return of the BJP-led government in Assam. So what explains this continued dominance? According to reports under Himanta Biswa Sarma's leadership, the focus has been on infrastructure expansion, efficient governance, and wide-ranging welfare measures. This trend also reflects a broader political shift in Assam. In the 2016 assembly elections, the BJP secured a major breakthrough with 60 seats, ending the long rule of the Congress, which was reduced to 26. Let's move on now. Swedish authorities have seized a tanker in the Baltic Sea suspected of operating under a false flag in what officials say is part of a wider crackdown on vessels linked to Russia's shadow fleet. The Swedish Coast Guard confirmed the vessel identified as Jean Hoy was boarded in territorial waters south of Trelleborg on Sunday. The officials said they suspected that the ship was sailing under a false flag because of several irregularities in its flag status, and therefore did not meet seaworthiness requirements set out in international regulations and agreements. They added that the ship, whose destination was unclear and was thought to be carrying no cargo, appeared on several sanctions lists, including those of the European Union and Britain. In a post on X, Swedish Minister for Civil Defense said that the vessel was suspected of belonging to the Russian so-called shadow fleet. The incident marks part of a broader push by Sweden and other European countries to clamp down on the shadow fleet of tankers believed to help finance Moscow's ongoing war in Ukraine, now in its fifth year. Russia has criticized these actions, calling them hostile. So far this year, Swedish authorities have intercepted 5 vessels over suspected violations ranging from oil spills to sailing under false flags, with criminal proceedings initiated against some crew members. Meanwhile, Ukraine said on Sunday it struck multiple Russian vessels, including a cruise missile carrier and 3 tankers believed to be part of the shadow fleet, in a wave of escalating attacks at sea. The strikes came as both Ukraine and Russia launched hundreds of drones overnight in a surge of cross-border assaults that left at least 8 people dead and heightened tensions in the ongoing conflict. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky vowed to intensify retaliatory strikes on Russian energy infrastructure if Moscow continues its invasion. He said on social media, Russia can end its war at any moment. Prolonging the war will only expand the scale of Kyiv's defensive operations. In a historic first, a North Korean women's football club will visit South Korea this month to compete in the semi-finals of the Champions League. This marks the first time since 2018 that a North Korean sports team has played in the South. The two Koreas technically remain at war, with the Korean War of 1950-1953 ending in an armistice, not a peace treaty. This makes sporting and cultural exchanges between the two nations extremely rare. The North Korean authorities have sent a notification to the South revealing that Naegohyang Women's Football Club will be sending a delegation of 39 people. The group will include 27 players and 12 staff members. They're scheduled to face Suwon FC Women on May 20th in the semi-finals of the prestigious Champions League. The winner of this match will advance to the final, which takes place on May 23rd. In northern Thailand, indigenous communities have turned to technology to tackle a growing wildfire threat. In the mountainous areas above Chiang Mai, volunteers have built a low-cost fire detection network using drones, treetop cameras, and real-time monitoring on smartphones. The aim is to spot wildfires early and protect both the forest and the city below. Here's how grassroots innovation is turning remote hillsides into connected fire watchtowers.
In the mountains above Chiang Mai, wildfires are no longer spotted by chance. They are detected by cameras, tracked by drones and monitored in real time from mobile phones. Across a dozen Hmong villages in northern Thailand, indigenous volunteers are building a low-cost, tech-driven fire detection network designed to protect the forest and the city below. The shift towards technology began after the devastating fires in 2020, when smoke hung over the region for weeks and Chiang Mai regularly topped global air pollution rankings. Since then, the focus has moved from fighting fires to finding them early. Low-cost internet-connected cameras are now installed high in treetops, streaming live video back to villagers' phones. From above, drones survey the forest, tracking smoke, mapping hotspots and identifying areas too dangerous for teams to enter. At night, infrared sensors help detect heat long before flames can spread. The technology is simple but effective. Real-time footage helps teams plan safer routes, cut fire breaks more quickly and contain small blazes before they escalate on the ground. Volunteers clear dry vegetation using leaf blowers and machetes, while drones provide a constant view from above. The network now covers nearly 1,600 hectares of forest, managed by a community force of around 270 volunteers. It's a grassroots system, built with consumer-grade drones, low-cost cameras and local knowledge of the terrain. As hotter, drier conditions make wildfires more likely, this blend of community response and affordable technology is helping turn remote forests into monitored, connected landscapes. And in the hills above Chiang Mai, that could make the difference between a small hotspot and a city-wide smoke crisis.
The Oscar statuette, which was awarded to the creators of the acclaimed political documentary Mr. Nobody Against Putin, has been safely recovered by law enforcement, putting an end to a weeks-long search that had captured global attention. The Los Angeles Police Department reported that officers had located the prestigious trophy inside a duffel bag abandoned at a transit station in West Hollywood. Authorities confirmed the discovery last week. A spokesperson for the police department stated that an anonymous tip had led investigators directly to the location. The official added that the statuette appeared to be in pristine condition, noting specifically that its identifying engraved plaque was still completely intact. Furthermore, the spokesperson clarified that the investigation into the initial theft remains open and active, and that detectives are currently reviewing surveillance footage from the surrounding transit area to identify potential suspects. Representatives for the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences conveyed their deep gratitude to local law enforcement. Similarly, the director of Mr. Nobody Against Putin issued a statement expressing that the entire production team felt a profound sense of relief. The filmmaker thanked both the authorities and the public for their continued vigilance and support throughout the stressful ordeal. Mr. Nobody Against Putin secured the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature early this year. And that's the latest at this hour. Thank you for watching. Do stay with us. This is WION World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION, World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. unsolved murders, psychopaths who defy explanation, international war crimes, and millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is one.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching South India, our daily dynamic edition, capturing the pulse of the southern states. And today, of course, we're getting you the key takeaways from the electoral battlegrounds. We're also getting you the key takeaways and other updates. Let's get started. I'm Molly Gambhir.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান।
Tamil Nadu witnessing that political upheaval, a new political entrant threatening to end almost 50 years of alternating rule between the DMK and the AIADMK. We are, of course, talking about superstar Vijay's TVK, which is surging ahead in the polls, and the actor-turned-politician, in fact, looking set to claim Tamil Nadu's top position as of now. Counting is still underway, remember, but the TVK has already won 3 assembly seats, and it is leading in 104 constituencies as of now. The TVK's entry has shaken the dominance of the two Dravidian giants, especially the DMK. The outgoing chief minister, the party of MK Stalin, is currently polling at a distant second. It has also won 3 seats so far, but is only leading in 56 others. Meanwhile, the state's other Dravidian heavyweight, the AIDMK, has won 0 seats as of now. It is leading in 46 constituencies. And it is the DMK that has been bearing the brunt of Vijay's political entry. The DMK-led Secular Progressive Alliance had won 159 seats in the 2021 elections. So it seems Vijay and his TVK have risen at the DMK and MK Stalin's expense in a way. Risen at the DMK and MK Stalin's expense. Now, if Vijay wins the election, as he increasingly looks like he will, it will be the first time since 1977 that neither the DMK nor the AIDMK will rule the state. So it's a big development. And actor politician Vijay, TVK party, storming the Tamil Nadu political landscape till a day before the results. Vijay and his political debutant party were expected to emerge as a kingmaker, but with the results as of now, he could be the king himself. Vijay has now edged his position as a political superstar in a similar manner to what MGR did way back in the 1970s in a way. Vijay launched TVK in February 2024. He took retirement from movies and positioned himself as an anti-corruption, anti-dynasty alternative focused on youth, welfare, development, and his entry leaning on fan base to voter conversion strategy and mass appeal as he took a leap of faith from the silver screen to the ballot. And riding on Vijay's cinema fame earned over 3 decades, the TVK party fielded candidates in the 234 seats in Tamil Nadu, while Vijay himself filed candidature from 2 constituencies. In fact, exit polls, remember, had hinted at the Vijay effect, with Axis My India projecting TVK as a big winner. But the actual numbers have stunned the Tamil political heavyweights. And they also suggest a significant upset in the state's traditionally DMK and AIDMK dominated landscape. However, Vijay's political path has been marred by a series of controversies that also tested the party's resilience, also drew legal scrutiny, and sparked verbal battles. In September 2025, days after Vijay's political debut, a massive crowd gathered at a rally in Karur to see the TVK leader. And this led to a tragic stampede, remember, claiming at least 41 lives, including 9 children. And this episode drew widespread condemnation and intense scrutiny, including a CBI inquiry. Vijay was also summoned to New Delhi for questioning multiple times. And from the TVK's inception, rivals, particularly the ruling DMK, repeatedly accused Vijay of being a proxy for the BJP to split the anti-BJP votes and weaken the Dravidian ecosystem. DMK leaders, including ministers, labelled him a disruptor and not even a full B team, implying his rise indirectly benefited the BJP. But Vijay never allied himself to the BJP or the AIDMK. And Vijay's movie, remember, which was slated for January 2026, was stalled as it landed into certification row. Further, the film was reportedly leaked online, allegedly, leading to legal actions. Even in the final stretch of the campaign, the State Commission for Protection of Child Rights sought action against Vijay and the TVK under the Juvenile Justice Act for using children for campaigns. In fact, despite the obstacles, Vijay's party remained on mission to amplify outreach. It heavily relied on technology and social media. Vijay limited his physical appearances during campaign, and used 3D holographic projections to deliver his speeches. In Coimbatore, a TVK robot was seen interacting with the public, greeting the voters and drawing crowds. Another factor that played into Vijay's favor was anti-incumbency. The political atmosphere showing a combination of dissatisfaction and also fatigue with the existing Dravidian parties. As Tamil Nadu was seeking a fresh face, in a way, this appealed to the first-time voters and those who were tired of the same old faces. 51-year-old Vijay seemed to have successfully leveraged this, and his rise also validates Tamil Nadu's cinema politics bond remains undefeated. The state, remember, has a history of movie legends who then rose in the power corridors. M.G. Ramachandran, remember, founded the DMK and served as chief minister, while his protege, J.J. Lalita, went on to become a multiple-term chief minister of the state. Vijay Kant, founder of the DMK, also emerged as a significant third force before his health declined. Though many other veteran actors like Rajinikanth have tried and faltered. And let's go straight across now to Siddharth MP, who's been monitoring all those developments on the ground. In fact, he's joining us live on the broadcast from outside Vijay's residence in Chennai. Siddharth, we can only imagine what the mood is like over there right now. Give us a sense of what the people have been saying and what you've been seeing around you.
So it's a completely unexpected, or rather a miracle that has actually unfolded in Tamil Nadu. While people did expect Vijay to have a significant impact, what has unfolded here is absolute magic. You know, usually in films what takes place is in big budget films and in big hero films. All it takes is a single song or a single sequence for a normal person to become a mega hero and for their entire life's fortunes to change. Pretty much that has unfolded in real life for Vijay. Barely 2 years into politics and he's completely changed the political landscape in his favor, disrupting parties with a 50-60-year-old legacy, pushing them to the sidelines and ending up as a numero uno in Tamil Nadu politics. Nobody else has done something like this because others were, you know, using their film career to boost their politics. The films and politics had a symbiotic relationship, and other actors in the past had a political background or a political mentor. Vijay per se did not have any political mentor. He was just an actor, 3 decades plus. Of course, a great superstar at that. But let's also remember that converting all of this into votes was being said as a biggest challenge. Now he's done that as well. So this is what is the most incredible aspect of what has happened here. In fact, talk about candidates. Usually people think that it's about the candidates, it's about who stands where, who fights against who. But most of the candidates that Vijay has fielded are common people. These are from humble backgrounds. There are barely 2 or 3 people who are at least known before Vijay's party came into being. There are just 2 or 3 politicians from the mainstream who joined Vijay's party. Apart from that, all others are absolute newbies. But imagine 100 plus such people going on to win, slaying giants, slaying ministers, defeating big names in politics. So this is a phenomenon in itself. It clearly shows that anything that Vijay has touched has turned into seats this time around, because anyone with the whistle symbol, anyone who stood under that banner with Vijay's blessings has made it. So this indeed is electoral history. This is in fact a miracle. This is something that's unprecedented because, think of Vijay like a rocket. Anyone who gets on board, makes it. So that's kind of the situation that has unfolded in Tamil Nadu. Vijay has scripted history. And how, Molly?
Indeed, a huge moment. We're leaving it there for the moments at heart, but let's also get our viewers a sense of the other moments that stood out. Of course, actor Vijay's party TVK, they're leading in the Tamil Nadu election results as of now, and his family celebrated that by blowing whistles. They were also seen dancing as the early trend started coming in. Let's take a look. So that's the electoral debut that the party has made, challenging the long-standing dominance of the DMK and the AIADMK. Counting, of course, is still underway, remember. But the early picture has been hard to ignore since the early hours. In fact, the TVK off to a strong start, and this could mark a major shift in Tamil Nadu's political landscape as the trends continue to favor TVK. Celebrations already started back home. The family marked the moment also with an emotional gathering. We just got you glimpses of the music and the dancing and the celebrations there. Reactions have been pouring in from fans, political voices, the film industry. For many, this is more than just an election. This is a defining moment in Vijay's journey from cinema to politics. And among the first celebrities to react was Tiger Shroff, who took to social media to congratulate Vijay. He wrote, and I'm quoting, "The faith people have in you is amazing to see. More power to you for this next chapter." Quote unquote. Tamil actor Ravi also shared a positive message, praising the youth turnout and expressing hope for Vijay's journey ahead. Telugu star also joining in, congratulating Vijay in that heartfelt post, calling it an underdog win. Writing, I'm quoting, "First doubted and then crowned. Underdog winning is always absolute cinema or absolute politics," quote unquote. And he also expressed hope that this mandate brings positive change for the people of the state. Actor Satya Raj also joined in with a celebratory note for Vijay. In one post, there he was congratulating Vijay. Meanwhile, another filmmaker, Venkat Prabhu, showing his excitement in his own style, posting the TVK flag with Vijay's image and calling him the greatest of all time, as he cheered the party's strong showing in the elections. Meanwhile, Trisha Krishnan was also seen at Vijay's residence earlier today. The actor had started her day with a visit to the Venkateshwara temple, and the moment felt even more special as she celebrated her birthday, marking the day with both prayers and presents at a key moment for Vijay. The final results, of course, are still awaited, but one thing is clear. Vijay has already made a powerful political entry, to say the least. And if these trends hold, Tamil Nadu could be looking at the start of a very different chapter. Let's now shift our focus to Kerala, which is also seeing a sweeping change. However, over there, it's not a newcomer, but an old hand, which is making a comeback, it seems. The counting is still underway, but the Congress-led UDF is clearly ahead. Those numbers on your screen. The Congress has already won 40 assembly seats and leading in 23 constituencies. But celebrations have been underway for a while now, with the senior Congress leaders jubilant at both the Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters in Thiruvananthapuram and at the centre in New Delhi as well. UDF is set to return to power after 10 years of rule by the CPIM-led Left Democratic Front. The largest parties in the alliance are the Congress, the Indian Union Muslim League, and it has been a drubbing for the LDF. The most recent count showing that the CPIM has won 20 seats and is leading in only 6 constituencies. Even the state's outgoing chief minister was initially trailing from his constituency. During the 2021 elections, the LDF had made history by securing 99 seats and limiting the UDF to just 41. The UDF has already crossed the last election's tally and is set to secure victory soon. And with that, let's go straight across to our correspondent joining us from the Congress Party office in Thiruvananthapuram. Give us a sense of what the sentiment has been like on the ground there and what the reactions are sounding like.
The Kerala election results are clear now. As we know, UDF has crossed more than 100 seats, in which some of them in which the UDF is leading. And LDF, the Left Democratic Front led by CPM, is now at 35 seats. And the interesting thing is that 3 seats in which the NDA also was win. As we know, it was in 2016, the BJP, the NDA got 1 seat in Kerala with the very first time in the history of assembly election in Kerala. It was in 2016, and in 2021 it was closed and the account was 0. Now it is open with 3 seats in Kerala in 2 southern districts, in Thiruvananthapuram and Kollam. In Thiruvananthapuram district, this is the most sensible victory of BJP. It is in Neyam constituency where the BJP state president was the candidate, and in Kadakuttam constituency, V. Muralidharan, the ex-central minister, was the candidate, and in Kollam district it is Chatanur, the NDA candidate was win. So total 3 candidates and 3 wins for this time the NDA has got, and this is a history for NDA in the history of the assembly elections in Kerala. And the very happy thing for UDF is that they have got a massive victory. They have secured a massive victory, and it's they narrate this as the proof of the anti-incumbency sentiment that the Kerala people have towards the LDF government. And the final figures of the majority are not yet clear. This is the situation here.
Right, and of course, the sounds of firecrackers going off in the background. We're leaving it there for the moment. Thanks very much for joining us with those updates for now. And of course, let's also talk about the other key election in the Union Territory of Puducherry. 30 out of the Union Territory's 33 seats went to the elections. The remaining 3 are nominated by the Lieutenant Governor. And so 16 seats out of the 30 being contested are required to win in the Union Territory. The latest round of counting showing that the Chief Minister's party has won 9 seats as of now and is leading in 2. The party leads the NDA in the Union Territory. In 2021, the NDA won 16 seats, and trends show it is on track to hold on to that number, in fact. But the opposition alliance looks set to lose some seats. Before the election, the DMK held 7 seats and the Congress had 4. However, the Congress took the helm in Puducherry, choosing to contest in 21 seats. The DMK is contesting in 13, so there are a number of so-called friendly fights between the allies as well. And this may have backfired, as the trends show the DMK has just won 1 seat and is leading in 4 constituencies. The Congress, meanwhile, has won 1 seat and it is not leading in any others as of now. The Chief Minister is among those who have already won. He is set to return to power as of now, which would make it the first time Puducherry has re-elected a government since 2006. On to other updates for now. A new report has been released pertaining to the TDD key procurement scandal. A 1-member commission was set up by the Andhra Pradesh government to look into allegations of adulterated ghee being used to prepare Tirupati laddus. The commission has reported systemic failure in the ghee procurement process, and it found that more than 70 lakh kilograms of ghee used to prepare the laddus did not undergo mandatory quality checks. The report also stating that eligibility criteria for potential suppliers were gradually diluted. And this is blamed for the worsening standards for the ghee used to make the laddus. The report saying that in 2022, testing showed that traces of vegetable oil were detected in the ghee used to make the Tirupati laddus, but the findings were suppressed, allegedly. The report putting the blame on the senior management of the TDD, including former TDD executive officer. In fact, the report named him as the principal figure for the lapses in quality and has recommended strict disciplinary action. And for the latest, our correspondent getting us this report from Hyderabad. Take a look.
In a major development in the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam's ghee adulteration scandal, the findings of the one-man committee constituted by Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu have come to light, exposing a deep-rooted nexus of administrative failures, procedures, violations and possible collusion that enabled the supplies of adulteration ghee used in Srivari Laddu Prasadam. The report identifies former TTD officer A. Dharmareddy as the principal figure responsible for major lapses, including dilution of tender norms, failure to act on confirmed adulteration and allowing continued engagement of questionable suppliers. Former executive officer Anil Kumar Singhal also being held accountable for approving relaxation of tender conditions with due diligence. The procurement continued role has come under severe scrutiny with the Chevireddy Bhaskareddy along with M. Ramulu and Chief Accounts Officer Balaji formal to have participated in key decisions and that diluted the tender norms and weakened safeguards. Sricharan Sharma reporting for WION World is One from Hyderabad.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. Thanks very much for watching. Stay tuned.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
In West Asia, every move shifts the world's balance. Wars, ceasefires, alliances, power never stands still. From Tehran to Tel Aviv, from Damascus to Doha, the West Asia Post cuts through the chaos to reveal the region that shapes the world. Because what happens in West Asia never stays in West Asia. This is the West Asia Post, the region's story, the world's impact.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান।
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One, and we remain in the continuous coverage of the state election results in India, which are now nearing a conclusion. But first, let's start with a quick look at the headlines. As TVK nears the magic figure in Tamil Nadu assembly polls, celebrations have erupted at actor-turned-politician Vijay's residence. Family is seen blowing whistles in tight embraces and jumping with joy. Iranian media says 2 missiles have hit US warship trying to enter Strait of Hormuz near Jask Island after it ignored Iranian warnings. But US CENTCOM denies Iran's claims, says no US Navy ships have been struck. UAE says Iran has launched drone attack at ADNOC oil tanker in Strait of Hormuz. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia fears drones may buzz over Red Square, and this as he speaks in Armenia summit, referring to Russia's decision not to involve military hardware in this year's May 9th parade. The World Health Organization Europe says a suspected outbreak of hantavirus on a cruise ship on which 3 people have died presents a low risk to the public. Gold and other precious metals lose their shine to a rising US dollar. Gold slides close to 2% to trade below $4,600 per ounce. Silver and palladium lead losses. dropped close to 4% each. Recognized as a national intangible cultural heritage, the Miao Sisters Festival kicks off in Taijiang County of southwest China's Guizhou province. The 2026 state election mandate is a watershed moment for India. It has not only shattered decades-old records and redefined regional political dynamics, but has also set the tone for the next general elections in 2029. In the state of West Bengal, the Bharatiya Janata Party in early trends has decisively crossed the halfway mark in the 294-member assembly. The Bharatiya Janata Party leading in more than 198 constituencies, while the ruling Trinamool Congress is trailing. After years of intense grassroots struggle, the party is now headed to break through the bastion that was led by Mamata Banerjee, and a mandate that would signal a massive shift in the state's ideological landscape. Celebrations have already erupted outside the BJP headquarters in Kolkata, as the party looks poised to form its first ever government in the state. However, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee remains defiant. In a message to the cadre, Mamata dismissed the current trends as premature. While the Bharatiya Janata Party appears headed for a landslide now, several rounds of counting remain and all eyes are on the final tally.
এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান। প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে, আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে, এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে। এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন, যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই। এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে, অফিস ভাঙছে, জোর করে দখল করছে। এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে, কিন্তু এখনও এমন 70টা সিট আছে, 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি সেগুলো বলছে না, টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে।
Well, the most striking statistic in Bengal is also the near disappearance of the left front. Trends indicate CPM has been reduced to just a single seat in early trends, and this is a shocking fall for a party that once ruled the state for over 3 decades. Well, down south, it is a tectonic shift in Tamil Nadu politics as well. The meteoric rise of Vijay's TVK has crashed the long-standing power struggle between the DMK and AIA-DMK. Trends now show the TVK party led by actor Vijay has emerged as the single largest party in the assembly elections and is close to the majority mark of 118. The ruling DMK and its alliance partners have been pushed to a distant third, while the AIA-DMK coalition, comprising the Bharatiya Janata Party and the PMK among others, has now emerged second. Well, as Thalapathy wave gripped Tamil Nadu, scenes of euphoria were witnessed at TVK chief's house. Thousands of fans gathered at Vijay's residence, hailing him as Tamil Nadu's next chief minister. Now, Vijay's family members, they were seen distributing sweets to staff and close aides as he maintained a comfortable lead in both Perambur and Trichy East. Now, for the first time since the 1970s, India finds itself without a single left-led government in any state. By losing their last remaining bastion, CPM is now without a single state government to even call its own. Well, moving on, Indian singer-actor Diljit Dosanjh briefly halted his Calgary concert after noticing some members waving pro-Khalistani flags. Celebrated singer Dosanjh, who is currently traveling across the world with his Aura tour, halted his recent concert in Canada to make a statement. During his performance, Dosanjh spotted some people from the audience waving pro-Khalistani flags. The singer then decided to address the situation mid-performance. In the videos now circulating online, Dosanjh asked the members to stop waving flags and take their act somewhere else. The flags being waved are associated with a banned organization under India's Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Dosanjh has previously faced backlash and even threats from pro-Khalistan groups, including Sikhs for Justice, for touching actor Amitabh Bachchan's feat on Kaun Banega Crorepati 17, which aired back in late 2025. That controversy led to threats against his 2025 Australia tour and protests at one of his concerts in Canada. Meanwhile, Canadian Security Intelligence Service recently recognized the threat posed by Khalistanis in their country. Tabled in the Canadian Parliament, the CSIS report 2025 said that Canada-based Khalistani extremists continue to pose a national security threat. The report identified that a small group of Canada-based Khalistani extremists use Canadian soil to promote, fund, and even plan acts of violence. Well, India has now rejected Nepal's objection to the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra being conducted via Lipulekh Pass in Uttarakhand. The Ministry of External Affairs has said that Nepal's claim on the region is not justified or based on historical facts and evidence. Responding to Nepal's claims related to border issues, External Affairs Ministry spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal said that India's position on the matter has been consistent and clear. Jaiswal said Nepal's unilateral artificial enlargement of territorial claims is untenable. The MEA spokesperson also said India remains open to a constructive interaction with Nepal on all issues in the bilateral relationship, including on resolving agreed outstanding boundary issues through dialogue and diplomacy. He added that Lipulekh Pass has been a long-standing route for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra since 1954 and that the pilgrimage through this route is not a new development. The sharp response comes in the context of the annual pilgrimage to Kailash Mansarovar via Lipulekh Pass. Nepal had said that Kathmandu was not consulted before finalizing the route for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra pilgrimage. On Sunday, the Nepal government sent diplomatic notes to India and China objecting to the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage's route through Lipulekh Pass, which Kathmandu claims as its territory. Nepal's Foreign Ministry spokesperson said his country's concerns had been conveyed to both neighbors through diplomatic channels. The yatra was resumed last year after a gap of nearly 5 years. This as part of efforts to normalize the relations between India and China. The pilgrimage, it is set to take place from June to August. 10 batches, each consisting of 50 pilgrims, will travel through Lipulekh Pass in Uttarakhand, and another 10 batches, also consisting of 50 pilgrims, will travel through Nathula in Sikkim. Nepal's Foreign Ministry spokesperson claimed that under the Sugauli Treaty of 1816, the areas of Limpiadhura, Lipulekh and Kalapani are integral parts of Nepal. He said Nepal had urged India to refrain from all activities in the region, including road construction, border trade and pilgrimages. Well, Swedish authorities have seized a tanker in the Baltic Sea suspected of operating under a false flag in what officials say is part of a wider crackdown on vessels linked to Russia's shadow fleet. The Swedish Coast Guard confirmed the vessel identified as Jinhui was boarded in territorial waters south of Trelleborg on Sunday. The officials said they suspected that the ship was sailing under a false flag because of several irregularities in its flag status and therefore did not meet seaworthiness requirements set out in international regulations and agreements. They added that the ship, whose destination was unclear and was thought to be carrying no cargo, it appeared on several sanctions lists, including those of the European Union and Britain. In a post on X, Swedish Minister for Civil Defense Carl Oskar Bolin said that the vessel was suspected of belonging to the Russian so-called shadow fleet. The incident marks part of a broader push by Sweden and other European countries to clamp down on the shadow fleet of tankers believed to help finance Moscow's ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now in its 5th year. Russia has criticized these actions, calling them hostile. So far this year, Swedish authorities have intercepted 5 vessels over suspected violations ranging from oil spills to sailing under false flags, with criminal proceedings initiated against some crew members. Meanwhile, Ukraine said on Sunday it struck multiple Russian vessels, including a cruise missile carrier and 3 tankers believed to be part of the shadow fleet, and this was all in a wave of escalating attacks at sea. The strikes came as both Ukraine and Russia launched hundreds of drones overnight in a surge of cross-border assaults that left at least 8 people dead and heightened tensions in the ongoing conflict. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky vowed to intensify retaliatory strikes on Russian energy infrastructure, that is, if Moscow continues its invasion. He said on social media, Russia can end its war at any moment. Prolonging the war will only expand the scale of Kyiv's defensive operations. Well, a large-scale search operation is underway in southern Morocco after 2 U.S. soldiers went missing during a major multinational military exercise. The troops were last seen near coastal cliffs at the Cap Dra training area, with early assessments suggesting that they may have fallen into the ocean. U.S., Moroccan and allied forces have launched a coordinated land, air and sea search, deploying helicopters, drones, naval vessels, divers and mountain rescue teams. A U.S. defense official said the incident appears to be accidental and is not linked to terrorism. The soldiers were part of African Lion 2026, which is the largest annual exercise led by United States Africa Command, which brings together more than 10,000 personnel from over 20 countries, including NATO allies. Initial reports suggest the two may have gone hiking after training activities concluded, though that detail has not been independently confirmed. The search continued into Sunday evening, with Moroccan armed forces confirming their participation in the operation. Authorities say the terrain's rugged cliffs along the Atlantic coast is complicating rescue efforts. The same region has seen past accidents during the exercise, including a 2012 crash that killed 2 U.S. Marines. A US-based edtech company Instructure has confirmed a cyber attack with a hacking group, Shinai Hunters, claiming responsibility for stealing user data from its systems. Infrastructure, best known for its Canvas learning platform, said it detected a security incident and is now working with cyber experts and law enforcement to investigate the breach. In an update, Instructure said personal data of users were exposed, including names, email addresses, student ID numbers, and user messages across affected institutions. However, the company said there is no evidence so far that passwords, financial data, or government identifiers were compromised. The extortion group Shinai Hunters listed Instructure on its data leak site and alleged that data from thousands of schools worldwide may have been accessed, including hundreds of millions of user records and private messages between students and teachers. Instructure has not confirmed the scale of these claims and said the investigation is still ongoing. As part of its response, the company has applied security patches, increased system monitoring, and rotated application keys to prevent further unauthorized access. Customers have also been asked to reauthorize API access as a precautionary step. Well, we stay with the world of technology. India and Japan are set to sign a key agreement to boost cooperation in quantum computing. And this is aimed at strengthening research ties and technology development between the two countries. The agreement will be signed during a meeting between Kimi Onoda and Jitendra Singh in India, focusing on expanding collaboration between researchers, companies, and institutions in the quantum technology space. The Memorandum of Understanding will promote information sharing, joint discussions, and partnerships to build a strong foundation for future quantum research. Japan is also expected to push for the adoption of its next-generation quantum computers, which are being developed to deliver significantly higher performance than current supercomputers. India will become the second Asian country after Singapore to sign a quantum technology agreement with Japan as Tokyo expands its global partnership network in this strategic sector. Japan has already signed similar agreements with multiple countries, including the United Kingdom, European Union, Germany, and the United States since 2025. For Japan, India is seen as a key partner given its large pool of technology talent and growing investment in quantum research and development. India has been investing hundreds of millions of dollars into quantum technology, with a rising number of startups and research initiatives emerging in the sector. Well, New York is set to witness fashion's most exclusive night on May 4th. This year, the daring theme is costume art. Here's a list of Indian celebrities and designers who are expected to bring a distinctive design flair to the global stage. India's celebrated filmmaker and producer Karan Johar is expected to make his high-profile Met Gala debut. The director is known for his unapologetic "more is more" aesthetic. Johar's presence now marks a significant crossover between Bollywood royalty and global haute couture. His debut promises a dramatic, theatrical silhouette that perfectly aligns with the night's highly artistic theme. Similarly, celebrity designer Manish Malhotra is returning to the red carpet this year. He has officially confirmed that he is designing the custom couture piece for Johar. After his own debut in 2025, the legendary designer is returning to showcase exquisite Indian craftsmanship yet again. India's global brand ambassador for Gucci, Alia Bhatt, is also expected to walk the steps once again, following her pearl-drenched debut in 2023 and a stunning floral sari look in 2024. Fashion critics are eager to see how she merges Italian luxury with Indian heritage under this year's artistic prompt. A recent rumor suggests that Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh will also be making an appearance. The couple, who recently announced their pregnancy, have not confirmed anything yet. Well, Priyanka Chopra Jonas, a Bulgari ambassador and one of the most recognized Indian faces at the Met Gala, always makes jaws drop with her Met Gala looks. Well, tourists arrived in large numbers to witness the wire-assisted tourism project Ferry flying from the sky in southwest China's Sichuan province. The landscape here is no longer just for sightseeing, but has become a natural stage for immersive experiences. Leaving you with these beautiful visuals, stay tuned to WION The World is One. Thanks for watching.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is One.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
Vielleicht nur als Imposant.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Welcome back. You're watching WION World is One. Thank you for staying with us. Time now for Business Insights. American Joker. Let's begin with the headlines. Indian markets close higher but pare most of their gains in the last hours of trade. Elevated crude oil prices cut the rally, with the Nifty closing above 24,100 points and the Sensex settling above 77,000. European stocks trade lower despite positive global cues from Asia. This after Trump threatens auto tariffs on European manufacturers. French stocks lead declines. German stocks back the trend in early trading. Crude oil rises around 4% as Trump hints at freeing ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Benchmark Brent races past $110 per barrel. US oil trades around $105 per barrel. Gold and other precious metals lose their shine to a rising US dollar. Gold slides close to 2% to trade below $4,600 per ounce. Silver and palladium lead losses, drop close to 4% each. Crude oil markets kicked off the week on a volatile note, with prices holding firmly above the $110 mark. Benchmark Brent climbed as high as $112 per barrel, while US oil hovers near $105 per barrel. Asian markets broadly shrugged off the rising crude oil prices as South Korea's Kospi led a standout rally. The index surged over 5% to hit a fresh record high, extending its strongest monthly gains in nearly 3 decades. Tech heavyweights drove the rally, with chip makers seeing strong momentum after upbeat global cues. Hong Kong's Hang Seng also posted gains, while Australia's ASX 200 was a lone laggard. Markets in Japan and China remained shut due to holidays. Indian equities edged higher in cautious trade, with the Nifty 50 adding modest gains. The upside remained capped as investors tracked global oil volatility and geopolitical risks, though resilience in select sectors helped benchmarks stay in positive territory. Gold prices slipped slightly, with spot gold easing below $4,600 per ounce. The decline came as persistent inflation concerns and hawkish signals from the Federal Reserve weighed on sentiment. In the crypto markets, prices remained choppy, mirroring broader risk sentiment. Traders stayed cautious amid macro uncertainty and rising energy-driven inflation fears. Bitcoin continues to hold above $78,000 per token, while Ether trades around $2,300 per token. Looking ahead, Wall Street looks set for a softer start, with the US futures pointing lower as investors digest geopolitical tensions and the renewed surge in oil prices. The United Arab Emirates has signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with South Korea, cutting or eliminating tariffs on over 91% of traded goods. The deal, South Korea's first with a Gulf Cooperation Council country, comes just as the UAE exits OPEC and sharpens its focus on diversifying trade. Non-oil trade between the two nations stood at $6.9 billion last year, with both sides targeting further growth across technology, manufacturing and logistics. In parallel, Qatar is also stepping up engagement with Seoul, exploring partnerships in artificial intelligence, semiconductors and biotechnology. At the same time, geopolitical tensions are reshaping how goods move across the Gulf. Disruptions in key maritime choke points like the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea are forcing countries to rethink traditional trade routes. In response, Gulf nations are rapidly developing alternative sea-land corridors linking ports in the UAE and Oman to Saudi Arabia, Jordan and beyond. These efforts reflect a structural shift away from reliance in vulnerable sea lanes towards more diversified and resilient trade networks. The transformation goes beyond shipping routes. The Gulf Cooperation Council is fast-tracking a regional railway network linking 6 countries alongside plans for cross-border oil, gas and power pipelines. There is also renewed momentum behind reviving the historic Hejaz railway connecting Saudi Arabia to Turkey via Jordan and Syria. Analysts suggest smaller, faster to execute corridors may take priority over large, complex initiatives. The end result is a fragmented but more flexible trade architecture designed to withstand geopolitical shocks. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent doubled down on the U.S. strategy of suffocating Iran economically, with sanctions tightening, oil exports blocked and storage reportedly filling up and filling up. Washington believes Tehran is being pushed to the brink. Bessent also maintains that oil prices could fall later this year once the conflict stabilizes and supply flows resume. But this raises a larger question. Is Iran really the only economy under pressure? Or is the global economy also feeling the squeeze from the same disruption? Because while Iran faces an economic blockade, the impact is clearly global. The shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz has triggered a massive supply shock. The World Bank now expects energy prices to surge by 24% this year, with global oil supply already hitting sharply. The IMF has cut global growth forecasts to 3.1% and warned of rising inflation, highlighting a classic supply shock hitting global economies. From Europe's rising import bills to emerging markets facing currency and inflation pressures, the cost of this conflict is being distributed globally. In effect, while Iran is under direct economic pressure, the world is paying through higher fuel costs, inflation, and slower growth. And this is where President Trump and his administration's optimism runs into market reality. Analysts and global institutions are warning that even if tensions ease, prices may not fall quickly. The World Bank projects oil to remain elevated, with risks tilted towards even higher levels if disruptions persist. Energy experts say a security premium is now embedded in oil markets, with countries stockpiling supplies and supply chains taking months, even years, to normalize. Central banks are also preparing for prolonged inflation, with policymakers warning that high energy prices could keep inflation elevated well into the coming years.
The implications of the war for medium-term inflation and economic activity will depend on the intensity, the duration of the energy price shock, and the scale of its indirect and second-round effects. The longer the war continues, and the longer energy prices remain high, the stronger is the likely impact on broader inflation and the economy.
So while the US believes Iran is being economically cornered, the bigger picture suggests a more complex reality, one where the pressure is global and elevated energy prices could persist far longer than policymakers hope. Let's move on now. We are seeing a major escalation in the US-China economic standoff. China has for the first time invoked its 2021 blocking rules, ordering domestic firms to ignore US sanctions targeting Chinese refineries accused of importing Iranian crude. China has called these sanctions an improper use of extraterritorial law by the US. The move creates a direct legal conflict. Multinational companies operating across both markets now face a binary choice: comply with US sanctions and risk violating Chinese law, or follow China's directive and face potential US penalties. For global banks and firms with dollar exposure, the risks are immediate, especially the threat of secondary sanctions tied to the US financial system. This confrontation is unfolding against a backdrop of a major shift in global trade dynamics. In 2000, the US was the dominant trading partner for most of the world, with total trade exceeding $2 trillion, more than 4 times that of China at the time. But over the past 2 decades, China's trade has expanded rapidly, growing over 12-fold. By 2024, China's total trade has crossed $6 trillion, overtaking the US, which stands at roughly $5.3 trillion. Today, China is the largest trading partner for a majority of countries across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. This expanding economic footprint strengthens Beijing's ability to push back against US pressure. The timing of this move is significant, coming ahead of the much-anticipated visit by President Trump to China. Beijing's move signals a tougher negotiating stance while also setting a precedent. Analysts say this could mark the beginning of competing legal frameworks governing global trade. Countries like Russia may take cues from China's approach to counter unilateral US sanctions. The broader risk is fragmentation, where companies, banks, and even countries are forced to align to one system over another, a trend that could accelerate the decoupling of the world's 2 largest economies. Should the world prepare for a prolonged disruption? Warning signs are flashing across global markets. With inventories tightening and price pressures building, the bigger question is no longer just about oil. It's about the global economy. Is this a new phase of inflation the world is not ready for? We break down the war tax on everything.
What we are witnessing is not a routine spike. It's a structural disruption. A key global oil route, the Strait of Hormuz, is now at the center of a major supply shock. Production losses in the Gulf have sharply reduced global availability, while shipments have slowed and inventories are rapidly thinning. The safety buffer that once stabilized oil markets is disappearing, and when energy supply tightens at this scale, the impact doesn't stay limited to oil. It spreads across the entire global economy. This is where the real impact begins and the war tax takes hold. Higher crude prices are already feeding into higher fuel costs, pushing up transportation, logistics and aviation expenses worldwide. Supply chains still recovering from pandemic disruptions are once again under pressure. For consumers, this translates into rising food prices, higher cost of goods and persistent inflation.
Everywhere in the world, in Asia and Europe, even in the United States, which produces a lot of oil of its own, consumers will feel a massive impact. So to begin with, the peak of the crisis will probably be felt in jet fuel, meaning people will fly less. Everything we're getting at home, from potatoes to furniture, is being delivered by trucks, and there is a shortage of diesel, meaning everything will become more expensive to transport.
For policymakers, the challenge intensifies. Central banks like the Federal Reserve and Reserve Bank of India now face a difficult trade-off, controlling inflation while trying to support growth. The longer this disruption lasts, the deeper the economic impact. Sustained high energy prices act like a tax on the global economy, slowing consumption, squeezing corporate margins, and delaying investments. Even if supply improves later, rebuilding depleted inventories will keep demand elevated and prices under pressure. With $150 oil turning into a real possibility, wallets across the world are set to feel the impact. Business Bureau, WION World is One.
And for more insight on the topic, we spoke to former Secretary of Finance Ministry, R. Gopalan, and this is what he told us.
The supply and prices are the two areas which will get, impacted. So, which will mean that, your trade and finance channels will get affected. Your output channel will also get affected because supply gets, reduced. So, all these things will contribute to prices rising. So, ultimately, the problem is of inflation and output, inflation going up and output going down ultimately. So, will it lead to stagflation? Is an issue which we need to wait and watch.
When asked about his prediction on oil prices, this is what he also said.
Judging by the way the supply in various other places are ramped up, and if you look at the US's, inclination to continue the war for a long time is not at its height. So there is a possibility that $150 may not be a realistic assumption at current, with all current inputs, taking into account all the current inputs. Maybe it will touch once a while. It's possible something happens drastically to the war and production facilities. Yes, it may go up, touch for a while, but I don't think that is going to be the kind of price which we will be seeing. More likely will be about 100 to 125 in the near term. And maybe in 26, it will be around about 100, 90, 100. And 27, we may look at about 70, 80 kind of prices. That's my assessment of the examining the current conditions of production, supply, and the disturbance due to war and alternate supplies, and taking all those into account. This seems to be my way of looking at it currently. So if there are other inputs which come in on account of the war, I may have to revise my assumptions.
Indian markets saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday last week, with the Sensex falling along with broader markets. Despite this, the week ended marginally higher. April delivered a strong 7% rally for Indian markets and blockbuster gains for Wall Street. But with unprecedented price swings dominating the trade, how will the month of May turn out to be? US equities are expected to open on a strong note. However, the broader outlook remains cautious. Elevated crude prices amid geopolitical tensions continue to pose inflation risks and pressure currencies. A key concern for India, volatility is expected to remain high, making risk management and hedged strategies critical. The week is packed with triggers on both domestic and global fronts. In India, state election results, inflation data, crude movement, and the rupee trajectory will be closely tracked. Earnings will also drive stock-specific action, with several key companies set to report results. Globally, focus shifts to US labor market data this Friday, which will shape expectations around Federal Reserve policy. Corporate earnings from major global companies across tech, consumer, and travel sectors will offer insights into demand trends. With foreign investors remaining cautious, markets are likely to stay volatile. Bitcoin is back in the spotlight after hitting a 3-month high on Monday, surging past $80,000, extending a strong rally. But new data suggests the surge may not be as solid as it looks. The world's largest cryptocurrency rose 12.7% in April, marking its best monthly performance since April last year and its second straight month of gains. Ether also climbed, gaining 8%, its strongest showing since August. But beneath the surface, analysts warn this rally could be built on shaky ground. According to crypto data firm CryptoQuant, the recent price surge has been driven almost entirely by perpetual futures trading, also known as PUPs, rather than actual buying of Bitcoin in the spot market. Here's why that matters. Spot demand, which reflects real invested buying, remained negative throughout April. Meanwhile, futures demand increased sharply, indicating rising speculative activity. This divergence is a red flag. CryptoQuant's head of research, Julio Moreno, says this kind of setup usually means prices are being pushed up by leverage, not genuine demand. And historically, that doesn't last. In fact, a similar pattern appeared in early 2022, just before the crypto market entered a prolonged downturn. The concern is simple. When prices rise without real buying support, they often fall once leveraged positions unwind. Adding to the uncertainty, crypto markets in 2026 have been heavily influenced by external factors, shifting US interest rate expectations, ongoing geopolitical tensions, including the Iranian conflict, and lack of regulatory clarity, with key legislation like the Clarity Act still stalled. There are some positive signals. $1.9 billion flowed into Bitcoin ETFs in April. Total ETF assets now stand at 100.5 billion US dollars. Corporate holders added around 58,000 Bitcoins worth roughly $4.4 billion. But even with that, price action has been inconsistent. After hitting a high of around $79,500 in April, Bitcoin mostly trended lower towards the end of this month. It's currently hovering near $78,000, just about 1% below its recent peak. Bitcoin's rally may look strong on the surface, but without sustained real demand, analysts warn it could be vulnerable to a pullback. Investors will now be watching closely to see whether actual buying catches up or if this rally begins to unwind. As the Iranian conflict keeps global energy markets on the edge, the ripple effects are now clearly visible inside India's economy, from fuel-linked price pressures and a weaker rupee to rising fertilizer costs and supply chain strain. The war is quietly building a multi-layered domestic burden. What are India's domestic stress points as Iran war lingers on? We break it down in this News in Numbers segment. The global box office is experiencing a massive surge right now. It is fueled by highly anticipated sequels, a record-breaking musical biopic and historic runs from Indian cinema. Here's a look at the latest collections for some of the biggest films. The Devil Wears Prada 2 has made a dazzling return to theaters. The sequel delivered an exceptional global opening weekend. The movie grossed $233.6 million worldwide. The movie boasts the highest opening weekend ever for Meryl Streep and serves as a rare, massive triumph for female-led summer blockbusters. Michael has moonwalked into the record books. The film crossed the $300 million mark worldwide in under 2 weeks of release. The film, starring Jafar Jackson, has secured its place as the biggest opening in history for a musical biopic, currently trailing only Bohemian Rhapsody in overall trajectory. The Super Mario Galaxy movie remains a juggernaut at the global box office. The animated video game adaptation has grossed an estimated $894.2 million worldwide. Industry analysts expect the film to comfortably cross the coveted $1 billion mark in the coming weeks. Project Hail Mary continues to show stellar holds in theaters globally. The sci-fi epic has officially outperformed The Martian to become WION's highest grossing adaptation. The movie is rapidly approaching the impressive $650 million milestone at the worldwide box office. Aditya Dhaar's Dhurandhar 2, The Revenge, starring Ranveer Singh, is rewriting the history books for Indian cinema. Now in its 7th week, the film has achieved a staggering global gross collection of 1,788.35 crore rupees. That is approximately $214.2 million. This monumental performance makes it the second highest grossing Indian film of all time globally, putting it neck and neck with a 9-year lifetime record held by Bahubali 2, The Conclusion. Priya Darshan's horror comedy Bahut Bangla, featuring Akshay Kumar, is maintaining a steady pace in its 3rd week. The film has secured a worldwide gross of $225.52 crore rupees. That is approximately $27 million. The film marks a highly successful reunion for India's famous actor-director duo. Thank you for watching Business Insights on WION World is One. I'm Eric Nzoka. Stay with us.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridors of the world. This is Race to Power, only on WION.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter. Because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world. A 360-degree analysis. an award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION. World is One.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. This is WION Dispatch. I'm Kripa. Let's start with the headlines. BJP sweeps West Bengal polls, leads in 200 seats. The Trinamool is staring at defeat after 15 years in power in the first election after a record deletion of voters under the special intensive revision. Vijay emerges as the new king of Tamil Nadu politics. TVK emerges single largest party in Tamil Nadu, dedicates victory to Karur stampede. On to global headlines now. Iran says its navy forced a U.S. warship to turn back from the Strait of Hormuz. Iran state broadcaster IRIB reported that naval forces issued a decisive and rapid warning to prevent U.S. destroyers from entering the strait. UAE says Iran has launched a drone attack at ADNOC oil tanker in Strait of Hormuz. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia fears drones may buzz over Red Square, and this as he speaks in Armenia summit, referring to Russia's decision not to involve military hardware in this year's May 9th parade. Recognized as a national intangible cultural heritage, the Miao Sisters Festival kicks off in Taijiang County of southwest China's Guizhou province. The two worst teams in the IPL this season will go head-to-head in a short while from now as Mumbai Indians take on the Lucknow Super Giants in a fight for survival. Well, the major talk of the moment right now in India's state politics, the Bharatiya Janata Party scripted an electoral history in West Bengal. The party has ended Mamata Banerjee's 15-year rule in the state, which was once considered as insurmountable political fortress. As per the latest count, the Saffron Party has moved from 3 seats in 2016 to leading on to 205 seats in 2026. West Bengal's political fortunes took a 180-degree turn in a matter of 1 decade. Let's take a look at deeper political trends that have shaped the Bharatiya Janata Party's landslide victory in West Bengal. Now, Mamata Banerjee's TMC is down to 82 seats. This is less than half its previous tally of 215. The BJP has managed to make inroads in Mamata Banerjee's traditional strongholds like the southern districts of West Bengal. The BJP also pierced through Mamata Banerjee's strong base among the Muslim community. If we look back in 2021 Assembly elections, TMC secured 119 out of 135 seats in areas with a strong Muslim electorate. But this time around, the BJP is leading in 80 of these seats. The change in vote share shows that the Congress and the Communist Party of India, Marxist, could have cut into the TMC's vote share in these constituencies. Now let's also take a look at some of the key battles that are underway in West Bengal. The BJP's Suvendu Adhikari is leading from the Nandigram seat. He has been continuously maintaining his lead in this seat since counting began early this morning. Next up is Bhawanipur, where a rematch of the 2021 Nandigram contest is underway. After trailing in initial rounds, Mamata Banerjee has established a steady lead against Suvendu Adhikari, who is contesting from Bhawanipur as well as Nandigram. The Congress Party's political veteran Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing from the Baharampur seat. He is currently trailing by 23,675 votes against the candidate from Bharatiya Janata Party. Ratna Devanath, the mother of the rape victim at RG Kar Medical College, is contesting election on a BJP ticket. She is on course to enter West Bengal State Assembly from the Panihati seat. Well, if we talk about the scale of the party's massive victory, it could be attributed to a combination of factors like 15 years of anti-incumbency, the potential swing of women voters, or even a consolidation of Hindu votes in the BJP's favor. Regardless, the BJP is set to have its first ever chief minister in West Bengal, but who will be the face of the new government? Will it be the Bharatiya Janata Party's giant slayer Suvendu Adhikari, who defeated Mamata Banerjee from Nandigram in 2021, or will it be a surprise nomination by the BJP's top brass? Ahead of the polls, the BJP made a big issue of the opposition's refusal to pass a 33% women reservation in parliament, which was linked to the delimitation of parliamentary seats. And the BJP is currently in power, either alone or in an alliance in 21 states and union territories. However, only one of these 21 administrations has a woman chief minister. This does open up the possibility of a woman chief minister in West Bengal, and as of now, anything is possible after the BJP's victory in the battle for Bengal. Well, for more on this, our correspondent Dharamjot Kaur from Netaji Stadium joins us live from Kolkata. Dharamjot, earlier the residents said this could have been one of the most peaceful elections in West Bengal considering its history. Is that changing it? Is the situation changing now that the vote count is wrapping up, or has it already changed? Is it still peaceful there?
Well, there have been areas across West Bengal where there have been sporadic incidents of violence. We've seen a few TMC lawmakers getting attacked. We've seen a TMC office in the Asansol constituency set on fire. Trinamool Congress has accused the BJP workers of carrying that out, but officially the investigation has not really given a clear cause of that fire at the moment. What's more worrying at this point is the fact that this entire area for the entire day had been cordoned off because Netaji Subhash Indoor Stadium is one of the biggest counting centers across West Bengal, and 200 meters around the area had been completely cordoned. Technically and in terms of rules, is still supposed to be cordoned off to anyone except election officials, except security officials, except observers and certain personnel who have the EC card and the stamped certification to access these areas. Now, in the past 1 hour, the situation has completely changed because a lot of BJP supporters and workers have just crossed through barricades on both ends and have entered this entire area, which legally, according to the rules, is not allowed. But it seems that the rules are now being blurred with a new party coming to the fore, and the celebration has now turned into a massive rally on both sides of where I'm standing at this point, also in other parts of Kolkata. It remains to be seen how the Election Commission and other officials react to this because according to the rules, this is not supposed to happen. So it's a very, very sudden change in the situation here at Netaji Subhash Stadium.
Dharamjot, you do mention that the rules are seemingly blurring right there in West Bengal. And earlier, CM Mamata Banerjee, she alleged that the counting rounds were halted for some time. She even says TMC will win after sunset. And as I can see you right now, the sun has set. Do you hear something, some statements, some incidents that can align with what Banerjee is saying?
Well, I mean, those statements have been coming out for the past few hours. In fact, just an hour ago, Mamata Banerjee was about 15 minutes away from here at another counting station in the Bhawanipur constituency. And she did visit that, during which Suvendu Adhikari, her BJP rival, was also near that counting center. And there were reports of counting being halted temporarily. Now, there is a lot of accusation and cross-accusations that's taking place. So now the onus is on the Election Commission and officials to really clarify what happened and what is happening now. I think it's too early to say what exactly the development is on that front. EC data officially still shows the BJP leading in many, many seats. They're also slowly registering victories one by one. So the mandate still looks in the BJP's favor very easily. It doesn't appear that that is going to change. But yes, the next few days are going to be very crucial, especially for the TMC, for which the sun is setting on this particular election, and the 15-year rule of Mamata Banerjee. How Mamata Banerjee now, as a potential leader of opposition, really plays her cards, what kind of accusations is she going to make, and where does this entire situation go from here in terms of law and order, in terms of two parties clashing. So this is definitely going to be very, very interesting to look out for. We also have news of pleas being filed in the Supreme Court to extend the presence of central security forces across West Bengal till May the 11th, keeping in mind any untoward situation that could possibly unfold in the next few days. So the verdict is still to be decided on that. The jury is still out on that particular plea. I think, again, that is something we'll find out over the course of the next couple of days. So there's a lot happening. Decisive win for BJP, nevertheless, but again, a lot of details remain murky. A lot of data points also remain murky. I know we've been talking through the day about how anti-incumbency has been a factor and how other issues have been factors like unemployment and lack of industry and investment in West Bengal. But it's also important to consider the role that SIR has played in this particular election, especially from the vantage point of vote share. So the vote share percentage with which the TMC trails is something that the voter deletion and SIR could have easily covered, and that is also an accusation that the TMC has been making for many, many weeks now, ever since the voter exercise revision activity was carried out in West Bengal. Now, those are, again, early numbers, they're not complete. Again, the next few days, once the data points get completely finalized, I think the devil will lie in the details in terms of what exactly turned this election around for the BJP and also for the TMC to lose after 15 years.
Thank you, Dharamjot, for getting us these insights as you stand right next to what is the celebration of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Thank you for joining us. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reacted to the historic win in West Bengal. In a post on X, Prime Minister Modi says, and I quote him, "The lotus blooms in West Bengal. The 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections will be remembered forever. People's power has prevailed and BJP's politics of good governance has triumphed. I bow down to each and every person of West Bengal. The people have given a spectacular mandate to BJP, and I assure them that our party will do everything possible to fulfill the dreams and aspirations of the people of West Bengal. We will provide a government that ensures opportunity and dignity to all sections of the society." Those were the words of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as it was posted on social media. Well, our correspondent Siddhant Simbal, he sends more report from outside BJP headquarters in New Delhi.
For India's ruling BJP party, the big breakthrough clearly is West Bengal. It has been able to also retain power in Assam. Now here at the headquarters of BJP in Delhi, it is celebrations, something that is continuing since morning. Many workers have gathered here to celebrate the victory, carrying the flag of the BJP and sweets as well. And you can see quite enthusiastic workers present here and making chants as well. But clearly, this victory will have geopolitical implications as well. Now, both West Bengal and Assam are bordering state, and this victory is the top headline in Bangladeshi newspapers. In fact, the hope for Dhaka will be an early passage of the Teesta Agreement. Now, this water sharing agreement has been consistently opposed by the Mamata Banerjee government in West Bengal, even though it has got support from both the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh government and the Prime Minister Modi government. And now focus will be with BJP government both in the center and in the state. Dhaka will be hoping that this agreement could be sealed as soon as possible. With video journalist Piyush Siddhant Simbal for WION in New Delhi.
On to South India now. Tamil Nadu is also witnessing a political upheaval. A new political entrant is threatening to end almost 50 years of alternating rule between the DMK and the AIA-DMK. Superstar Vijay's TVK is surging ahead in the polls, and the actor turned politician looks set to claim Tamil Nadu's top post. And outgoing Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has lost from his Kolattur constituency. Stalin's DMK is currently polling at a distant second behind Vijay's TVK. It has won 8 seats so far, but is only leading in 52 others. Stalin himself has lost from Kolattur. The TVK has already won 18 assembly seats and it is leading in 91 constituencies. Vijay himself holds a comfortable lead in his Perumbur constituency. The TVK's entry has indeed shaken the dominance of the two Dravidian behemoths, especially the DMK. Tamil Nadu's other Dravidian heavyweight, the AIA-DMK, has won 3 seats and it is leading in 42 constituencies. Both the DMK and the AIA-DMK are bearing the brunt of Vijay's political entry. The superstar has changed Tamil Nadu's political landscape in record time. In the last election in 2021, the DMK-led Secular Progressive Alliance had won 159 seats and now they look likely to end up about 100 seats short. If Vijay wins the election, as he increasingly looks certain to, it will be the first time since 1977 that neither the DMK nor the AIA-DMK will rule Tamil Nadu. Our principal correspondent Siddharth MP is joining us live just outside Vijay's residence from Chennai. Siddharth, just a few hours ago, you were still there. How has the mood shifted outside Vijay's residence in this couple of hours?
So what has taken place in the last couple of hours is that the police deployment here and the security here has just grown massively. It's grown exponentially after the winds have changed in Tamil Nadu. The ground has completely shifted, and the epicenter of politics here on will be this residence here at Casuarina Drive in Neelankara. It's on the outskirts of Chennai. So this will be the new epicenter of Tamil Nadu politics. So what we can say is that just until a while ago, Vijay was here. It's just at around 6 p.m. that he left from his residence. So with that, much of the convoy and the police presence also departed along with him. They headed to Chennai city, where Vijay will be going and collecting his winning certificate. But of course, the major shift is that this entire area, which comprises of high-end residences, will come under a security blanket very soon. So far, it's been such that many residential areas in Chennai have been where the ruling party's representatives or the opposition leaders, be it chief minister, opposition leader, all of them have stayed inside Chennai city. But Vijay is an exception. He's actually in the outskirts of Chennai city. So this region now will come under a thick security blanket. This area would pretty much become extremely restricted access. So these are the changes we can expect in due course, and already that has been set in motion as well.
Thank you, Siddharth, for getting us the latest, especially since the scrutiny over security is tightening right there outside Vijay's residence. Thank you. Now let's turn our attention to Kerala, which is also seeing a sweeping change. However, over here, it's not a newcomer, but an old hand which is making a comeback. The counting is still underway, but the Congress-led United Democratic Front is clearly ahead. The Congress has already won 57 assembly seats and leading in 6 constituencies. Another major UDF member, the Indian Union Muslim League, has won 19 seats and is leading in 3. Celebrations have been underway for a while now, with senior Congress leaders jubilant at both the Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee headquarters in Thiruvananthapuram and at Indira Bhavan in New Delhi as well. The Congress-led UDF is set to return to power after 10 years of rule by the CPIM-led Left Democratic Front, and it has been a drubbing for the LDF. The most recent count shows that the CPIM has won 24 seats and is leading in only 2 other constituencies. Kerala's outgoing Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan was initially trailing from his Dharmadam constituencies, but he managed to overturn the deficit and win the seat as the day progressed. During the 2021 elections, the LDF had made history by securing 99 seats and limiting the UDF to just 41. The UDF has already crossed the last election's tally and is set to secure victory soon. Our correspondent Binoy Krishnan R has sent us this report from Thiruvananthapuram. Take a look.
According to the latest Kerala election results, the UDF has a clear majority with 102 seats, while LDF is leading in 35 seats and India won 3 seats. The massive victory of the UDF proves a strong anti-incumbency sentiment, which is further highlighted by the fact that many of the sitting ministers were defeated. With this strong mandate from the people, UDF is getting back to power after 10 years. This also marks a new chapter for NDA, as BJP has won 3 seats in the Kerala Assembly elections for the first time. R. Binoy Krishnan reporting for WION from Thiruvananthapuram.
Moving on, the World Health Organization has confirmed that a cruise ship sailing in the Atlantic Ocean has been hit by a deadly hantavirus outbreak. It claimed that 3 people on board the ship have died, out of which 1 person was confirmed to have been a victim of the infection. The outbreak occurred on the MV Hondius, a polar cruise vessel operated by Dutch company Oceanwide Expeditions. It was traveling from Ushuaia in Argentina to Cape Verde when it was struck by the outbreak. According to the WHO, a total of 6 people on board the cruise were suspected to have been infected by the disease. An elderly Dutch couple were among the 3 victims who died on board the vessel. Britain's Foreign Office says it is closely monitoring reports of hantavirus outbreak after a British tourist was reportedly admitted to a hospital in South Africa in an intensive care unit. According to reports, the MV Honduras has the capacity to carry around 170 passengers and 70 crew members on board. The virus refers to a group of viruses carried by rodents. According to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, infections generally arise when the virus becomes airborne from rodent urine, droppings, or saliva. The World Health Organization reports that hantavirus infections are linked to environment exposure to infected rodents' urine or feces and may spread between people, leading to severe respiratory illness that requires close monitoring, medical support, and coordinated response. Extending its support to the affected cruise ship in the Atlantic Ocean, the World Health Organization announced that it has initiated comprehensive investigations, including advanced laboratory testing and epidemiological studies. Medical assistance and care are being delivered to both passengers and crew, while sequencing of the virus is also currently underway. For more on this story, our correspondent Calden has sent us this report from Johannesburg. Listen in.
South Africa's health department has said that they will soon release more details of a British tourist tested positive for hantavirus in an Atlantic cruise ship. The patient is in critical condition in an ICU in a hospital in Johannesburg. The health authorities in the country said they are on high alert as more suspected cases are still under investigation. WHO health experts have said they are very worried about a suspected outbreak. However, they have said that the virus does not usually spread from person to person. It is mainly transmitted from infected rodents to humans through breathing in airborne particles from the urine, droppings, or saliva. This is Kaldanoma from Johannesburg, South Africa for WION World is One.
Well, let's have a look at all the stories that are trending on WION's social media at the moment. First up, on Instagram, celebrations erupt at Vijay's residence as TVK's leads cross 100-seat mark in Tamil Nadu. On X, a Canadian intelligence report says some Khalistani individuals use Canada as a base for extremism. The CSIS report says Khalistani extremists use Canada to promote, fundraise, and plan violence. On YouTube, Israel has approved the purchase of 2 more squadrons of F-35 and F-15IA fighter jets, boosting its air capabilities. Moving on to Facebook, Philippines says it is deploying aircraft and ships to drive away Chinese research vessels in South China Sea, while China says its Coast Guard identified and handled 5 Philippine crew members landing on a disputed island. With that, it's a wrap of WION Dispatch. Thank you for staying with us so far. Stay tuned to WION World is One.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Get the latest updates.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is One. From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Hello and welcome to a new week here on WION World of Sport with me, Vidur Kathuria. Plenty of action to get you over the course of the show today, but first up, it's the headlines. Manchester United secure their return to the Champions League with a thrilling 3-2 victory over arch rivals Liverpool. Michael Carrick strengthens his credentials for the permanent job at Old Trafford, but there are concerns for Liverpool boss Arne Slot, who oversees another abject defensive display. Inter Milan are kings of Italy once again. Inter are crowned Serie A champions for the third time in the last 6 years after beating Parma 2-0 on Sunday. The league title is secured with 3 game weeks to go. We might have another F1 world champion in the making. 19-year-old Kimi Antonelli makes it a hat-trick of race victories with his triumph in Miami. The Mercedes driver extends his championship lead over teammate George Russell. And the two worst teams in the IPL this season go head-to-head in a short while from now as Mumbai Indians take on the Lucknow Super Giants in a fight for survival. Manchester United will be back in the Champions League. The Red Devils beat fierce rivals Liverpool in a thrilling game at Old Trafford to officially book their spot in Europe's elite club competition next season. It was third against fourth in the table and held significance for both teams. United needed just a point to secure Champions League qualification, and they got off to a flyer at Old Trafford. They were 2 goals up inside 14 minutes. First, it was Matthias Cunha who scored following a corner after Liverpool failed to clear their lines. And then Benjamin Šeško made it 2-0 after Liverpool's defence once again could not deal with a cross inside the box. United seemed comfortable with a 2-goal lead at half-time, but that was wiped out within 11 minutes of the restart. Liverpool midfielder Dominic Szoboszlai capitalised on a misplaced pass from United substitute Amad Diallo in the 47th minute, and Dutchman Cody Gakpo levelled matters soon after following another mistake from United goalkeeper Sen Lammens. But it was United who had the last word. Kobbie Mainoo struck in the 77th minute with a fine finish from the edge of the box to settle the match. Mainoo has just signed a long-term deal with his boyhood club and he celebrated it in style. The victory ensures that United will return to the Champions League for the first time since the 23-24 season.
All we can do, I think, when we came in, I think Champions League, to be honest, was a little bit in the distance, and we wanted to try and get back into Europe. So to be where we are, the one the players have put together with 3 games to spare is a good achievement. I see it as just being a step, though. You know, we're not over celebrating it, but whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You know, I can only do my best for the club and for the players, especially, and try and help them as best as we can, and then see what happens after that.
That it wasn't necessary to be 2-0 down. It wasn't necessary to lose this game today. Although United deserve to be 2-0 up, let that be completely clear. But we conceded 2 goals, and they have a lot of strength. Let that also be clear. But 2 of them are definitely the set piece and the counter attack, and we fell in that trap with both goals. So the first one we conceded the set piece. And the second one, we played through the middle where their players are sharp in the duels, and a great counter-attack led to the 2-0.
For Liverpool, the defeat is their 11th of the season, their worst tally since the 14-15 season under Brendan Rodgers. Champions League football next season is not a guarantee for the Reds, and another abject defensive display puts more pressure on manager Arne Slot, with doubts growing if he will remain at Anfield next season.
I wouldn't say concerned is the right word, but I'm completely aware of the fact that we need 3 points. That's why I was so annoyed that we didn't pick them up today. Although we didn't deserve to get these points in the first half, let's be completely clear. But if you are 2-2, coming back after 2-0 down, then you should at least go away here with a result, which we didn't do. And we knew before the game we had 4 chances to pick up 3 points to qualify for Champions League. And now there are 3 chances left.
There was some concerning news just before the match on Sunday, as former Manchester United manager Alex Ferguson was taken to hospital from Old Trafford. The move was believed to be a precautionary one, and he is out of harm's way. Now, the 84-year-old Ferguson is a regular at United's home games and was pictured at the stadium before being taken to hospital. He was done so by ambulance, reportedly as a precaution, and it is hoped he can recover at home soon. So far, there has been no update that has been issued by the club or Ferguson's representatives. However, several media reports in the UK say that he is stable. The Scotsman had a brain hemorrhage in 2018, which at the time was life-threatening, but he was able to recover. The fans sang his name towards the end of the first half during the victory over Liverpool.
Sir Alex, did you have anyone in mind?
Tottenham Hotspur have climbed out of the relegation zone following a crucial 2-1 win over Aston Villa. The result lifts Spurs to 17th in the Premier League table on 37 points, 1 clear of West Ham United with 3 games remaining. Now, West Ham's defeat to Brentford on Saturday handed Tottenham a huge lifeline in the relegation battle, and they took full advantage. Villa, still reeling from the UEFA Europa League semi-final first leg defeat, named a much-changed side and were punished early on. Just 12 minutes in, Conor Gallagher opened the scoring with his first goal for Spurs since arriving from Atletico Madrid in January. Villa struggled to match Tottenham's intensity, and it was no surprise when the home side doubled their lead in the 25th minute. Mathistell picked out Richarlison with a pinpoint cross, and the Brazilian headed home from close range. Villa were off the pace for most of the match but did find a late consolation with Emiliano Buendia scoring in stoppage time. It was too little too late as Tottenham ended a 15-game winless run in the league dating back to December. It was also Roberto Di Zerbi's first win since replacing Igor Tudor, and it means Spurs now control their own survival with fixtures still to come against Leeds, Chelsea and Everton, as they look to avoid the humiliation of dropping into the second tier for the first time since the 1977-78 season.
I'm really pleased for the performance with the ball, without the ball, we showed a great courage, and with the ball, great qualities. I'm happy for this type of performance more than 3 points, because 3 points, okay, we are 1 point more than West Ham, but the most important thing tonight, is to play a great game.
Premier League action continues tonight, and it's another crucial juncture in the title race. Manchester City travel to Everton with a chance to reduce Arsenal lead to 3 points. Arsenal's win over Fulham on a Saturday increased their lead over Pep Guardiola's side to 6 points. But as of now, City do have 2 games over their title rivals. Goal difference can also be pivotal come the end of the season. Arsenal's 3-goal victory means they have a 4-goal advantage over City when it comes to goal difference right now, as you can see on your screens. Now, this will be City's first trip to the Hill Dickinson Stadium, and they enter the match in good form. City are unbeaten in their last 11 league games, winning 8 and drawing 3, taking more points and conceding fewer goals than anyone else during the same period. Pep Guardiola's side, though, have a packed schedule in front of them and are even in the FA Cup final against Chelsea later this month. Inter Milan have been crowned Italian champions for the 21st time. The Nerazzurri beat Parma 2-0 in front of their home fans to lift the Scudetto for the 3rd time in just 6 seasons. Now, less than a year after losing the 2025 title race by just a point and suffering a 5-0 defeat to PSG in the Champions League final, Inter are back on top of Italian football. They knew a point would be enough after second-place Napoli were held to a goalless draw by Como. Marcus Thuram broke the deadlock just before half-time with a clinical side-footed finish before Henrik Mkhitaryan sealed the win in the second half, putting the title beyond doubt with 3 games remaining. Inter now hold a 12-point lead over Napoli and sit 15 points clear of AC Milan in third. At the final whistle, blue and black ribbons covered the pitch at the San Siro as Inter boss Christian Chivu celebrated the first major trophy of his coaching career, having previously won 3 Serie A titles as a player with Inter. And the celebrations did not stop at the stadium. Inter fans flooded the streets of Milan, with Piazza del Duomo packed with supporters dressed in blue and black. Flares and fireworks lit up the night sky as the blue half of the city celebrated another league triumph. The party could continue in the Coppa Italia final, that is the Italian Cup final, on May 13th, when Lazio stand between Inter and their 3rd domestic double. Time for some Formula One action now. Kimi Antonelli made history by becoming the first driver to win his 3 first Formula One races from pole position. The 19-year-old achieved this by winning the Miami Grand Prix on Sunday. The race around the Hard Rock Stadium was brought forward by 3 hours after forecasts predicted lightning and thunderstorms in Florida. The race drew celebrities to the grid. Sports superstars Lionel Messi and his family, 22-time Grand Slam champion Rafael Nadal, as well as golf superstar Jon Rahm were all in attendance. They were also joined by a host of other celebrities from the showbiz industry, including Jimmy Fallon, DJ Khaled, Colin Farrell, and Manuel Turizo, among others. Now, Kimi Antonelli started on pole, but the race was thrown into early chaos. Charles Leclerc, who began third, surged into the lead after Antonelli ran wide while trying to defend. Moments later, drama struck again as Max Verstappen spun following contact with Leclerc while battling for position. Verstappen, who had started a season-best second, dropped down to 9th after the incident. Antonelli quickly recovered, reclaiming the lead on lap 5. The front of the race remained unpredictable, with Leclerc briefly retaking the lead before reigning world champion Lando Norris moved to the front on lap 14. As pit stops unfolded, Verstappen fought his way back through the field and even briefly led while others pitted. However, Antonelli delivered a strong stop, beating Norris out of the pit lane and reclaiming the lead. Antonelli held firm to take the win, with Norris finishing second, 3.2 seconds behind. Leclerc looked set for a podium, but Oscar Piastri overtook him on the final lap. Leclerc eventually dropped to 8th after he was handed a 20-second penalty for repeatedly exceeding track limits after hitting a wall and damaging his car. Mercedes' George Russell finished 4th, while Verstappen recovered to a season-best 5th for Red Bull. Lewis Hamilton came home 7th for Ferrari.
This is just the beginning. The road is still long, but we're working super hard, and the team is doing an incredible job, and without them I wouldn't be here, so mainly thanks to them, to my family, and I'm going to enjoy this one and then get back to work.
We just got undercut. It's no excuses other than that. We got undercut. We should have boxed first. Kimi did a good job. Hats off to Merck and Kimi. They drove a good race.
The 19-year-old Italian's third win in a row moves him to 100 points. Antonelli is now 20 points ahead of teammate George Russell. The Italian is the youngest driver to lead the championship. From one Italian to another, Yannick Sinner has become the first man to win consecutive Masters 1000 titles. The world number 1 defeated second seed Alexander Zverev in straight sets to win the Madrid Masters. Sinner dominated the final in Madrid, racing to a 5-love lead against second seed Alexander Zverev. He converted all 4 break points in the first set and broke serve again for a 2-1 lead in the second. He broke Zverev once more for a 5-2 advantage before serving out the match, winning 6-1, 6-2 in just 58 minutes. The 24-year-old Italian has now won the first 3 ATP 1000 events of the season. Those are Indian Wells, Miami and Monte Carlo, and also triumphed in Paris 5 months ago. With this victory, Sinner surpassed Novak Djokovic, who had won 4 consecutive titles on 3 occasions, and Rafael Nadal, who won 4 straight Masters 1000 titles in 2013. Sinner is now the heavy favourite for next month's French Open, where he lost to Carlos Alcaraz in a thrilling 5-set final last year. However, the Spaniard has withdrawn from this year's tournament due to a wrist injury, further strengthening Sinner's position. Before Roland Garros begins, the world number 1 will look to continue his winning streak at the Italian Open.
Now I just want to enjoy this. I don't want to think about future plans. if physically I'm good, there's no reason not to play Rome, of course. But in the same time, I want to enjoy this. It has been a very, very long tournaments. I'm starting from Indian Wells, and obviously very happy. But now it's also good to recover, especially also mentally.
Best player in the world by far at the moment, and really no chance for most of the people. For us at the moment against you, also to your team. You guys doing an incredible job every single week. I hope one week, or maybe the French Open, just have a break. Just don't. No, but congratulations.
The world's best tennis players, including Novak Djokovic, Jannik Sinner and Aryna Sabalenka, as well as Coco Gauff, have released a joint statement expressing their disappointment at the level of prize money on offer at the French Open later this month. Now, this has been a long-running dispute between the top players and all 4 Grand Slams for over a year. Several players feel they are given an insufficient share of each tournament's increasing revenues, while they are also calling for enhanced welfare and pension provisions, as well as a greater say in determining the schedule. Now, the French Open last month announced a 9.5% increase in the prize money to around $72 million in total, but the players remain unhappy. The increase is significantly less than the 20% rise at the US Open last year, while the players claim that as a percentage of revenues, the prize fund is being reduced. This is the statement released by the players, and I'm quoting here. With estimated revenues of more than 400 million euros for this year's tournament, prize money as a percentage of revenue will likely still be less than 15%, far short of the 22% that players have requested to bring the Grand Slams in line with the ATP and WTA tours. Players are therefore receiving a declining share of the value they help create. End quote. Time for some IPL action now. The Punjab Kings have been handed their second straight defeat of the season in the IPL. Gujarat Titans defeated the table totters by 4 wickets at the Narendra Modi Stadium. The hosts won the toss and elected to bowl first after being put into bat. Punjab suffered an early collapse as Mohammad Siraj dismissed Priyansh Arya and Cooper Connolly in the first over. Jason Holder then struck crucial blows. He dismissed Nihal Vadhera and captain Shreyas Iyer to reduce Punjab to 47 for 5. Suryansh Hegde and Marcus Stoinis then steadied the innings. They shared a 79 of 44 ball stand before Hegde was dismissed for 57. Stoinis went on to score 40. A late contribution of 20 from Marco Jansen helped Punjab post 163 for 9. After captain Shubman Gill fell early to Arshdeep Singh, Sai Sudarshan took charge of the chase. They added 53 runs for the second wicket with Joss Butler. Butler scored 25 and looked aggressive. However, he fell trying to clear the infield of Vijay Kumar. Sudarshan continued steadily, bringing up his third 50 of the season of 37 balls. He added a couple of boundaries of Yuzvendra Chahal before getting out. The match tightened further when Rahul Tewatia was dismissed, leaving Gujarat needing 11 runs in the final over, but Washington Sundar held his nerve, finishing unbeaten on 40 and sealing the win with a scooped 6 of Stoinis.
I think the first priority is always to win the game. If we find ourselves in a position where conditions are favorable that we could think about net run rate, I think we'll do that. But I think the first priority is to accumulate 2 points every single time we play, and build our momentum. We're on a bit of a roll in terms of 3 back-to-back wins now, so it's just a matter for us just to stay consistent. I think the run rate and these kind of things will take care of itself.
Meanwhile, the Kolkata Knight Riders have extended their winning streak to 3 games. An all-round effort saw them thrash the Sunrisers Hyderabad by 7 wickets. Opting to bat first, Hyderabad made a fast start. Abhishek Sharma didn't last long and was removed for 15 in the 4th over. But Travis Head played a blinder of an innings and added 61 runs with Ishan Kishan before he fell for 61 himself. Hyderabad were cruising at 105 for 2 in 9 overs before Kolkata bowlers led by Sunil Narine and Varun Chakravarti turned the screw on them. At the end of the 15th over, Hyderabad crawled to 139 for 5. They only managed 26 runs more before they were bowled out for 165. Chakravarti took 3 wickets for 36 runs, while Sunil Narine and Kartik Tyagi took 2 wickets each. Just like Hyderabad, Kolkata too scored 71 runs in the power play for the loss of just 1 wicket. Finn Allen made 29 before he was sent packing by Pat Cummins. Kolkata captain Ajinkya Rahane and Ankush Raghuvanshi took charge of their innings. Their 84-run stand in 66 balls put Kolkata on the driver's seat when Rahane fell for a 36-ball 43. Kolkata were 133 in 15 overs. Raghuvanshi was dismissed for a career-best 59 in the 17th over, but the damage was already done by then. Rinku Singh remained unbeaten on 22 of 11 balls, while Cameron Green made 3 as Kolkata chased down the target in 18.2 overs. Result sees the Knight Riders rise to 7th, while it ends Hyderabad's 5-match winning streak.
I think in a long tournament, wins are very important because like you saw us in the start also, like when we weren't winning, then it's very tough to come back and win. But now that we're winning, I think the momentum will carry us and hopefully we can keep winning from here.
The Women's T20 World Cup is being held in England this summer, and the hosts will be one of the favourites for the title. And although their talent pool is strong enough, the national side might soon have a very high-profile member in their ranks. Princess Charlotte showed off her impressive bowling skills in a video posted by the royal family to mark her 11th birthday over the weekend. Enjoy this as we wrap up this bulletin.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness. In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter, because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world, a 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle at these times on WION World is One.
India's global voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Campaigns, elections, alliances, controversies, and power play. Stories that analyze global and domestic politics. A dedicated show with varied perspectives, expert take, citizens' voices, detailed ground reports, and in-depth coverage from political corridor.
को ले जाएगा। साथ में 5 राज्यों में एनडीए के मुख्यमंत्री, ऐसे एनडीए विकसित भारत 2047 की तरफ अग्रसर होते जा रहा है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी डॉक्टर मुखर्जी और दीनदयाल जी की प्रतिमा को पुष्पांजलि करते हुए देश की जनता को धन्यवाद करने के लिए जल्द ही यहाँ सामने आ रहे हैं।
So this is live at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi, and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is already there. This is a victory lap for the BJP following the results in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has been defeated, but she has not conceded yet. We'll just wait for what the Prime Minister will say and who will be the next Chief Minister of West Bengal. As you can see on your screens, this is a historic moment for the ruling BJP in West Bengal. And we'll also wait for the Chief Minister, who has been a Chief Minister for 3 terms. Mamata Banerjee, that is, of the TMC party, that's the Trinamool Congress party. She has not yet conceded defeat. The results are still trickling in, and the Election Commission of India will declare who the next Chief Minister of West Bengal will be. Let's just wait for what the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, in this victory lap for the BJP at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. He's about to speak. Let's just listen in.
उनको धन्यवाद करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी को भेंट करेंगे। ऐसे ही आसाम की जनता की ओर से अनुराग कालिता और श्रीमती बेबी देवी मां कामाख्या माता की प्रतिमा आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुपुर्द करेंगे, भेंट करेंगे। भारत माता की। 20 जनवरी को आदरणीय नितिन नवीन जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पद का उन्होंने भार स्वीकारा और आज 4 मई उनके अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद पहले 5 राज्यों के चुनाव हमने लड़े।
All right, so this is live at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi, and I'll just give you an update on what is really happening right now. The BJP is leading in West Bengal. NDA looks set for a return in Assam, and the anti-incumbency wave in Kerala is favoring Congress-led UDF. And this is according to the poll trends. The counting of votes is also underway in Puducherry and Tamil Nadu, where Vijay's TVK has left a big mark, and the Prime Minister has already congratulated Vijay on his win there. The BJP is making big inroads in Bengal with a massive lead on many seats and according to trends. And the person you see on your screen is likely to become the next Chief Minister of West Bengal, and is also giving a fight in Assam and Puducherry, that is the BJP in Kerala. The Congress-led UDF is performing as well. Meanwhile, superstar Vijay's TVK has made a strong debut in Tamil Nadu, crossing the halfway mark of 118 and dealing a huge blow to MK Stalin's DMK. The winners so far, according to the Election Commission of India, it has declared winners on some seats in Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu and Assam, with official announcements still awaited in West Bengal. However, the BJP is near the halfway mark of 200 in Bengal, and that's according, again, to the trends, and the TMC is trailing. And Mamata Banerjee has not conceded defeat. She has already made big claims, saying that the strong rooms need to be protected, and that trends hinted at BJP sweeping for Bengal. Banerjee issued an urgent message to the TMC workers, asking them to wait till sunset to see the trends change. She alleged that her party had a lead on 100 seats, but the ECI and the Election Commission was holding on to that data. And that's why she urged her members and her supporters to remain vigilant in the strong rooms. So there is no one result for West Bengal. That's one seat remains to be declared in West Bengal, with a surprise ECI announcement on Saturday that all 285 polling stations in Bengal's Falta Assembly seat will undergo repolling on May 21st, and therefore they will not be part of today's results announcement. So how many assembly seats are everywhere? In West Bengal, it has 294 assembly seats. Tamil Nadu has 243. Kerala has 114 member assembly. Assam has 126 seats, and Puducherry has 30. While Assam, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry voted in a single phase, West Bengal saw two-phased polling. In the 294 member Legislative Assembly of Bengal, the magic number to secure a victory is 148. Again, I'll say that. The magic number is 148. The majority mark is 118 in Tamil Nadu. In Kerala, the magic number is 71. In Assam, the magic number is 64. And in Puducherry, the magic number is 16. So who is contesting in Assam? Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma contested the Jalukbari seat. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee fought from the Babananipur seat against BJP's Suvendu Adhikari. And I believe Suvendu is the person speaking right now. And Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan contested from the Damadam seat. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin contested the polls from his bastion Kolatur. Puducherry Chief Minister Rangasamy contested from the Thatan Chavadi seat. So those are the contestants in these polls. There are 5 assembly polls, like I mentioned. That is Assam, West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. Let's go back to the BJP headquarters. We are still waiting for the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, to address his supporters at the party's headquarters in a moment from now. But he has already congratulated Vijay on his historic win in Kerala. I'm sorry, in Tamil Nadu. And now he will congratulate the person who will make a historic start of his chief ministerial position in West Bengal. The person who's contesting for this ministerial post, chief ministerial post in West Bengal, is Nitin Naveen. That's the name that of the person who is going to take over from Mamata Banerjee once the Election Commission of India makes the announcement. Again, we have to wait for the Election Commission of India to make the provisional announcement and declare the winner of the Chief Minister's post in West Bengal. Once again, there is one seat that will be contested again, or repolling will be conducted on May 21st. And these are 5 assembly elections that are taking place in India at this moment, and BJP is taking a lead in at least 3 of them. So let's just wait to hear what the Prime Minister will say. Let's just listen in for a moment.
गांधी की है और मैं आज आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, इस चुनाव के परिणाम के बाद इंडी के गठबंधन ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएंगे, क्योंकि इन्होंने जनता के साथ अन्याय किया है। और आज मैं कहता हूं, जिस प्रकार से नारी वंदन अधिनियम को तिरस्कार करने का काम, अपमान करने का काम किया है, जनता ने उसका सीख सिखाने का, जनता ने सबक सिखाने का काम किया है। और मैं आज के दिन अपने प्रिय नेता और पूरे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को इस बात का विश्वास दिलाता हूं, आप नेतृत्व कीजिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता पूरे संघर्ष और समर्पण भाव से आने वाले समय के लिए भी तैयारी में जुट गया है। हम देख रहे थे जिस प्रकार से देश में हिंदू विरोधी एजेंडे को आगे करने का प्रयास किया जा रहा था, विभाजनकारी शक्तियां आगे बढ़ रही थी, जनता ने उनको परास्त किया है। आज पश्चिम बंगाल एक सुरक्षित और सोनार बंगाल के रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा। आज के दिन उत्सव का दिन है मित्रों। कल से हम फिर से परिश्रम के भाव से, पूरे सेवा के भाव से काम करेंगे और आने वाले समय में चुनाव की तैयारियां, हम तो वो कार्यकर्ता हैं जो एक दिन भी आराम नहीं करते, क्योंकि हमारे नेता हर समय हर परिस्थिति में संघर्ष के साथ आगे बढ़ने का हमें संकल्प देते हैं। तो आइए इस जीत के उत्सव के साथ, नए संकल्प के साथ हम कल से फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे और आने वाले समय में फिर भाजपा का परचम इसी प्रकार से पूरे देश में लहराता रहे, इसके लिए प्रयासरत रहेंगे। भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, जय श्री राम। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज का दिन एक ऐतिहासिक शुभ दिवस है। भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में श्रद्धेय श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के जन्मस्थली पर आज इतिहास रचा गया है।
So before I continue, I need to make a few corrections. The person who was talking a few minutes ago, he's the BJP president. His name is Nitin Nabin. He's not the person who's contesting for the West Bengal chief ministerial election against Mamata Banerjee. His name is Duvendu, and he's the one who's going to take over from Mamata Banerjee. Now let's listen to the Prime Minister. He's about to address party workers and members of the BJP at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जो लोग मुझे देख नहीं पाते हैं, उनसे मेरी प्रार्थना है कि आप जहां हैं वहीं से सुन लीजिए। किसी को आगे पीछे करने के चक्कर में मत पड़िए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज का ये दिन ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। जब वर्षों की साधना सिद्धि में बदलती है, तो चेहरे पर जो खुशी होती है, वो खुशी आज मैं देश भर के भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता के चेहरे पर देख रहा हूं।
मोदी मोदी मोदी
आप वो तस्वीर नीचे रखिए, पीछे लोगों को परेशानी हो रही, नीचे रखिए, नीचे रखिए। एक कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते मैं भाजपा के हर कार्यकर्ता की खुशी में शामिल हूं। साथियों, आज का ये दिवस कई मायनों में खास है, विशेष है। ये देश के उज्जवल भविष्य की उद्घोषणा का दिन है। ये भरोसे का दिन है। भरोसा भारत के महान लोकतंत्र पर, भरोसा परफॉर्मेंस की पॉलिटिक्स पर, भरोसा स्थिरता के संकल्प पर, भरोसा एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना पर। साथियों, मैं बंगाल की जनता का, असम की जनता का, पुडुचेरी की जनता का, तमिलनाडु और केरलम की जनता का आज आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मैं उन सबको वंदन करता हूं। मैं आज बीजेपी के कोटि कोटि कार्यकर्ताओं का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। भाजपा के हर छोटे बड़े कार्यकर्ता ने एक बार फिर से कमाल कर दिया है, कमल खिला दिया है। आपने नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष श्री नितिन नवीन जी द्वारा अध्यक्ष पद संभालने के बाद ये पहले विधानसभा चुनाव थे। इन चुनावों में पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं का, हर कार्यकर्ता को उनका जो मार्गदर्शन मिला, वो मार्गदर्शन इस विजय में बहुमूल्य रहा है। साथियों, आज विभिन्न उपचुनावों के परिणाम भी अत्यंत उत्साहजनक रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, नागालैंड और त्रिपुरा में जो उपचुनाव हुए, उसमें हमारे उम्मीदवारों को जनता जनार्दन ने आशीर्वाद दिया और इन राज्यों में भी जीत गए। एनडीए की नेता, महाराष्ट्र की उप मुख्यमंत्री सुनेत्रा पवार जी ने भी बड़ी जीत दर्ज की है। मैं इन सभी राज्यों की जनता का उनके समर्थन के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, जय पराजय लोकतंत्र और चुनावी राजनीति का एक स्वाभाविक हिस्सा होता है।
लेकिन 5 प्रदेशों की जनता ने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया है कि ये हमारा भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी क्यों है। लोकतंत्र, डेमोक्रेसी हमारे लिए सिर्फ एक तंत्र नहीं है, ये हमारी रगों में दौड़ता हुआ संस्कार है। ये हमारी रगों की संस्कार सरिता है। और आज सिर्फ भारत का लोकतंत्र ही नहीं जीता है, आज भारत का संविधान भी जीता है। हमारी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं जीती हैं, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाएं जीती है। पश्चिम बंगाल में करीब 93% मतदान होना अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक रहा है। असम, तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी और केरल में भी मतदान के नए रिकॉर्ड बने हैं। इसमें भी महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत अधिक रही है। ये भारतीय लोकतंत्र की सबसे उजली तस्वीर बन रही है। साथियों, मैं आज चुनाव आयोग के सभी कर्मचारी भाई बहनों को, जो भी मतदान से जुड़े प्रक्रिया के सारे कर्मी थे, साथ साथ विशेष तौर पर सुरक्षा बलों का भी मैं आज बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारत के लोकतंत्र की गरिमाओं को बनाए रखने में आप सबका योगदान इतिहास हमेशा हमेशा याद रखेगा। साथियों, पिछले साल 14 नवंबर को जब बिहार चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे, तब मैंने इसी जगह से बीजेपी मुख्यालय से आप सबको कहा था, गंगा जी बिहार से आगे बहते हुए गंगा सागर तक जाती है। और आज बंगाल की जीत के साथ गंगोत्री से लेकर गंगा सागर तक कमल ही कमल खिला हुआ है। उत्तराखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार और अब पश्चिम बंगाल आज मां गंगा के इर्द गिर्द बसे इन राज्यों में बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार है। साथियों, 2013 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार के रूप में भी काम दिया और जब मैं काशी में अपना नामांकन भरने गया था और पत्रकारों ने मुझे घेर लिया, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरे हृदय से एक ध्वनि निकली थी और मैंने कहा था कि न मैं आया हूं न मुझे किसी ने भेजा है, मां गंगा ने मुझे बुलाया है। और आज मैं हर पल अनुभव कर रहा हूं कि मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद निरंतर हम सब पर अपनी कृपा बरसा रहे हैं। साथियों, गंगा जी के साथ साथ ब्रह्मपुत्र का भी हम पर बहुत आशीर्वाद रहा है। मां कामाख्या का आशीर्वाद रहा है। असम की जनता ने लगातार तीसरी बार बीजेपी एनडीए पर भरोसा किया है। हैट्रिक, तीसरी बार। असम के इतिहास की बहुत बड़ी घटना है। असम के टी गार्डन्स वाले क्षेत्रों में भी बीजेपी को अभूतपूर्व समर्थन मिला है। श्रीमंत शंकरदेव जी, महायोद्धा लसित बोरफुकन जी, बोडोफा उपेंद्रनाथ ब्रह्मा जी, भूपेन हजारिका जी, ऐसे अनेक महान व्यक्तित्वों से प्रेरणा लेते हुए असम अपने विकास की रफ्तार अब और बढ़ाएगा।
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
In-depth coverage of global issues broken down into facts, figures, and simple words. Backed with analysis from field experts who truly matter. Because we believe in decoding the real picture for you. So you get a much wider and deeper understanding of stories from around the world. A 360-degree analysis. An award-winning documentary series, week after week creating the maximum impact. Watch WION Wide Angle.
Hello and welcome to this edition of World War. My name is Mohammed Saleh. According to Article 101 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, piracy at high seas refers to illegal acts of violence, detention or depredation committed for private ends by crew or passengers of a private ship or aircraft against another ship or aircraft in international waters. With the definition of piracy being so clear, Donald Trump has made a candid confession. The American Navy's seizure of the Iranian oil, he said, is akin to what pirates do. So while Donald Trump has gotten himself bogged down more and more at the Strait of Hormuz, America's long-cherished military alliance, the NATO, is slowly being unmade. On the 27th of April, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz stated that the Iranians were humiliating the Americans in talks to end the 2-month-old war. Immediately, the Pentagon announced that the United States is withdrawing 5,000 of its troops from Germany. The drawdown will happen over a span of 6 to 12 months, but the message is not lost on anyone. The Iran war is remaking the global world order, and one of the very first casualties appears to be the ironclad NATO military alliance, which, at least from the American perspective, is no longer an alliance that is willing to dig America out of a tough spot in a time of its need. Our next report tells you more.
We call it an iron wall. It's essentially an iron wall. We have such great military and great Navy. And they were going straight through. And they said, turn your ship around. And there was no response. Turn your ship around. Evacuate your engine room immediately. And you see all these guys running out of there. Now, they're 5 miles away. And one shot into the engine room, blew up the engine room. The ship stopped. They used tugboats, and then we landed on top of it. On top of everything else, we then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates.
An American president cannot get more candid than this. "We are sort of like pirates," admitted the American president as he applies pressure on Tehran in a contest of blockades which tests who will blink first at Hormuz. While Trump talks of negotiations, he's also quietly building up more military presence in the region. And although the United States can claim that it has won tactically, Iran, by wresting control of the Strait of Hormuz, appears to have seized the strategic advantage. So as the war has hit a stalemate and the US Navy's inability to open the Strait of Hormuz militarily has become more evident by the day, Friedrich Merz has made a stark assessment of what really has been achieved by the Americans in the Iran war.
The Americans clearly have no strategy, and the problem with conflicts like this is always that you don't just have to go in, you also have to get out again. We saw that all too painfully in Afghanistan for 20 years. We saw it in Iraq. So this whole affair is, as I said, ill-considered, to say the least. At the moment, I cannot see what strategic exit the Americans are now opting for, especially as the Iranians are obviously negotiating very skillfully, or rather, very skillfully not negotiating and letting the Americans travel to Islamabad only to leave again without any results. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian state leadership, especially by these so-called revolutionary guards.
This assessment has incensed Donald Trump. All along, Trump and the leadership of his military establishment have been patting each other's backs on how wonderfully the Iran war was being executed.
Air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs.
But Friedrich Merz has said the quiet part out loud. Americans in their Iran war lack strategy and therefore are being humiliated by Iran.
And you would have thought they would have said, we would love to help you. But they didn't, which I think was a verse. And Germany, I mean, he's doing a terrible job. He's got immigration problems. He's got energy problems. He's got problems of all kinds. And he's got a big problem with Ukraine because they're in that mess. And he criticized me for doing the whole thing with Iran.
The NATO military alliance was brought into existence in 1949. Its objective was to keep the nations of Western Europe safe and away from the influence of the Soviet Union. But the way things are unfolding, the NATO military alliance may unravel in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. For the first time, perhaps since the end of the Second World War, the United States is fighting an adversary which, though not as technologically advanced or with a similar firepower as the United States, has been able to hit back at American military power in ways the American military establishment was not able to predict. Iranian drones, especially the Shahid 136 drones, have exposed the flawed economics behind the American doctrine of fighting wars. Iranian hypersonic missiles have pierced through the tightly constructed air defense shields that had given the illusion of invulnerability to US military bases in the Gulf nations and to Israel. But Trump's closest allies in Europe, who had lived under the umbrella of US security as part of the NATO military alliance, have now become more vocal in pointing out to the American president as to how the Iran war is not an issue for which the European powers will get involved, and the NATO military alliance that was forged in the waters of the North Atlantic may end up sinking at the bottom of the Strait of Hormuz. Ukraine this week struck Russian oil storage, ports and refineries, bombing targets as far away as the Urals, that is 1,600 kilometers from its borders. The Ukrainian Security Service, the SBU, confirmed that it had struck Russia's Transneft oil pumping and distribution facility in the city of Perm, from where oil is pumped to the Perm refinery and via pipelines is sent in all four directions across Russia. Volodymyr Zelensky has announced that this is the beginning of a new stage in the use of Ukrainian weapons to limit the potential of Russia's war. Ukraine's strikes are said to be a part of a strategy to deprive Russia of the windfall profits from soaring oil prices due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But how successful has this strategy been? And how long can Ukraine sustain it? Our next report tells you more.
Kyiv's attacks have been steadily increasing in range, volume and intensity, with outsized impact on Russian oil exports. On the 23rd of April, Ukraine damaged 3 storage tanks at the Gorky oil pumping station in Nizhny Novgorod and struck the petrochemical plant in Samara. The next day, it destroyed 2 production facilities at the Atlant Aero factory in Taganrog, Rostov, which build the Molniya drones that Russia has unleashed on Ukraine to great effect. This week, Ukraine also struck the Yaroslavl oil refinery, and on Tuesday, it bombed Russia's Tuapse oil refinery on the Black Sea for the 3rd time in April. So far, at least 24 oil storage tanks at the Tuapse refinery have been destroyed. During the Chernobyl anniversary on the 26th of April, marking 40 years since the disaster, Zelensky lashed out at Russia.
In 2022, the Russians came to Chernobyl, occupied our station, turned it into a springboard for their war, and demonstrated that they did not draw any conclusions at all and did not understand anything from the Soviet mistakes. They are people without memory and without conscience. That is why all of us, all of Russia's neighbors, all Europeans should be as united as possible, act in a coordinated manner, understanding our interests, which are common: security, economic, energy, and all others.
Russia too has been unrelenting in its attacks. Almost 410 drones were launched at Ukraine in a daytime attack that injured 10 people in the western city of Ternopil. The Ukrainian Air Force claimed to have downed or neutralized about 388 of the drones in the north, south, center and west of the country. In central Ukraine, 19 drones were downed over the Cherkasy region. According to reports, a nursery, a school, 7 private houses and a power line were destroyed. A woman was hurt in the central Vinnytsia region. A building was destroyed near the southern city of Odessa, which had come under the overnight attack, while another daytime attack damaged the roof of a shopping center and caused a fire in Odessa. Dmitry Medvedev has accused Europe of militarizing at a rate similar to what it did before the Second World War.
Российских политических деятелей
We know what was happening in Europe in the 1930s. Intensive militarization was going on, above all in Germany by the German fascists. But naturally, people were getting ready for a war in other places too. Economy was getting militarized and a large amount of equipment was being produced. Same things are happening now. What are the Europeans saying? That the war with Russia is inevitable. I do not know where they got it from, but this is a mantra. This is being said every day.
In fact, he went as far as to say that the United States may not be the most suitable mediator for the Ukraine war.
It's hardly fair to assume that a country that steals presidents and starts conflicts like this can act as an effective mediator in all situations. I stopped 9 or 10 wars. Well, we all know what that means, the words of a famous politician today. The problem is that almost all of these conflicts have resumed. But I can't deny something else. At the very least, the current U.S. administration, Donald Trump's administration, is trying to do something about it. Just remember the previous Democratic Biden administration. It simply harnessed the wheel of war, or the team of war, and financed the conflict to the fullest extent possible.
At the moment, Russia has floated the idea of a ceasefire during the occasion of its Military Day parade. But there is little talk of any permanent ceasefire in a war that is now grinding on in its 5th year.
On the 30th of April, 17 people, including 5 women and 2 children, were killed in Israeli bombings over southern Lebanon. Exactly a week ago from the calamitous day, the American President Donald Trump had announced a 3-week extension of the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, further hinting at a possible breakthrough towards lasting peace in Lebanon. Which brings us to the all-important question: is the tenuous truce between Israel and Lebanon just a name? Well, the truce has largely halted strikes in the capital Beirut and its southern suburbs. The Israeli bombings, at the pretext of targeting Hezbollah infrastructure, have persisted elsewhere in the south with continued air raids and repeated evacuation orders. Our next report tells you more.
On the 2nd of March, 3 days into the US-Israeli war on Iran, the Lebanese militant and political group Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's then Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It was the latest escalation in fighting in the decades-long conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. A 10-day ceasefire was announced on the 16th of April after the first direct talks between Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors in Washington in decades. In the subsequent days, both Hezbollah and Israel accused each other of violating the ceasefire agreement. Amid such trust deficit, on the 23rd of April, the US President Donald Trump announced a 3-week extension of the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, giving rise to the possibility of a lasting peace in Lebanon. But the Israeli war machine has continued its march in southern Lebanon, ostensibly claiming that its actions are in response to what it describes as violations of the deal by Hezbollah. On Tuesday, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar insisted that Israel was not seeking to seize territory in Lebanon.
Israel has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon. Our presence in the areas by our northern border serves one purpose: protecting our citizens.
A couple of days later, at least 17 people, including 5 women and 2 children, were killed in Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon, despite a ceasefire now in its 3rd week. In addition to the 17 people killed, at least 35 others, including 9 children and 8 women, were wounded in Israeli assaults. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, since this latest round of hostilities erupted on the 2nd of March, more than 2,500 people have been killed in Lebanon, including 103 health professionals. More than 120 Israeli attacks have been recorded on ambulances and medical facilities.
There is fear everywhere. It is not safe for him or for the other young men. It is not safe for the paramedics, for the people, for the civilians, and the young men. We fear for all of them because Israel harmed everyone. It doesn't differentiate between paramedic, civilian, fighter, or army.
Our role is to stand with our people. Our role is to take action fast to save souls and those injured and rescue the martyrs from under the rubble. The international humanitarian law gives us the right and protection, whether for us or the rest of the paramedics teams. We will continue performing our role despite the risks and the difficulties.
Since early March, the number of Israeli troops that have been killed by Hezbollah's attacks stands at 17. On Thursday, Hezbollah said it had carried out attacks on Israeli forces in the south, including a drone strike targeting soldiers in the Bint Jbeil district. It is to be noted that since the eruption of war between Israel and Hezbollah on the 2nd of March, Israel has widened a ground invasion into Lebanon's south, ordering hundreds of thousands of Lebanese to flee villages it views as Hezbollah strongholds. On Thursday, the Israeli military issued evacuation warnings for 15 villages in southern Lebanon, many of which were outside what Israel has designated as the Yellow Line. Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, criticizing continuing Israeli violations of the truce, has said, and I quote, "Pressure must be exerted on Israel to ensure it respects international laws and conventions and ceases targeting civilians, paramedics, civil defense and humanitarian organizations." Unquote. But it will be easier said than done, considering Israel's belligerence, decades of hostilities between the two countries, Hezbollah's continued presence, and long-standing disagreements over the country's shared land border.
The Republic of Mali is besieged with its gravest security crisis since 2012. Several days of fierce fighting beginning early on the 25th of April between the army and the jihadists allied with the Tuaregs have raised some serious questions about the future of the military junta running the West African nation. The strategic northern town of Kidal has been recaptured by the Tuareg separatists, and the jihadists boasted on Thursday of having captured the military base of Hombori in central Mali and taken control of 2 checkpoints near the Malian capital of Bamako. The capital city that is home to more than 3 million people is under a partial blockade by the Islamist militants barely days after the country's defense minister, Sadio Kamara, was assassinated there. The fighters from the Al-Qaeda-linked group Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal-Muslimin have issued a warning that no one will be allowed to enter into the capital anymore. Our next report tells you more.
Early on the 25th of April, the Al-Qaeda-linked jihadists as well as the separatist Tuareg rebels launched the largest assault in the Republic of Mali in nearly 15 years, attacking the military, junta and its Russian paramilitary backers. The nationwide coordinated Saturday dawn attacks against strategic junta positions, including areas around the capital, Bamako, killed at least 23 people, with the death toll expected to rise. During the attacks, 47-year-old Defense Minister Sadio Kamara, largely seen as the mastermind behind the junta's pivot to Russia, was killed in an apparent suicide truck, bombing on his residence near Bamako.
The transitional government of Mali deeply regrets to inform the public of the tragic death of Lieutenant General Sadio Kamara, Minister of State, Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. This occurred following cowardly terrorist attacks on the morning of April 25, 2026.
Dans la matinée du 25 avril 2026, un véhicule piégé.
A car bomb driven by a suicide bomber targeted the minister's residence. He engaged in a firefight with the attackers and managed to neutralize some of them. During the intense clashes, he was wounded and transported to the hospital, where he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries.
Il a été blessé.
The Tuareg-dominated separatist Azawad Liberation Front and jihadists were able to capture the key northern town of Kidal, but the Malian army fought back Wednesday, waging a series of airstrikes. Additionally, the rebels and jihadists had also targeted Timbuktu, Gao in the mostly desert north, along with Mopti and Sever in the center. In a speech late Tuesday, Hunter Chief Assimi Goita, who had not been seen for 3 days, acknowledged that the situation was of extreme gravity.
Malian.
Women and men of Mali, my dear compatriots, I am addressing you at this extremely serious moment our country is facing in the wake of the terrorist attacks that took place on April 25, 2026. These complex, coordinated and simultaneous attacks targeted the towns of Bamako, Kati, Kona, Mopti, Gao and Kidal.
On Thursday, a tribute was held under tight security for assassinated Defense Minister Sadio Kamara. Thousands of people, including junta leader Assimi Goita, dressed in combat fatigues, attended the ceremony at the Military Engineering Battalion grounds in the center of the capital, Bamako. The latest assaults, in which the militants have recaptured the strategic city of Kidal and are continuing their advance in the north, have raised questions about the junta's ability to tackle the security crisis. Despite its insistence that its strategy, foreign partnerships and increased military efforts have stemmed the jihadist threat. Our correspondent, Louisa Olaniyi, sent us this ground report detailing the rebels' offensive and the response by the Malian government and its allies.
Following deadly weekend attack in Mali that killed Defense Minister General Sadio Kamara, the joint anti-jihadist force of Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali have launched intense air campaigns in northern Mali targeting Al-Qaeda-linked JNIM fighters and Tuareg separatists. Niger's government praised the prompt and vigorous response of the unified force after its cabinet meeting on Thursday. Recall that last year, the Alliance of Sahel States formed a 5,000-troop joint force to combat rising jihadist violence through shared intelligence and combined operations. Yet, as the alliance strengthens its military partnership, the JNIM jihadists are calling for a united front to overthrow Mali's junta and impose Sharia. They have now begun a road blockade on the capital Bamako, tightening pressure by restricting fuel, goods and supplies.
Like its military counterparts in neighboring Niger and Burkina Faso, Mali's junta government has severed ties with former colonial ruler France, moving closer politically and militarily to Moscow. Noteworthy is the fact that since 2021, Russia's mercenary Wagner group had fought with Malian forces against jihadists. Last year, the group was replaced by Africa Corps, an organization under the direct control of the Russian Defense Ministry. Though Moscow has pledged its support in the fight against jihadists and separatists, these attacks, reminiscent of a crisis that rocked Mali in 2012, have posed a serious challenge for the ruling junta.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of World at War. If you want to reach out to me with any comments, feedback or suggestions, please feel free to do so on the ID that you're seeing on your screens. I'm your host, Mohammed Saleh, and I'll see you again next week.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
In this rapidly changing world, is your health keeping pace? Best practices and breakthroughs busting the hype with real insights. The timeless power of yoga and ancient healing. Good food, good mood. Small steps, big impact. Your health matters. Only on WION World is One. Because nothing matters more.
WION, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East and North African regions. Also available on these digital platforms across the world. WION. World is one.
Where darkness hides behind every corner. Where the truth is stranger than fiction. A show that dives deep into the stories which shock and mystify. Unsolved murders. Psychopaths who defy explanation. International war crimes. And millions swindled in financial fraud. The victims, the accused, and the sinister plot. Prime Crime is your front row seat to darkness.
Get the latest update.
Destroy their
Breaking
missiles
news.
and raise their...
Credible, clear, continuous. Experts across aisles. Diverse voices, one platform. WION World is one.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You are watching Race to Power with me, Molly Gambhir. It's been a historic day in India for a number of reasons. What a day it has been. We're getting you the complete lowdown of the key takeaways from the electoral contests, which have thrown up major political shifts. We get you the stories behind the numbers, what stood out, what didn't, and what the day really looked like for the key faces and the key contests. Also, the bigger picture. All of this coming up over the next 30 minutes.